Whoa, okay, are we live? What is going on, everyone? Welcome to the Cardano Virtual Summit live stream. So for those of you guys who are able to see me, go ahead and let me know. Really appreciate any feedback right now, just because this is my first ever live stream on the channel, so pretty exciting. Okay, what's going on, guys? How's it going? I'm going to be putting this link out very soon. This is going to go on social media. So right now I'm a little bit early. So for those of you guys who are able to join me a little bit early,
What's going on, guys?
thank you for being here. Just bear with me. I know you guys can see everything that's going on. Trying to just pull up the chat. Okay. Jonathan Jacobs, hey, what's up, man? Altcoin Bonanza, live from sunny Louisiana. Good to see you guys. What's going on? So this is my first ever live stream on the channel. Please let me know if the audio is okay, if the video is okay. We're going to be starting very soon. I decided to get here a little bit early so that way I could talk with you guys and just make sure everything is working. How are you guys doing? It's great to hear from you guys. Addie, hi from Philippines. Ricardo, hey, how's it going, man? You see me, awesome. Very cool. Is the audio okay? Can you guys hear the audio? Is it coming through? Awesome. Okay, guys, it looks like we are all set. We're ready to start live streaming. I appreciate everybody for the feedback. David, thanks so much, man. Appreciate that. Audio is working good. Lots of people here to start things out. All right, you guys, so this is what we came for, right? Let's see. Okay, so guys, as far as how this live stream is going to look, essentially I've got my screen pulled up here, and then I've also got the content from the virtual summit. So the way I'm going to have it set up, I might be a little bit shying away from the chat for just a little while, especially when we have Charles coming over to speak. You know, when we've got a lot of these guest speakers coming by. So, and I've got the webcam position right here. So good to see you guys. What's going on? Just trying to make sure all my equipment is working. This is really cool. All right, you guys. So what I'm going to do, now that we've got everybody here, guys, how's it going? Good to see you all. Lucas, Simcoe, hey man, what's going on? Everything is perfect? That's cool, man. I'm really glad. This is actually my first live stream on the channel, so I'm excited to have you guys here. All right, so yep, I was just explaining for those of you guys who have just gotten here, as far as how this live stream is going to work, I'm going to do my best to answer questions from the chat, but I do want to go ahead and have the allocated time when we do see Charles, when we do see Vint Cerf. You know, there's a whole bunch of speakers that are going to be on this summit. So I want to make sure that we're able to watch these speakers as they're doing their things. But also once we're done, maybe like taking breaks and whatnot, you know, I'll be happy to answer you guys' questions. I'd really love to chat with you guys. So we'll talk about all that. It looks like we're going to be starting here very soon. There's just maybe a couple more minutes. All right, so yep, talking a little bit about this here. So I'm going to see if I can face the camera a little bit. Okay, so the Cardano Virtual Summit. So I hope you guys are excited. I know I am. This is going to be a really awesome event starting in just a few minutes. So taking a look at some things also with price. What do you guys want to look at? Do you guys want to look at price? Do you guys want to talk about anything before we get started? We've got a few minutes. Have you guys been seeing those charts though? I mean, it's pretty awesome. Altcoin Bonanza, when does staking start? Staking is going to be starting in August. So you'll be expecting your first rewards for the Shelly mainnet around about mid-August. If you were staking over the course of the incentivized testnet, you're going to have your rewards paid out to you like the beginning of August. I believe it's August 3rd. And then after that, we'll see staking start probably middle of August. All right, guys, it looks like we're about ready. Maybe a few more minutes. See if I can post this link out. Guys, if you're able to share this live stream on social media, if you guys do have like Twitter accounts or anything like that, definitely feel free to help out the channel. I'm just trying to spread the word. So if you could, I'm going to go ahead and tweet this out as well before we get started. Go ahead and see if you can just spread the word for me. If you're on Twitter, go ahead and tweet this link out. I'm going to go ahead and write up a tweet here. Awesome. Hey guys, I really appreciate that. So there are quite a few people here already. This is awesome. Really great to see you guys. Let's go ahead and jump over. Man, this is exciting. The countdown is on. We're at 45 seconds. And let's see here. Hope the password is redacted. Wow, okay. So guys, check this out. Super cool. Can you guys hear the audio? Is the audio coming through okay? This is from the desktop audio. Let me know if it's working. We got the Cardano effect going on at the top.
Welcome everyone to the Cardano Virtual Summit 2020.
Oh, this is awesome.
My name is Philippe Pierre-Antoine. I am the host of the Cardano Effect podcast. I am honored and grateful to represent the Cardano Effect throughout the duration of this summit. This summit will be taking place on July 2nd and July 3rd. IOHK did a summit last year in Miami, Florida at the Miami Convention Center. This summit this year is going to be 5 times larger. We're going to have lots of different things happening at the summit, and this is what's going to happen at the beginning of each day of the summit. I'm going to be providing an introduction, passing it over to a special message from Kyoto, and then we're going to get right into everything that's supposed to happen. Cardano is a 3rd generation blockchain project, one of the largest blockchain projects in the world, followed by a native cryptocurrency called ADA, which is one of the largest cryptocurrencies in the world. If you want to hear about the future of money, this is the place to be. If you want to hear about the future of blockchain technology,
Can barely hear it.
This is the place to be. If you want to hear about the future of Cardano, this is the place to be. So pour yourself some water, turn up those speakers, and let's have a good time today. So what can we expect, or who can we expect?
Okay guys, how's the audio? Let me know.
The list is very long. We have over 100 people
Much
that
better.
are speaking throughout the duration of the summit. And if I went through the entire list of names, you'd probably miss the summit. It's going to be an action-packed event. So what can you expect? You're going to be able to expect new exclusive product announcements. You're also going to be able to expect new exclusive partnership announcements, panels and debates from industry leaders, insights from industry leading experts, presentations from scientists and engineers at IOHK, Emergo, and we're also going to hear some news from the Cardano Foundation. The community members that represent the greater Cardano community will also be speaking.
Screen bigger.
And this is just such a global event.
Okay guys, bear with me. Appreciate your patience
there.
There.
Milestone that happened at the end of November in 2019. There was a snapshot that took place, and the birth of the incentivized testnet happened. So what happened? We went from a few nodes to 10 nodes to 50 nodes to 100 nodes to well over 1,000 nodes. This cryptocurrency is extremely decentralized. We started with a few billion ADA delegated, and now we have over 10 billion ADA, 10 billion plus ADA delegated within the incentivized testnet. So this event, I like to call it the IOHK Cardano Virtual Summit Shelly Edition. This is going to be the most decentralized cryptocurrency in the world. So how is this going to be taking place? What is the structure of the event today? There are going to be 5 rooms or 5 tracks. There's going to be a main auditorium. There's going to be an auditorium that represents the science of blockchain. Also a place to learn about delivering solutions for businesses and enterprises. There will also be a room for supporting and building the Cardano community and a room for governance and regulation. All these tracks are going to be happening concurrently, and you can visit any of these particular rooms, whatever interests you. And these are the 5 auditoriums that you'll be able to visit, and you'll be able to see panelists and speakers speak about all things Cardano. You'll be able to hear all those partnership announcements and all those new product announcements. So after this, there's going to be a special message by from Kyoto, and there's going to be a keynote from Charles Hoskinson. I implore everyone to check that out. It's going to be displaying in all 5 rooms simultaneously. This is going to kick off the event. So there are going to be 4 blocks each day, 4 or 5 blocks each day, followed by network breaks. So networking breaks, you'll be able to take a break and communicate and visit different rooms and just gather your thoughts and go to the next presentation that you'd like to go to. So in the first block, I'm going to run through some of the events that are happening. Some of the events include Wyoming is Open, University of Wyoming and IOHK will be speaking. There will also be an overview of IOHK research integrating with Cardano, Adrestia, a gateway to the world. There's also going to be applying open source principles to community management, an effective democratic approach to funding Cardano's long-term development. We're going to hear about opinions from the former SEC Commissioner Paul Atkins on U.S. government attitudes towards crypto adoption, followed by a network break. The second block for today is going to include cryptocurrencies, prospects for mainstream adoption. Is the future coexistent with fiat? We're going to hear about Ouroboros, Cardano's proof-of-stake blockchain protocol. We're going to hear about how decentralized identity will drive economic inclusion, Cardano's footprint in global affairs, and innovative community engagement. We're going to be hearing about new project announcements on the governance and regulation. And we're going to be hearing from the one and only Vint Cerf. He is going to be speaking about architecting the internet, what I would have done differently. We'll be learning about Hydra, which is fast isomorphic
Charles has started.
channel.
So guys, I'm going to go ahead and pause this. All right, so bear with me. Let's see here. Exhibition 1. Let's see. Wow, there's quite a bit to look at. Charles is already speaking live. Fantastic. Thanks for that, guys. Let me know exactly where I need to go because, wow, there's a lot going on here. Main auditorium. Let's see. Transmission will begin.
We set a
shortly.
very high bar. We didn't say, hey, we're just going to go
Fantastic.
design some protocols that make sense to us, write some proofs, and then have those things just be implemented and hope it works. We said we're going to take it to the academic community. And there's a beautiful trade-off there. While it takes more time, if you pull it off, not only do you get confirmation from people outside of your project that the ideas you have are reasonable, but then you also, over time, construct the world's largest decentralized brain. You see, I believe a lot in decentralization. And the point of this event is to celebrate us becoming a truly, fully decentralized project.
Sorry about that,
away
guys.
from
A little
the
bit late.
safety of a federation and moving into the uncertainty and chaos of a world ruled by the many. And that requires a great degree of care, caution, and thought. So Ouroboros is just unique and special in that regard. And if we want this protocol to evolve and grow to meet the needs of billions of people, it's going to require more research and ideas. And if we rely upon just a single set of minds, a single entity, to come up with those ideas, no matter how decentralized the technology may be or the community may be, that is a fragility and optimization around a central actor that we cannot afford as an ecosystem. So it's so important to build a way of innovating in a very decentralized fashion. So how do you do that? Well, you get the academic world as a whole interested in the things that you do. We've written well more than 60 papers, thousands of citations, many academic conferences. And some of the proudest moments have been not from the papers that we've written ourselves, but from the papers we inspired others who don't work for us to write about the things that we do. That tells us that future graduate students, postdoctorates, professors all across the world, from the United States to Europe to Asia, Africa, South America, will wake up every day and think about the problems we think about the protocols we have designed, and use them as a foundation of innovation. And for the years to come, we'll continuously develop new concepts that we as a community can adopt, and they can live in the marketplace of ideas. That's a beautiful accomplishment, and it's something that we have already begun here with Cardano. I remember the Nakamoto proof of stake paper that recently came out of University of Illinois and Stanford, written by Pramod Vaswani and his fellow authors. There was a lot of inspiration they got from the work we did at Ouroboros. Our first exposure to the paper was when we saw it on archives. It was just pushed out there innocently. We said, wow, that's really an amazing result, and that's an amazing paper, and it's a great example of what we've accomplished. And over the coming years, we'll see more of that, and eventually hundreds, if not thousands, of papers and ideas that come out of this process. And we, as a community, will benefit from each and every one of them. So that's the first accomplishment in our road to decentralization. The second thing that this project was all about was writing code differently. For more than 40 years, there's been a whole movement in the computer science world to remember where computer science came from. When I was younger, I studied mathematics, and it's no coincidence that the foundations of computer science were created by mathematicians. They were looking for magic machines to help them solve their problems. And while they couldn't quite build those machines to solve the evils of mathematics, they inadvertently created the foundations of computer science with artifacts like the Turing machine, for example. And in the magic of that, it turns out that there are all kinds of tools and techniques to treat computer programs with a bit more rigor. And this is commonly done in industries where failure results in death or the loss of billions of dollars. We've all marveled at SpaceX launching their rockets on the pad, being able to take astronauts to the space station. But in their 18-year history, how did they get to a point where people would actually trust those systems with their lives? They had to think differently, write code more rigorously. And I asked a very fundamental question. Why is it moral for us to be in a system where when we make mistakes, we as a company don't suffer, but our users do financially, and potentially lose other things like their privacy or access to their identity or whatever other infrastructure has been built? So we said, if we're going to go do this, it's not good enough just to do good science and take that science through the 400-year legacy of peer review. We, as a company, must commit ourselves to a formal approach, the use of formal methods. This is antithetical to everything an entrepreneur will tell you to do. It's slow, expensive. Your time to market is much harder to get to. So we had to innovate. And we brought some great people like Dr. Kant and Lars Brunius and Jared and many others. And we built a whole department that did nothing but think about every day about formal methods and how do we make them more agile? How do we bring them so that they're a bit lighter touch? So you don't measure success in terms of years and decades, but rather weeks and months. This in itself was an enormous challenge. And we rose to that occasion. We had a few setbacks along the way. Some things took a bit longer than we thought, But now when we look at Shelley, not only are we launching Shelley, the soul of Shelley, the formal specifications are right there alongside it. And what does that give us? It gives us an unambiguous implementation agnostic way of talking around the design of our system. So if a person wants to go and write a Go client or a Java client or a Python client, they have a single source of truth that they can refer to. And over time, we can apply more and more sophisticated tools, just like the tools that have been applied at SpaceX, just like the tools that have been applied in the pharmaceutical industry, to verify that the things that we are doing are safe and work with a high degree of certainty. Works the first time. It's a moral imperative, and it's part of our commitment to building something that we would like to last. I lived in Japan for a while. It's one of my favorite countries. And I remember being in Tokyo and having a chance to talk to some construction workers who were working on the Shinkansen, which is the bullet train in Japan. It's one of the most famous high-speed rails. And one of the things that was truly extraordinary in that conversation was that the particular worker's grandfather worked on the Shinkansen, and this worker's son had just started working on it. And they had plans to keep working until 2050. They were making plans that far out. So they built things to last. And when you have that perspective of saying this is not for today, but it's also for tomorrow, the long arc of history, you have to really do things a bit differently. And you have to do things with a lot of care and detail. A great moment for us in this conference was when we invited Vint Cerf to come. And we said, Vint, we heard you built something that people tend to like. And he said, what's that? We said, that whole internet thing worked out pretty well, although it's got a few warts on it. Would you like to come to our conference and talk about that? What would you have done differently if you could do it all over again? And he said, sure, that sounds like a lot of fun. And I can't help but think if Cardano ever does achieve that scale, and it would be the dream of my life to see that through, we will be on that exact same panel in 2050 or 2060, talking about how we built the world financial operating system. And people will ask us the exact same question that we're asking Vint today, which is, what would you do differently if you got a do-over? So it's important to think about things through the lens of decentralization, have a decentralized brain, and to build things as right as you can up front, and embrace the process that encourages as much deep thought and collaboration as possible. So that got us to the point where we were ready to turn this over to the community. But being a rigorous project, we didn't want to do that in a haphazard way and say, good luck, everybody. So we launched last year the incentivized testnet, and it was kind of a field of dreams moment for us. We built it, and they came. The community came. Over 1,200 stake pool operators, small businesses registered, and that slowly but surely, and through a lot of saintly patience, they woke up every day and figured out how to use the software, how to create blocks, and they started marketing. They started telling the world who they were, creating their own branding. Some sent me desktop wallpaper and phone wallpaper. Some created t-shirts. I saw a lot of really creative videos. It was really an amazing, diverse crowd of people to work with. Thousands joined our Telegram channels, and they proved to not only us, but also to the world that they were ready, capable, and willing to take the reins and turn Cardano into the most decentralized ecosystem. So first, on behalf of IO Global and all of our partners, to the stake pool operators who spent more than 6 months now learning, waiting, investing, and building, thank you. We couldn't have done this without you. We can build a beautiful stadium, but it's only magical when people come to play and people come to watch. And you guys came and you played a damn good game and you made us all proud. It meant the world to us. And it left us with an incredible degree of confidence to set difficult parameters and to figure out how the system was going to turn on and evolve. Along the way, we realized that we had to innovate in many different categories, and this is one of the reasons why it took a bit longer for Cardano to get to this point than I would have liked. We moved from a monolithic to a polyolithic architecture. We had to completely change the way that Cardano is listed on exchanges. We went from a wallet backend that was tightly coupled to our node to a decoupled one. And then eventually we evolved that into a framework for explorers and for exchanges to have a unified experience, to understand what's going on in our ecosystem, and also to interact with the blockchain and wallet. And the magic of Adrestia is that we didn't just build that alone. Just like Ouroboros, we were able to build Adrestia with exchange partners like Binance. We learned an enormous amount from them. And we've created a wonderful experience that is going to make it very easy for people in the future to safely work with at an enterprise level and at an exchange level, Cardano. And this is just how we've thought along the way. You see, we didn't get everything right when we started. In fact, seldom that was the case, but we learned from that experience. We grew from that experience. We never gave up. There was a relentlessness about our engineers. We truly do have not only the most patient, but I would argue the best engineers in the entire industry and the most inspired. We've had a lot of hard deadlines recently. In the last 3 months in particular, it's been a wild ride. And I cannot tell you how much work has been done at every part of Cardano, every dimension of it, from the product management team to the project management team. And given the fact that we've all been living with the perils of coronavirus, some of our people got waylaid. In fact, Chris Greenwood, the project manager who's been leading a lot of the great work with Cardano, he was on vacation in India and he got stuck there. And I believe he's still there for months and months and months and just had to make it work, had to find stable internet, had to find a place to live because of these events. That's a tremendous amount of ingenuity and creativity. And it really is an extraordinary thing to see when people are challenged, how they can rise to the occasion. And despite the fact that the work is hard, and despite the fact that a lot of the things we're doing have never been done before by any project, we found a way to make it happen. Another thing is we wanted to have a smooth hard fork. That's what's coming July 29th. So we had to invent new concepts like the hard fork combinator. Never been done before. Okay, let's go do it. That is who we are as a company. And it's the standard that we've set for ourselves and the standard that we've set for our community. So that's where we've been. So where are we going? Well, on June 30th, we launched the Shelley node. And every week, we're just going to update that till the 29th. And then the hard fork happens. And then in the month of August, people are staking. And if that was the end of the story, we'd certainly be better than Bitcoin. And we'd be one of the best cryptocurrencies ever built, easiest to list cryptocurrencies, most reliable and secure cryptocurrencies. And we'd already have a lot of accolades, dozens of times more performant, significantly fast settlement time, only 10 kilowatts of power to run a global scale financial system. But that's not good enough. We need things like native assets. Ethereum has ERC20. We need that. We need things like multi-sig. We need things like smart contracts. And so the beautiful thing about how we've structured this project was that there's been a great degree of parallelism. So the Goguen team has been working tirelessly with some of the best people in the entire computer science industry and engineering business to create not only a great smart contract experience, but also a great smart contract ecosystem. You see, you can't just walk in and say, we're going to replace everything that's been done before. There are literally hundreds of billions of dollars that have been spent in the Java ecosystem, the .NET ecosystem, C code, C++, and all this other infrastructure, all these applications. And they're not going to change quickly. They'll change methodically and over time and when the incentives are right, but you have to be able to play nice with that legacy infrastructure. Furthermore, you have to ask yourself, what are you trying to accomplish? If your goal is to throw away the internet, throw away servers, throw away all the things that came before us and start anew, you have a lot of freedom, but you're probably not going to get a lot of adoption. And you're probably going to be setting yourself up for failure. If your goal is to say, we're going to extend what came before us with new capabilities, use, and utility that have not been seen before, or dramatically enhance things that were hard in the past, then suddenly you become an essential part of an existing business model. So when we designed Plutus and Marlowe, the extended UTXO model and our smart contract model, we recognize that the things that go on the chain, the things that go on the blockchain, are equally important as the things that go off the chain. Both of these things have to have a symbiotic relationship with each other and work well together. So within the next 120 days, the native asset standard is going to be rolling out for Cardano, and we're going to have a beautiful and great listing experience for issuing assets on Cardano. And we have a lot of presentations at the summit. Memo Chakravarty in particular is dedicating an entire presentation to why this standard is better. We learned a lot from things like color coins. We learned a lot from things like the ERC20 standard. And we have a lot of unique advantages with the extended UTXO model and with the way we've designed things to have assets that are significantly easier to issue, cheaper to operate, and eventually have a path to native fees and custom addresses and other things that allow people to build better brand identity and allow people to have a much more rich token experience, not just on the utility token side, but also dealing with permissioned ownership. So things like security tokens, loyalty tokens, all kinds of things. Also, we are launching a beautiful product at the summit, and there's some wonderful presentations about this called Prism. Prism's our identity management system. We realized early on it wasn't good enough just to talk about value, assets. People use assets. Assets are connected to transactions with rich metadata. And if you're going to be operating in regulated environments, if you're going to be conducting commercial activity, if you're going to use a blockchain for a real platform with use and utility for all kinds of applications, whether it be medical records or supply chain, the heart of almost all these systems is the ability to identify people and understand if those counterparties are credible actors to work with. So how do you do that in a decentralized system? And that's really what Prism is exploring. In a cross-blockchain capacity, using industry standards like DIDS, for example, that came out of the W3C, the same body that standardizes CSS and HTML, we worked a framework that's going to fit hand in glove on top of Cardano. And it's going to allow us to open up all kinds of new possibilities with not only how Cardano works, but how people work with Cardano. So for example, currently if you have an exchange, and let's say you want to withdraw some funds, Prism will eventually enable the concept of authenticated addresses. So what you can do is register your credentials and then only withdraw funds to an address that has been signed by those credentials. This adds a second layer of security to your exchange experience, and then from the exchange's perspective, allows them to satisfy new regulations like the FATF's travel rule. And that's just one of hundreds of use cases that one can dream up with varying levels of privacy. And eventually we can enhance this system with state-of-the-art cryptography, like zero-knowledge systems. We, for example, recently created our own snark called Sonics. And we've been a big innovator as a company in that field. And what we can do is blend our identity stack with all kinds of new tech that increases your privacy, but also allows you to accomplish many business goals, like are you over a certain age, or are you a member of a certain group, without revealing any more personally identifiable information. And because it is the DID standard, we're big believers in self-sovereign identity. And we're big believers that you should be in charge of your own data. You should be in charge of your own identity, not a government, not a corporation. You should be able to take that with you to the places that you do business and have a lot of control over that. So Prism's super exciting, and it's going to work hand in glove with our native asset standard. It's going to work hand in glove with our smart contracts. Within the next 150 days, Plutus Foundations is going to come out, and that's our first entry point to smart contracts for Cardano. There's a lot of work to do between now and then, but what's really exciting about it is that that will bring a whole bunch of functionality and power to Cardano, so that not only can we match other systems like Ethereum, but transcend them. Because we designed Plutus in such a way that over time, it's going to become increasingly more interoperable, not with just functional standards, but also imperative standards, and be very easy for third parties to wire their infrastructure, whether it be a Node application, whether it be a Cordova app, whether it be a Java app, with our system, and to use the blockchain as a service. What's particularly exciting about Cardano's model is how complementary and layered things are. In particular, because we have stake pools are also service providers. So in addition to having the blockchain as a service and having it as a smart contract system, we're going to be able to add all kinds of layer 2 services through the stake pool model to augment smart contracts. So this will allow us to add all kinds of cool experiences like random number generation, Oracle services, cross-blockchain interoperability, Hydra channels, and so forth that will be made available basically as APIs, as easy things to call and interact with to all smart contracts in our system. So you can have the best of both worlds. You can have the decentralization, censorship resilience, and resistance from tampering that blockchains tend to give you, but also the low cost and efficiency and performance that you tend to get from a more centralized store. And by mixing them together, you get the best of both worlds. So that's coming as well. And those small businesses will profit from that because in addition to getting revenue streams for maintaining Cardano, they're also going to be able to add more and more businesses to their system. Now, I often get asked, how are we going to get developers in our ecosystem? Part of that is the story about how the system as a whole is becoming cross-blockchain. It's becoming multi-ledger. Many dApp developers are realizing there isn't good wisdom in betting the farm on the success of one platform over the other, and they're migrating, moving from chain to chain and making sure that they can work with many systems. So part of our team focuses on making sure that we're included in that conversation. Second, we have the unique advantage that we have all these functional programmers who haven't really been able to do things in a nice way on Ethereum, EOS, or other platforms because they want to write code in Haskell. They want to write code with a functional paradigm. This is where we're going to excel. The things that we've built for Plutus and Marlowe are particularly appealing and useful to them, and it allows them to leverage decades of experience and knowledge from some of the best developers in the world to come and build great DeFi experiences and come and build great dApps. Now, the problem is, though, that you have to have the right incentives for people to do that. So we talked a lot and we looked at history, and I remember something that George Lucas said, history doesn't repeat itself, it rhymes. And in 2007, Steve Jobs had the exact same problem that we have. You have a dominant platform, in his case it was Windows, and he was creating a new platform, the iPhone, and he wanted to incentivize developers to do something in that platform. So there was a strong argument to do so because there were things that you could do with the iPhone that you could not do with the normal desktop experience. And so the use and utility and experiences were quite revolutionary, but they still needed to give people some funds to take the risk to build on that system. So announcing today, we're partnering with Wave Financial, and IO Global is setting up a $10 million fund on our side, and they're going to match it over time. So $20 million in total AUM, specifically to be there for developers who want to build DeFi and dApps. Steve Jobs worked with John Doerr for his fund for the iPhone. They called it the iFund. And so as an homage to them, we're going to call this the C Fund. And if you guys want to participate, we're already accepting proposals. We set up an email address. If you go to invest@iohk.io and send us an email, send your proposal. We'll get back to you in a few days, probably a week or two. We're a little busy with the summit. And we'll be setting up a dedicated website throughout the month of July on the iohk.io domain about the C Fund. But basically, its purpose is to take people at the $250,000 to $500,000 range and help us fund and build out a great ecosystem of DeFi applications and a great ecosystem of developers. We already have some great partners, and you'll see some of them today and tomorrow at the summit. People like Beef Chain, for example, and we have some in the security token side and so forth that we've been working with. And as we get closer to the unveiling of Goguen and we start pushing things to the testnet, those will be, of course, announced. But we felt it was really important that we open it up to the community as a whole, not just ours, but the entire blockchain space and those outside of the space who have good ideas that can be funded at the $250,000 to $500,000 level, specifically to help get them where they need to go and give them the support and tools that they need. So not only will we invest in them, but we'll of course also provide strategic support, developer assistance if necessary, and a litany of other services to upgrade, augment, refine their businesses and get them where they need to go. So the C Fund is going to be a lot of fun to run. We have some industry veterans who've been doing this for a while. Les Borsai and David Seymour are the partners from Wave Financial that are coming in to assist us. They have decades of investment banking experience, and Les is a really good friend of mine. He started in the music business. He worked with Trent Reznor and a lot of other people. So he brings a different dimension of creativity that I tend to enjoy. And of course, if I ever need to hire a musician, he's the guy I talk to. So it's quite an eclectic group, which has a beautiful marriage of creativity and business together. And that's what makes them unique. You see, overall, we're a pretty unique ecosystem. We've gone from nothing to hundreds of thousands of people. And some of the most humbling moments for me are when people send me pictures of our logo, whether it be the IOHK logo or the ADA symbol or the Cardano logo, tattooed on their body. And I say, wow, that's a statement. And it's a commitment as well. And it reminds me I need to wake up and do a good job every day. I have had people message me and say, hey, here's my daughter's birth certificate. What's it say? And I read the certificate. It says ADA. I say, okay, we really do need to make sure this works because a lot of people believe in us and they're good people. Recently, we had a pretty interesting debate. It was the ITN debate. And we wanted to demonstrate that governance is hard, really hard. And we took a vote and didn't even get enough participation. Why? Because the tools and experience weren't really where they needed to be. So we thought a lot about that. We said, where do we want to go with this? How are we going to open this up so that we can honor that last plank of a third generation cryptocurrency to be a truly sustainable system? How do we do that? We want to have a system that allows people to decide for themselves. Where are we going to go? What are we going to pay for? Governance is truly a difficult topic. My own country, the United States, isn't doing so well right now. Everywhere I look, there's a lot of anger, protests, there's a lot of problems, and people feel like they're not listened to and they don't have a voice. Governance is really hard. And when we look to the other parts of our project, we look to venture capital. That's kind of a science. We look to formal methods. There's 40 years of history to draw from. We look to writing good protocols and doing good science. There's 400 years of the scientific method and peer review and academic standards to draw from. There's a great degree of confidence and certainty that we as an organization can have as we step out of that shadow. But when we look to governance, really there's not the case of one government that is so supremely evolved that ubiquitously everybody says that is the perfect model for consent. That is the perfect model for representation. And so as we look to the future and we say Shelley's out, Gauguin is rapidly deploying, how are we going to get to Voltaire? So I launched a project on the back of the ITN using the ITN developers, and they have been working diligently for months and months and months, taking that original ITN code base with a project called Project Catalyst, and they've been slowly transforming it into a voting framework specifically for Cardano. And not only did they do that, they built a cell phone app, which will be demoed soon here at the summit. And in a very short period of time, here in July, we partnered with a great firm called Submittable. People will begin having the ability to submit ballots, proposals, requests for funding. So I guess my one more thing is that we launched the C Fund, but I really would like to get to the DC Fund, the Decentralized Cardano Fund. And starting from July, when you submit your ballot, you'll be able to start talking to the community. The community will begin to be able to establish priorities, and we're building voting systems for this. And starting in August, those systems will launch. And all those ITN rewards that roll over, in addition to that, 100 million ADA, which is approximately worth about $10 million, will roll over as well and be available to the community in tranches. So you'll be able to submit ballots come July, and through community participation and voting with our cell phone app, and as well as desktop experience that's coming in later funds, the community will be able to prioritize and then approve ballots. So we don't have just one, but actually we now have two funds available. One controlled by our global, we're putting our own money in, $10 million on our side, matched by another 10, managed by some great industry veterans, and the other curated and controlled by you, the community as a whole. It's been a very difficult road to get us to that point, and that was really one of the reasons why we thought it would be an interesting thing to continue the ITN, because we could repurpose the existing decentralized network specifically to run these governance components. But that's okay, because we actually originally planned to do it in a federated capacity, similar to how we launched Cardano with Byron, and then eventually wire it on to Cardano as a captive sidechain, honoring that SLCL model. So that's going to be the plan. Starting from July with Submittable, you'll be able to submit ballots, and then entering into August, the voting app will turn on, voting registration will turn on, and Dor is the product manager for all of this. He has a great presentation to explain the details on how registration is going to work. It's simple, easy, and very secure. It won't quite be like Your Vote. It'll be a much better experience in that respect. And you'll be able to look at ballots on your cell phone and tap to vote. So it's pretty simple, pretty easy. And it's going to allow every single person in our ecosystem that has trust and faith in us and has been around for so long and fought for us to be able to actually have a voice and start participating. And for a lot of people who have been desperate for some funding to do things to help build up our ecosystem, to finally be able to get the funds that they need to be able to execute and do cool things. And there's quite a bit of money set aside specifically for them, for the community. Now, there's a lot more to do. I, for example, would like to have a two-stage ballot process where first we use preference voting to do priorities so that we can winnow down the set of ballots submitted to match the funds available. Second, I'm really interested in innovation management, where when a person submits a ballot, it doesn't just go immediately to the community for consideration, but rather we work with partners, and we have had some discussions, and we'll present those results in a bit, to help people transform their ballots so that they're better formed and they have a higher probability of success and a good outcome for everybody. So not just getting the funding, but also being able to operate efficiently with that. And this brings up a point that there's actually going to be a new small business, a new type of actor in our system, the expert class. You see, we often get asked, well, how do I have a voice if I don't have a lot of ADA? How do I have a voice if I have a lot of skills and knowledge, but I'm not necessarily a big actor? Well, if you look analogously to Bitcoin, there are people like Andreas Antonopoulos who don't actually hold a lot of Bitcoin, but are domain experts in that field. And so our hope is that we can build our own Andreases in the Cardano ecosystem, people who have a lot of knowledge, skill sets, wisdom, capabilities, and they can be involved in that innovation management, and they can help curate things. And the beautiful thing is, with a voting system, not only can you vote to fund a project, you can vote to fund people to work directly for the Cardano ecosystem. So for example, there's the podcast, The Cardano Effect. We're hoping to work with them so that they can transition from getting funding from the Cardano Foundation to run their podcast to actually get it straight from the Cardano blockchain. So they can be as objective as possible and represent the Cardano ecosystem as well as possible. Similarly, there's dozens of other actors, from the ambassadors in the space to people who could work as experts to help filter out ballots and help people get to where they need to go so that they can have good projects to evolve and grow, who can actually have a day job doing nothing but working for Cardano. As early as August, that conversation starts, and each and every one of you is going to have the capability to propose, and if you want to be a full-time part of this ecosystem and make this your livelihood, you can do that. That's a pretty amazing thing. It reminds me of when eBay came out and people could actually make money being power sellers. The platform created hundreds of thousands of new jobs, different jobs, and jobs we'd never seen before. All great platforms do this, and Cardano needs to be no different. So in addition to Goguen being imminent and native assets rolling out and the Plutus Foundation rolling out, Voltaire is also imminent. We're launching that at the same time as Shelley. And just like how we launched Shelley with the ITN, we're launching the VIT, the Voltaire Incentivized Testnet, and basically giving people the opportunity to participate in voting, giving people opportunity to get funding that they need, and allow us to evolve and grow the voting mechanics very rapidly in a safe sandbox and get funding where it needs to go. In addition to this, there's some great presentations that the foundation is bringing on at the summit, which will cover the Cardano improvement proposal process. So it's not good enough just to fund things. We also have to have a meaningful discussion about where Cardano is going to go as a blockchain. So that's generally done in the blockchain industry with what's called an improvement proposal. Bitcoin has the BIPs, the Bitcoin improvement proposals. Ethereum has the IPs, the Ethereum improvement proposals. And similarly, we have the SIPs, the Cardano improvement proposals. So it's not good enough just to have a structured process where people can write them. You need to have a voting system where eventually the community can reach consent over which ones to adopt and where to go, especially as protocols become more complex and we have to accept trade-offs to meet the needs of the future. And as a consequence, we have been working hand in glove with the Cardano Foundation, as has Emergo, and they've gotten to a point where they've created the first Cardano improvement proposal, a Cardano improvement proposal specifically for the entire improvement proposal system. And Frederick is going to deliver a great presentation on the lessons learned and where that's at. And over time, dozens of improvement proposals from the community and from IO Global and from other actors like Emergo and some of the other core developers will come and start formalizing these ideas. And then just the same way that you're going to vote on treasury ballots, the community eventually will converge and vote on improvement proposals, which means that we can have much more meaningful civil debates and have much better processes to have debates and conversations about how are we going to evolve the system as a whole. This will allow us to achieve decentralization. And you'll notice that there's a thread that runs through our entire effort. And in particular, that thread is that everything we do is interconnected. You know, this decentralized brain idea that I mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, that also allows all those protocols and ideas to be codified as a CIP. And the fact that we now have Voltaire imminently on the way, starting July, August, you'll see all these amazing things come out. That very process will allow us to not only discuss these things, but potentially fund them. See, science comes in raw, not completely well-decided, well-built forms. And sometimes you need some additional funding and discussion to get protocols where they need to go. Well, Voltaire will enable that. And over time, our treasury system can become one of the largest funders of academic, theoretical, and applied research in the world. We, in essence, will become our own NSF. That's a beautiful thing. And it tells the world that Cardano is not just here for itself, it's here to create patent-free, open-source research for everyone that is interdisciplinary. It's not just about computer science, it's about political science. It's not just about political science, it's about economics. Ultimately, it's about the users that we intend. You know, we care a lot about economic identity. We care a lot about the developing world. We care a lot about the billions of people who have been left behind by globalization and never had a chance to rise. The ultimate point of the work that we do and why we have invested so much time, money, and effort, $100 million, 5 years, 60 plus papers, 1 million plus lines of code. This is not a trivial endeavor. It's been the work of my lifetime, has been the fact that if we get it right, we can build an operating system that the world can use to do things differently, to vote differently, to have different concepts of property rights, to have different types of jobs, to be able to work in a global marketplace, and most importantly, the least amongst us will have access to the same system that the richest and most powerful amongst us do. There's never been a case in human history where we could achieve that. And really, the most magical part of all of it is that power is pushed to the edges. You know, I'm an internal optimist, and no matter how bad things get, I've never succumbed to cynicism. And I've never believed that somehow the people around me aren't worth or worthy of self-governance and autonomy. I believe that when you give people power and when you give people opportunity and you give people the ability to decide for themselves, they won't squander it. Rather, ultimately, over the long run, accepting some mistakes along the way, that they will rise to the occasion, that they will surprise you. There's no greater example than the cryptocurrency industry. 10 years ago, we were nothing, just a laptop mining. 10 years later, I go to Mongolia and camel herders have it. I go to the country of Georgia and I tour massive warehouses of miners. People's day job every day is to wake up and do a small thing in this giant industry that didn't even exist a decade ago, whose raison d'etre is strictly to give power to the people and to make the world a bit more fair. I think what we've done here in Cardano isn't that we've constructed a cryptocurrency or built a great community. We've laid out a blueprint for how to think a little differently and to play a different game for the world as a whole and bring all these new ideas with the money, the resources, the inspiration, the community necessary to realize to the people who need them. Some of my most treasured moments have been when I went to Ethiopia, to Rwanda, to South Africa, and I had a chance to meet people who have less than nothing, people who really lost every capacity to rise. And despite that, they were some of the happiest, most inspiring people I've ever met, and most worthy of our compassion and most worthy of our help if we can. We will never be able to achieve anything by just simply giving people things. We have to give them the tools so that they can build things for themselves and compete fairly. That's where this poverty comes from and why these countries can't rise. The systems are bad, not the people. And the point of cryptocurrencies has always been, in the long term, to liberate all of us and give us a different way of doing things. No one's happy with the way we are doing things. It's why we have the protests. No one's happy with the way the world works. It's why we still have these wars and the strife and these problems. And I'd like to believe that if our life's work is successful, we can look back and say those were the bad times. And thank God we'll live in the good times. So it's been a long road, and the road ahead is even longer, steeper, and harder. But what gives me great solace is I'm no longer alone on that road. We have an army, each and every one of you. And I've done my best to get you to a point where you can start helping in your own way and be able to make your own decisions where this platform goes. And I never want to leave. I want to be here as long as I can, as long as my body will let me. But I don't want to be the leader. I want to be just alongside of you and building alongside of you. So with the C Fund, you can come to us and work with us directly. With the DC Fund, with the launch of Voltaire, you can work with each other. And either way, we're going to get it done. And our best years are ahead of us. Our best times are ahead of us. And it's going to be a lot of fun. And it's going to be worthwhile. Still a few more bumps along the way, but we'll get there. Thank you all for coming to my event. Thank you all for coming to Cardano and giving us the time of day. And I cannot wait to listen to the 100 plus other speakers, the panels, and hear a lot of really cool, interesting ideas. And I cannot wait to see what you, the community, come up with Voltaire. It's hard to believe that we've finally gotten here and that we're shipping the end and Shelley at the same time. And it's really hard to believe that we're getting to a point where we get to work with so many incredible people. It's the privilege of a lifetime. Thank you for listening, and good luck, everyone.
Wow, very cool. Yeah, guys, I wasn't texting. I was using my phone for chat. What'd you guys think about that? That was pretty incredible. We had like 2 Cardano partnership announcements. Shelley, Voltaire. Wow, that's pretty incredible. So, guys, thank you all so much for being here. Over 400 people are joining us here for the live stream. incredible to see you guys. What's up, Duckpool? How are you doing, man? Glad you could join us. Hope you guys are all doing well. What do you guys think about that chat? Very interesting to hear about all those different points. Okay, so what partnerships? So for those of you guys who maybe have just joined us, we had a couple partnership announcements. I've got this written down. So we have a partnership with Wave Financial. I guess what they're trying to do with that is bring banking solutions using blockchain. I'm not entirely sure of what that entails. I will be creating more content, giving you guys more details regarding that. And also there is an app in regards to voting in governments. So that app is apparently called Submitter. So that's going to be very interesting to know more about. I think the biggest thing that I took away from that chat is, where Cardano started and where we're at currently. It's pretty incredible to see the amount of work that these developers are putting in. We've got members from the community just really pushing hard. Stake pool operators always just like chugging along. It's an incredible amount of effort, and the community has just really come together at this time. Voltaire plus Shelley. So to touch on that a little bit, so he was saying that when we release Shelley, we will also be releasing Voltaire. I'm not sure if that's like going to happen side by side, or if there's going to be some type of like rollout plan like we're seeing with Shelley right now. I'm really not sure how that's going to look. But then we're going to experience Goguen very shortly after that. So guys, these developments are happening so quickly now. It's insane. It's pretty incredible. Yes, big day ahead. There is lots going on. Yeah, Duckpool, thanks for being here, man. Couldn't be more grateful to see you here. It's really going to be an exciting couple days. So guys, this format that I'm using right now, this is my first ever live stream. Really new to all this, so I appreciate you guys commenting, letting me know that the audio is on point, the visuals are on point. As far as the schedule for the summit today, I guess after the main chat from Charles, there was going to be a little bit of time to chat and kind of commingle. So I guess we'll just try and keep up with all the things happening here. I'm just going to see if I can make sure that we're able to be on time for all these speakers. For those of you guys who were here when I started out, we were a little bit late to the Charles chat, not by much. But yeah, just trying to keep up with all this thing going on here. So pretty incredible. Voltaire will be an incentivized testnet. Yeah, I could definitely see it. I can definitely see it. Yeah, that makes sense to me. With what they did with the ITN for Shelley, I could definitely see it. So, all right, well, let's do some exploring here. I'm not sure if you guys are able to see the screen all the way, but let's go back. So this is the main page for the Cardano Virtual Summit. Really cool. I love how they have this laid out. There's actually a lot to look at. If we go here on the bottom tab, there's a main hall, there's auditoriums. So I guess it's really just a matter of paying attention to the times on the event schedule and making sure that we're going to the correct location. So yeah, I guess we could chat for a few minutes, and then here, let's see. We can click on some of these here.
Hello and welcome to the Cardano Virtual Summit. Thank you for joining us. Before we start, I would like to give a massive thank you to all the teams involved in delivering on Shelley. Thank you so much for your hard work, and we will be cheersing to you guys when we make our drink. I hope you all have your list handy and you managed to source all the different components. The way we've broken it down is the fundamentals of cocktails. So we're going to do the building blocks to build up a fantastic drink, either a cocktail or a mocktail. So it's going to be a tasty one. We're going to start with the spirit or the juice. So the first component is going to be either your first spirit, your white spirit, or your juice. Then we are going to need our sour and our sweet. So this can be lemons or limes, and either honey, which I'm going to use, or something like a sugar syrup, which is just sugar and water, just to have that sweetness coming through. And the fresh fruit. So this is what makes the cocktail or mocktail taste absolutely delicious. I'm going to use strawberries, but you can use whichever fruit you manage to get. For the equipment, I'll be using a 2-piece shaker. Now don't worry if you don't have this at home. I'm just using this one so you can see the ingredients build up, but you can use a 3-piece shaker, this one's called. These are really handy. If you don't have one of these, you can use a water bottle with a large neck or a protein shaker. Anything like that is going to work. We also need something to mush up the fruit, so it's called muddle. So we're going to need one of these to mush the fruit up, but you can use a rolling pin or anything the side of a fork to mush all that fruit up. You're going to need a measuring device. This is a professional cocktail jigger, so this will help me measure my mils out, but you can use anything, those measuring spoons that you get in your kitchen, or a measuring jug, so anything at home to measure out. And we're going to need a knife and chopping board to chop our fruit. I'm going to shake and strain this one into a martini glass or a coupe glass. So if you have one of these, brilliant. If not, any short glass will do, because we're not going to have the ice in there. We're going to strain it out.
Yeah, guys, this is just a break. We're just on break right now.
Let's get making this drink. So I want you to take your fresh fruit, and we just want it in little chopped up pieces. So the strawberry that I'm going to use, I'm going to take the green ends off and just pop those in. If you've got raspberries, you can just throw those in. If you've got melon, you can put those into little cubes and pop those in. I'm just going to use 3 of these. Now I'm going to use my sour. So for your lime,
just going to be here for a few more minutes, guys. This is just for the break.
I'm going to chop this in half. And we want 25 mils of this, 25 mils. So we're going to squeeze that into your measuring device. And you can just squeeze it with your hands like this. If you have got a fancy squeezer like this, so I've actually got one of these, you can pop it straight in and give it a good squeeze. It makes it a lot easier. But it's super easy to do with your hand.
Okay. Yeah. So that was a cocktail drink from, I guess it was just one of the bartenders that's going to be at the summit. I guess that's kind of like a little promotional thing that they had going on just for break time. I'm actually going to go back. I'm not really feeling that. I think it's a little bit early to be talking about cocktails. But I'm here for the Cardano news. So what do you guys think? I'm currently pulling up the schedule for the event, the Cardano Virtual Summit 2020 Shelly Edition. So, yeah, I'll stay with beer. Cardano sour, please. That's pretty funny. It's actually pretty early where I'm at. It's about 11 a.m. right here, so I'm on the East Coast. Virtual Summit looks great. Yeah, man, I'm enjoying it so far. This is pretty interactive. There's a lot of work that's been put into this. So I'm pulling up the schedule right now just so that way I'm prepared for the next event. Guys, feel free to leave any questions or comments down in the chat while we're on break right now. I'm just going to leave this time open to ask questions. If you guys wanted to talk about something related to the project, anything like that. I'm an open book. Main stage has started. Okay, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Let's see if we can get there. Let's see.
I mean, arguably, really nobody could have predicted that. But it's also important to note that Wall Street did not win the West. It was cowboys that won the West, and this is kind of a Western frontier. So that's what we're really looking at here, folks. And we've done everything. We really have. We've looked at it all. We've delved deep. We've looked at qualified custodianship, availment, money transmitters licenses, up and down the list, even to protect our great developers and provide First Amendment rights for our developers in writing code. Code is speech, after all. And so that's a really important aspect. Now, I know a lot of you are looking at me a little weird talking about these things because I'm a giant cowboy, but I'm a geeky cowboy, so hold on. So over this last year, I think, and Caitlin, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're over 20 pieces of legislation passing the law now. Is that about right?
Yeah, we're up to 20. Yeah,
Yeah,
it depends on how you count them, but yeah, we're in the double. We've got a two handle for sure.
Right. So our first big stick, and this is something that I think is important, worth mentioning, is how did this all happen, right? Because we do have that question quite a bit. How did this Wyoming turn into kind of a technological hub when it comes to digital assets and blockchain technology, and how and why you should move your company to the state of Wyoming? So first and foremost, it's important to note that Wyoming's been working on this issue. This didn't happen overnight. All of a sudden, we didn't just become cool. We've been working on this for a number of years. I ran my first Bitcoin law in 2016 and arguably got my ass whipped. In fact, I think the division of banking is sitting in this call who said ass whipping. And that was specifically in regards to the money transmitter licenses. You see, Wyoming used to be one of three that was garbage in the United States as far as digital assets are concerned. And we set out to change that. In 2016, I ran my first law, met some hard resistance. And then in 2017, I think it was, is when Caitlin and I were introduced. Caitlin had been hard at work in Delaware and setting that state up. And they took some of her suggestions, but in large part, kind of didn't take it as seriously as they should have. And here in Wyoming, we did take it very seriously. So we started out with cleaning up the transmitter law, but we also looked at, sorry guys, the problems of working from home, right? One of the issues that we looked at was electronic records. So what we're talking about there has to do with corporate law, and what we're diving down into is how are we supposed to maintain a business in 2020 with laws that were written in 1930. And so we updated those to allow for blockchain technology to be used and electronic formats to be used throughout our business laws. And that was a good piece of legislation. But then, and Caitlin blames me for this, and I blame Caitlin for this, and I don't know whose fault it really is. But we had time on our hands before legislative session started, and one of us mentioned, well, what can we do that would really shock and awe the industry and attract them here? And that's when the idea came up for, and I think this was Caitlin's baby. She mentioned, well, why don't we handle the ICO situation? And we had some attorneys from New York on the call that said, that's crazy, you'll never get it done. And here we are. We got it done. And that was the first utility token law in the United States, well, in the world. And Wyoming set precedents, and it's something we're super proud of. And since that time, we've passed numerous other pieces of legislation setting legal precedents in the state of Wyoming. So when you hear your colleagues, especially even the folks at IOHK, which, by the way, is a domiciled company in the state of Wyoming, when they start talking about Wyoming, don't brush it aside, because only that level of legal precedence that can actually protect your business and protect your assets exists in the state of Wyoming. That's it, bar none, hands down. Other states have tried, other states have poked their nose under the tent, but nobody's really gone the distance like we have. So with that, Caitlin or Steve or Jerry or anybody or Chris would like to jump in. I think it'd be great.
Sure. Yeah. Tyler, you have done, or I should say Representative Lindholm. We never call each other by our formal names, but because we've been in the trenches on a couple of late night, bill redraftings in the process, along with Chris Land when he was at the Legislative Service Office, helping to do all the research behind this. So we've been in the trenches together for sure over this long period. And I think it's worth adding, Tyler, that there's a really interesting confluence of events in Wyoming. We have no income taxes. We have a really strong commitment to privacy here. And maybe you can give a little bit of the story about Wyoming LLCs. And a few years ago, some of them ended up in the Pentagon Papers. And there were some folks in Wyoming who were a little not happy about that and thought maybe we should make everybody unmask their identities behind their LLCs. And that came through the legislature. Why don't you pick that up, and then I'll come back and finish on some of the other attributes that made it unique to Wyoming and why we were able to pull this off.
Sure. So as like a quick little background, the Panama Papers were all about shell companies that were holding multi-millions of dollars worth of assets. And most of them were not held in Wyoming, but some of them were held in Wyoming. And that was reported on, and it was like this big shame thing, right? Where everybody was talking about Wyoming and, oh, shame on Wyoming for having these privacy laws where you can actually hold a company without disclosing who all your shareholders are. And they came to our legislative committee and sat down and really gave us the hard sell. And the question was asked, well, what Wyoming laws did they break? Well, none. We're done here. We're done here. And that's what Wyoming's really about, is we're not harboring criminals or anything like that, but we are harboring privacy. And we're holding on to it as tightly as possible. And that's right there next to Bitcoin in and of itself. I mean, this ideology of being able to be private in your doings and without Big Brother looking over your shoulder and just essentially infringing upon your rights. That's what Wyoming's all about. And so that's kind of a fun aside. But that was like 2016, 2017.
Yeah, but it wasn't that much further ahead of all the blockchain bills. And I think it's important to underscore that, because it is actually a big part of why Wyoming is so special. And so you got folks like Tyler who are in legislative leadership who believe in these principles that are consistent with the principles in the digital asset industry. And then the no state tax situation. Wyoming has dynasty trust laws, so a lot of wealth is coming into Wyoming because wealth goes to where it's treated best, and it's treated best in the state of Wyoming right now. And so you add all those things to this digital asset opportunity, and the state looked at it and said, all right, what's the upside, what's the downside? And that calculation was extremely tilted towards the upside. And I'm grateful to IOHK for being one of the first of the big crypto companies to re-domicile here. There are many others coming, and I know Charles himself has a connection, actually deep family connections to Wyoming. So to him, it didn't seem like a foreign land, like it probably seems to some of the New Yorkers in the world, for example, or San Franciscans in the world. But there are very important macro reasons why Wyoming is the right place for the home of this industry.
Right. Well, I mean, compounding on everything. I mean, from our LLC laws to, just black corporate laws, down to our laws concerning your actual digital privacy. I mean, before the blockchain laws ever came around, we had the Digital Privacy Task Force that went about and passed numerous pieces of legislation protecting your rights online. I mean, everybody talks about California and the law they recently passed. I don't think we're way ahead of the pack. You're not going to pull that crap in the state of Wyoming.
Yeah.
So kind of exciting, kind of an exciting time to be in the state of Wyoming. And honestly, and I'll be very upfront about this. Granted, I hold digital assets myself, probably not as much as some on this call. However, I will state unequivocally that this is all about economic development. This is about getting your business into the state of Wyoming. I want you to move here. I want you to move here and prosper and raise a family and put your kids through the best education out of 50 states. And I want your business here. And it's not because we've got a corporate income tax or we've got a personal income tax I plan on raking it in. I want my kids to have the opportunity to be able to work for an organization such as writing code or something like that. I mean, the reality is not every one of my kids is going to want to grow up to be a cowboy and work cows. Neither will they want to be a coal miner or something like that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, hell, I've done both. And I still work in both fields. But that opportunity is really why the Wyoming legislature has driven the bus in this regard.
Yeah, and it's probably worth handing off to Chris, who did a lot of the research on the laws. You probably thought we were crazy when we started working on this.
I actually got to say something about Chris real quick. So, what? Chris had no idea what kind of a horse wreck he was getting himself into. I called the legislature one day, the legislative service office, where staff attorneys work, and I said, I need a staff attorney that knows something about blockchain technology or digital assets. And they said, I don't know what that is. I was talking to the secretary. She said, I don't know what that is. We got this new guy working for us, though. So he's fairly young. You might have an idea. And I remember Chris picking up the line, and he said, hey, this is Chris Land. I said, Chris, I don't know you. You don't know me. You must have just started. He goes, yeah, that's right, Representative Lindholm, I did. I said, perfect. Well, I've got a hell of a deal for you, and I need you to get real sharp about blockchain technology and digital assets within the next month, and then write this law. And not only did he do that, I mean, he walked down that bunny trail with us every step of the way and became, well, now he's general counsel for the division of damn banking. The sons of bitches stole him from me.
Well, Tyler, it turns out I knew too much. It turns out I knew too much. But yeah, thanks for your comments. Now I have it on video, so you can never take it. I still remember that day, bits and pieces of it. And no, it was a fascinating piece of the law that, so much of what Wyoming and other states do at the legislative level is just copying other states, right? And, that particular piece of legislation, the utility token bill, was one of the most original, like out of the box concepts that I've ever kind of interacted with. It kind of on a legal level. It was truly new and truly groundbreaking. And that's the reason it was so much fun working on it. I got up to speed quickly, or at least I figured out how many questions I didn't know the answer to, and decided to go find out what the answers were. But it's been a pleasure working with you, and continuing to work with you, and it was just the start of things. That utility token law, as you guys all know, is kind of the thing that really got the world's attention on Wyoming. We had kind of staked our position on utility tokens and ICOs, and it really got us a lot of attention, and it kind of set the stage for the other stuff, the other building blocks that we put on top of that, like the special purpose depository institution, like our digital asset legal framework, and protecting code of speech and all the other great laws the legislature's passed over the last couple of years.
Yeah, why don't you tell us about the special purpose depository institutions? Full disclosure, my company, Avanti, is applying for a charter. I didn't initially plan to do that, but I looked at the lineup of folks that wanted to create something, and it's hard to start a bank in the US. Chris can talk a little bit about the process and what Wyoming has done to try to simplify that, but it's a federal process that's tied into the Federal Reserve. And so it's not easy to start a bank. And a lot of people started, and a handful of us made it to the starting block, and that's where we are. So.
Yeah. Caitlin, as you mentioned, a bank is probably one of the most heavily regulated entities in the U.S., mainly because the main reason is because it's kind of the core intermediary of the U.S. financial system. It can do a lot of really cool stuff, but at the same time, it takes on a lot of risk, and a lot of the people place a lot of trust in banks, rightly or wrongly, depending on your policy view. But at the federal level and even at the state level, it's a very highly regulated entity. Financial services, that in the industry as a whole, is undergoing a really interesting phase of innovation at the moment. Kind of Bank 2.0 is really what a lot of high-level thinkers, academics, and policymakers are looking at right now. What does a bank look like in 10 years? What does it look like in 50 years? Does a bank still exist? Do we unbundle banking into different sectors, or do we need to add things into what we call the business of banking?
Or do we need to end the Fed?
No, we do not need to end the Fed. You're right. Tyler, that does not represent the view of the Wyoming Division of Banking or anyone. So policymakers are looking at things like central bank digital currencies, faster payments, and increased access for consumers, and increased opportunity for offering different financial products to consumers, and kind of allowing them to be more flexible in how they bank. The Wyoming legislature passed a law in 2019 that kind of sought to merge banking and innovation for the first time in the U.S. in a really meaningful way. The OCC had tried something a few years before called the OCC FinTech Charter that sought to really merge fintech companies and banking and allow them to do innovative stuff across state lines, but it's been subject to legal challenge. And we like to say in Wyoming that the SPDI is kind of the OCC FinTech Charter, but it's actually illegal. No dig at the OCC there. They're just starting to kind of get up to speed with what we've been doing the last couple of years. You may have heard that Acting Comptroller Brooks a couple of weeks ago announced his plans to start looking at national banks doing digital asset custody activities. Wyoming's been looking at that for 2 years. Quite sure that they're going to be kind of following in our footsteps over the process that we take over the next year or so. So kind of getting into the details of the SPDI, it's a bank under federal and state law. It's a bank in other international jurisdictions as well. It's required to maintain 100% of its fiat deposits as liquid assets, so it cannot lend its fiat currency. That makes the bank provably solvent, and it also kind of underpins the SPDI's business model, because its primary use, or at least we believe so, and based on what applicant business models we've seen, its primary business model is going to be digital asset custody. And when you're involved in the digital asset space, you want to be provably solvent, because that's the whole mantra behind the digital asset.
Okay guys, lots of talk there, cool stuff. That's coming from Wyoming, so crypto regulation here in the United States. We got to hear from Caitlin Long talk about a cryptocurrency bank. So pretty cool to hear about that. I wanted to actually go ahead and move on to hear some thoughts from Professor Aggelos Kiais. I've got the event schedule pulled up here, so we're looking for... Let's see here. We're looking for the science of blockchain. Let's see if I can find this. Let me see here. Yeah, there's actually lots going on here, guys. This virtual summit has quite a few guest speakers.
Athens in Greece, Tokyo Tech in Japan, and University of Wyoming in the USA. In each lab, a number of researchers are housed that are funded by IHK on a long-term basis. At the same time, we work with a number of other researchers in a variety of academic institutions, either as sponsors of PhD studentships or as purveyors of short-term research grants on specific topics that align with our current research needs. And you can see a list of these institutions that either in the recent past or right now, they are funded in this manner by IHK. Our research outputs have been disseminated in some of the most high-profile and widely recognized and established conferences in the areas of cryptography, algorithms, cybersecurity, and distributed systems. These events are organized by eminent professional international organizations, such as the Association for Computing Machinery, the IEEE, the Internet Society, and the International Association for Cryptologic Research. Now, this brings this short overview of IHK research to a closure. Thank you very much for your attention. What comes next is a discussion with three of our senior research fellows. Ilias Koutsoupias, Senior Research Fellow in Game Theory and Professor at Oxford University, Alex Russell, Senior Research Fellow in Algorithms and Professor at the University of Connecticut, and Phil Wadler, Senior Research Fellow in Programming Languages and Professor at the University of Edinburgh. I'm looking forward to your questions.
Okay, let's see if it comes up here on the same screen. Yeah, so we should be able to get some more insight from these top developers. So Professor Aggelos Kiais, let's see here. Just going to stay on this page to see if it actually comes up.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us in the Q&A
All right, here we go.
on the overview of IOHK research. I'm Miriam Wester, the Senior Research Fellow the Senior Research Manager in IOHK. Thank you, Aggelos, for your very excellent overview of IOHK research. I'd like to give the floor to you to start the discussion with Alex, Elias, and Phil, please.
All right. So thanks, Miriam, and thanks everyone for joining now our Q&A session. As I mentioned, we have 3 of our senior research fellows together with me in this Q&A, and we are already receiving a number of questions from the audience that you can all submit by clicking on the submit question button at the bottom of the screen. So let me start, with a little bit of the direct questions to our to the members of the panel here, so you can also get a first introduction with them. So I'll start with Phil. So Phil, you are one of the pioneers in functional programming, and now some of the work that you do with IOHK brings functional programming to the blockchain space. So do you wanna tell us how do you see functional programming benefiting the blockchain and distributed ledger space in general? Oh, Phil, you're muted.
I had to remember to unmute.
Yeah.
That's the hardest problem these days. So, functional programming. So I'm going to tell you a little story. 9 years ago, I was in Tokyo for the International Conference on Functional Programming. And somebody from Japan comes up to me and says, we're having a little party. We'd like to invite you. And it turns out this party was located in they deliberately put it in the same bar that had inspired the bar in Kill Bill. And we go up to the roof, and there's the biggest layout of sushi that I've ever seen in my life. It's like 50, 60, 70 feet long. It's amazing and wonderful sushi. So of course I asked him, why are you doing this? And he says, well, we have a financial firm. We're doing managed electronic trading, so algorithmic trading, and everything is written in Haskell. So this was them paying back to the community. And the thing is that with functional languages like Haskell, they let you work at a higher level. So you can write something down pretty quickly and yet be quite sure that it does what you intend. So of course it's not perfect. Programming's always hard, but it's much better than using something like, say, I won't be pejorative and name other things, but you can imagine your least favorite language for writing things in. I'll mention the one that's relevant, of course, which is Solidity. So, and it turns out, right, these guys at Throw Capital aren't the only people doing this. I know of 7 different banks that use Haskell, and then there are many others using other functional languages. So in the financial field, functional languages have been used really for quite a while. And they're still being heavily used. More and more financial institutions are getting into using them because you want to be able to do it quickly. You want to know it's doing what you intend. And I think that makes functional languages a very good match for blockchain. I'm really excited about all the uses that IOHK is making with these things, and the work that Manuel Chakravarty and Simon Thompson have done with building Haskell libraries for doing smart contracts, and with building, on top of that, special domain-specific languages for doing financial work. So I'm really excited about that. I'll let you go on to a different question, but somebody asked a question about when the Haskell panel is going to be. I'll just advertise that. It's going to be tomorrow at 1600 UK time. You can work out what it is your own time. And that will be me, Simon Peyton-Jones, and John Hughes. Should I advertise the other panels, like the Plutus and Marlowe panel?
Oh yeah, please go ahead, Phil. Yeah,
right.
Even
So
though I think that people can get the program, but make sure they have to. We want to make sure that they attend if they want to hear more about the smart contracts.
Right. I mentioned the great work that Manuel and Simon Thompson are doing, and that will be today at 2000. There'll be 3 talks, and then at 2100 there'll be a question session as well.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Phil. And now let me move on and get to one of the hot topics in cybersecurity these days, which is quantum and post-quantum security. Quantum computers, there's a lot of discussion about them. We had major announcements last year, and that would be a question for Alex. So Alex, a significant part of your research over the years has to do with understanding quantum computing and specifically the impact it has in security. So from the angle of blockchain and distributed ledgers, how critical do you think is the threat of quantum attacks, and how easy you think it's going to be to build systems, blockchain systems that can withstand quantum adversaries?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I'm really flattered that this question made it to the number 2 position in the general talk here today, so that's great. Maybe it's worth saying at the outset that it's always very entertaining to ask experts on their, best guess of the timeline for scalable quantum computing. And we all know that, experts in some sense fiercely disagree on exactly when we're going to really have scalable quantum computers. However, they all generally agree that it's only a matter of time, and that when they arrive, essentially all widely deployed public key cryptography will be broken. So this means that, regardless of your opinion about what the timeline is, if you want to set into motion cryptography today that you expect to remain secure for a generation, you've got to consider security against quantum attacks at the outset. So the Ouroboros ecosystem, big, complicated ecosystem, it uses cryptography for a number of critical purposes. And the good news is that it's easy to identify and isolate the dependence of the system on cryptography. And in some sense, we had a real luxury when we began designing those systems for deployment, because in many cases, we were able to opt for cryptographic tools that were quantum secure just out of the box, and that was great. We were able to do the cost benefit analysis and make those decisions at the get-go. In other cases, hardening the security of the system is a topic of current research, and these are fascinating questions. There's in fact a whole session on this tomorrow afternoon. It's going to be great. So I heartily recommend that you join me and Chris Moore for this session tomorrow afternoon. If you don't have a clear view of what quantum computing is, you'll get to hear it from the expert. Chris is going to start off by giving a survey of quantum computing. I'll talk a little bit about how that dovetails with cryptography, and then delve down and discuss some of these detailed questions about how the primitives that we use in the Ouroboros family of protocols can be hardened against quantum attacks. And then finally, and maybe most interestingly, we'll talk about grinding attacks, which also, as it happens, have some direct relevance and interest when it comes to quantum attacks. So maybe I'll leave it at that and hand it back to you, Alex.
Awesome. Great. Thanks, Alex. Okay, now let me move to Elias. So Elias, you are one of the so-called household names in algorithmic game theory. You have like a lot of results in the area. We've been working together on IHK's reward sharing schemes and a number of other projects that have to do with how the incentives align. It's needless to say that game theory incentives was at the core of the blockchain discourse early on, but it seems like it's also one of the areas in blockchain systems that is the least one that is understood and worked out. So it looks like the most serious attacks that people have pointed out against blockchain systems, they have a game theoretic flavor. They are about incentives and incentives that do not align properly. So I guess the question is perhaps why is it the case, and how close do you think we are in understanding relevant problems here from a game theoretic perspective?
Thanks, Angelos. indeed, in the past decade, we have most research in incentives focused on consensus, and we have seen a sequence of papers trying to understand the consensus protocol from the game theoretic perspective. And there have been some remarkable successes in answering the first questions there, in understanding incentives in proof of work and in incentives in collaborating to maintain a proof of stake system. But I believe that most of the issues are open, and most notably the nature of equilibria, and in particular the stability of these distributed systems, these distributed protocols. Especially, and we're going to see this more and more in the future, especially when one takes into account transaction fees that haven't played a role so far, a significant role so far, participation cost, energy consumption for proof of work, which is a tremendous topic, volatility, which hasn't been really addressed. And so there are a lot of situations, but usually theoretical analysis depends crucially on our assumptions, the modeling assumptions that we make about the system. In other words, the question that we need to understand is, what is the game played by the participants? This is at the core of understanding such systems and incentives. And there is an analogous situation at the internet, especially the TCP protocol. Back in the 90s, when the internet was increasing at a tremendous pace, researchers realized that one of the central protocols there, the congestion control protocol, TCP, was not incentive compatible, meaning that a selfish user, a user that wanted to maximize their transmission rate, would be better off by switching to a different protocol, for example, UDP. And this was created a lot of anxiety back then, and because this situation could be catastrophic for the internet. It had been almost catastrophic 10 years ago in the mid-80s when this protocol was introduced. Yet most users never switched to to other protocols. They stayed with TCP, and that's why we have internet with us today. And from a research point of view, we knew at the time that this was that the assumptions that we had about the game were not correct. And we see the same situation about blockchains. So when we realized that the incentives are important, we started introducing more and more gates and analyzed them, and we saw that there are some incentive vulnerabilities to these systems. But we still have not reached the point to understand the question, what is the game played by blockchain users? Not what is the answer, but what is the question, what is the game played? And I believe that we have given this history of the internet, we have a long way before we'll be able to answer this question. Back to you, Daedalus.
Well, thank you for the discussion so far. Just some questions from the audience. One of the questions I think that's of interest to have a look at, and there's two that sort of combine, which you could answer in one go, is managing AI black boxes was mentioned. Can you give a bit more detail on what it means and the implications? And sort of related to that, can you talk about the interaction between cryptocurrencies and machine learning? These two questions, are in the same area. So over to you, Daedalus.
Okay. All right. So I'm happy to take a first stab at that, as this is, first of all, the first question related to some of the research we're doing with our RegTech team at the Blockchain Technology Lab at the University of Edinburgh. So a very important problem right now in machine learning is the fact that when you get a response from a machine learning model, this response doesn't come with an explanation.
So there's no way to justify it. And this can actually create a lot of problems. The problems arise here from the fact that there may be biases that are basically part of the model, perhaps due to the way that the model was trained, the type of training data, let's say, that were used to create the model, have resulted in a machine learning model that is inherently biased. And the challenge here is to create AI systems that can give responses for which the users that receive those responses are capable of somehow challenging the system, challenging the machine learning system, and determining whether the machine learning system has an inherent bias or not. So, for example, like just to make this a little bit more concrete, a typical use case for a machine learning system is, for instance, to provide advice in investing, or evaluate your CV and decide whether you can be shortlisted for a position. These are applications of machine learning that have actually being deployed and are being used right now. So what happens when you have a rejection from a model? Without having an explanation of it, you might consider that it is possible that the machine learning model is biased against you. So some thread of research that we have right now, with our RegTech team, is exactly addressing this problem. Like, how can we develop mechanisms that will help users, and I should say empower users, to be able to point to decisions that come from machine learning models that they think they might be biased, and they can collect evidence that will help them address this issue. So basically what you can think here is a type of a reputation management system that could also be supported by a blockchain or distributed ledger that will manage these machine learning models and will make those that create those models accountable if they build models that have inherent biases. So this is a little bit of the perspective that goes to the first question that Miriam, you picked from the audience feedback. Now, the second one about machine learning in general, I should say there's a lot of applications, a lot of exciting applications. So I should say, one of the reasons that you've seen this less represented in what IOHK research engages with right now is that we are very much focused on basic infrastructure. And basic infrastructure is not a machine learning problem. We want to develop a robust and resilient distributed ledger infrastructure that can support applications. So you see right now, also from the presentation that was just a few minutes ago, where I went over our research themes, that we're very heavily focused on research that relates to that infrastructure. How do you program the distributed ledger? Is the distributed ledger secure? What are the incentives? Whether consensus can be disrupted? How can you govern the distributed ledger? So these are all about building, if you want, the operating system. There is a ton of applications, though, in machine learning that will happen when the operating system is live. And there's a lot of interesting things that can be done, and there's a lot of opportunity here to apply machine learning and artificial intelligence techniques in general to do all kinds of things. Just to point to a couple of very somehow easy ones, just transaction metadata themselves are quite interesting from a data mining perspective. There's a lot of works right now in the space that look at how you can use mining procedures, let's say, to detect money laundering. So there's a lot of interest in doing that. And I should say, when I point to directions like that the moment you say I can mine something from a distributed ledger system, the other aspect that arises is that of privacy. So what we're actually very interested in, and this is the direction that we're going to be moving in past 2020, is developing techniques that you can do privacy-preserving data mining on data that lives in the distributed ledger. So here you have applications of using machine learning on a distributed ledger to mine the data that live on a distributed ledger. However, you can also have applications where actually try to develop a model in a decentralized way.
So this is an area that some machine learning research work actually goes on right now. Now you will find it, let's say, under the title like federated machine learning or similar type of adjectives. And what is something that we're actually currently looking on right now, but I didn't have the chance to go over it in the overview I made earlier, is how to create a decentralized machine learning models, where basically the machine learning model is collectively built in a decentralized manner by the participants in the system. And there's a lot of challenging and very interesting research questions there, like how do you actually incentivize the model to be built and operate towards a certain direction. So this is a fascinating topic, and I would say there's a ton of research questions that are going to be quite, they can actually take quite a lot of time if we continue like that. So I'd rather stop here. I don't know if any of the other panelists would like to add something to all that. But if not, I'll just pass it on to you, back to you, Miriam.
Thank you. Yes, it's a very interesting field of research. So two questions I've sort of picked up on from the questions that are coming in from the audience is one from a 10-year-old asking what languages to learn for the future within, to be able to work within Cardano. And added to that, to the question by a French student who says, I'm a beginner in smart contract, Haskell, and Plutus. Do you think it'll be a job demand in this sector in the future? And I think, Phil, yes.
Yeah,
please go ahead.
I'll go with that one. I saw that question. I was hoping you would ask it. Thank you. So guess what the answer is? Haskell. And I'm a great fan of Haskell, and a lot of the Cardano infrastructure is built on it, and our smart contract are essentially written in Haskell and then translate to an even simpler language to live on the blockchain, also a functional language. So I think Haskell is a great choice, and I mentioned the growing financial uses. There's some other uses of it that are growing as well, so I think it's a great choice for the future. Other functional languages exist. Those are very good too. I'm partial to Haskell, but there's lots of good stuff out there. And then I think I answered the question as well as, can you get a job doing this? Yes, I think you can. In fact, there's a while when Haskell was one of the most growing languages that developers were learning because they thought it was the next thing that they would need.
I just feel compelled to add here, after years in the university setting, that it seems that learning functional programming has awesome mental portability. So we find that our students that learn one functional language, ML, Haskell, even something like Scheme, can very, very nimbly pick up other functional languages and reason about them. So there's just a lot of forward, payback you get from that.
Yes, I think that's right. Thanks.
Thank you for that answer. The next question is more of a rewards question. So the question is, are staking rewards designed to go down over time as things become more decentralized? And will this happen to the fees that are intended to pay ADA holders once the maximum supply is reached? So I don't know who wants to take that, Daedalus or Fred.
Elias, I'm happy to take it first, and then you can comment after that, or we can do it the other way around, whatever you prefer.
Go ahead, because I'm not sure I understand the question. So
yeah,
I'll pick it up after you.
Yeah. So first of all, I should say, also, if I understand the question completely, there is a total amount of ADA that is available, like in total. So what happens here is that obviously the reward sharing scheme we have draws from that amount of ADA to fund the staking operation. And what happens is that over time, if you think about this in the long run, it's going to happen exactly what the question says, like the amount of ADA that are available and they're still not in circulation will diminish over time, and what happens is that the transaction fees will play a role. Transaction fees will play a role from day one,
It's just that transaction fees at the beginning are expected to be less or correspond to a smaller to a smaller value, and that value is expected to grow over time. So I should say that there is a session which is tomorrow that is devoted to staking, the monetary policy, and I would strongly recommend people that are interested on topics like that to join that session and attend the talk that will be given there by Katerina and Lars on exactly these topics. I don't know, Ilya, do you want to say, a few more things?
I want to say a few words about, we can view this, the first 10 years, the first decade of blockchains as a first phase where everything was paid by fresh money that new Bitcoins, new ADAs minted to pay for running the system. The plan is that eventually the transaction fees will pay, so we don't need to mint new money. But the nature of the systems may change as we move from the first phase to the second phase. So the second phase may have completely different problems, especially when we already identified some incentive, since I come from some game theoretic point of view, incentives change completely, and stable systems like Bitcoin may become unstable in that regime, or vice versa. But let's take this, let's not overreact to this. As I said, we don't know what is the game, so let's not predict the future. But what we can definitely say that the game is going to be different. The situation is going to be different in that if blockchains are successful and transaction fees pay for running the systems.
Yeah, thanks, Ilya. And I guess
I'm not sure that this is related to the question, though. But,
no, I think so. Yeah, I think so. But there's something I want to add to that, which I think what you say is spot on. Speaking about Cardano specifically, and as you also heard in Charles' talk earlier, the Cardano system, including its monetary policy, is going to be subject to the will of the community. So there's going to be a sophisticated governance system that is going to make it feasible for the community to vote for any type of modification to the system. So if the game is different, as Elias says, in the future, and it might be different in ways that we may not even be capable of anticipating right now, it will be feasible for this community to decide whether it wants to change the monetary policy of the system or not. So for this reason, doing research on governance right now is one of the most important research threads for 2020, because we want to deliver the system in a way that will make it feasible for the community to fairly manage the system on its own. So, and this is something that's gonna enable the community to decide absolutely any feature of the system. And on back to you, Miriam, I guess.
Yeah, so I think one of the next questions that have come up, which you might want to spend a few words talking about, although it'll be covered in one of the sessions later on today, is the whole question about Visa states that their network handles an average of 150 million transactions every day and is capable of handling more than 24,000 transactions per second. How do we get there with the Ouroboros protocol so that it can scale and handle a similar level of transactions?
Okay, I guess that'll be a question that I'm happy to take, but then I don't know, Alex, perhaps you want to take a first stab at it, and then I can add something to it.
Yeah, that's a great soft pitch. Thanks to whoever asked that question. So, I mean, in fact, this is an area of really active and fascinating research, and there are at least 2 talks in the science track that will directly discuss this. One is the talk entitled Hydra. Actually, I'm not sure what the rest of that title is. If it's on the tip of your tongue, Agalos or Miriam, you can fire it off. And this is a layer that's specifically designed to provide, among other things, the possibility of extraordinarily high transaction rates. Then there's also what I would call a metrics talk, which I think is sometime tomorrow, with Duncan and Neil perhaps, that's going to discuss, well, what's the right way to measure throughput in a system like Ouroboros? How do we compare what we have with transactions per second, and how do we move ahead from where we are? So I don't know, Agilos, maybe you can add something to that.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Alex. And thanks also for pointing to these talks that are coming up. So I would definitely welcome people that are interested in scalability to attend those two talks. The first on Hydra and the other on the measures of transactions per second by Duncan Coutts and Neil Davis. Now, on the general topic of scalability, though, I just want to say very quickly that we are working on this in two separate levels. On the one side, we have the off-chain protocols like Hydra that can be rapid in terms of the response time that they can have. They can be imminently close to the physical layer of the network, right? So the physical limits of the network. So in other words, if you have a network that has certain physical limits on how information can be transferred, this physical limit will be reached by the protocol. So this is like the first sort of angle of attack, and that this will be achieved with Hydra. But then also you have optimizations on the main chain. So basically it is possible to do all kinds of optimization on the main chain to improve the way the main chain operates from the point of view of storage complexity, let's say via sharding, from the point of view of latency reduction, and from the point of view of throughput. So we have all these we have advancements in the Ouroboros line of protocols along all those fronts, and at a certain point will be also part of the will of the community of how it wants the project to grow. I mean, right now the Ouroboros Genesis, as it is implemented and will be delivered as part of Shelley, is going to be sufficient for what the system has to deliver right now. And with the delivery of Hydra, we will also be able to reach really the physical limits of the layer, will be an off-chain solution. And after that point, it's possible to do a wide array of other optimizations. And then the question was going to be, what is the
Sorry about that, guys.
Then it becomes a resource allocation question. The research has been done, the options are there, and then it's possible to adapt the main chain as well as the off-chain protocols to the direction that the community wants in order to reach a certain functionality that is suitable for specific use cases. Nevertheless, with this being said, I want to say that what's going to be delivered already with Hydra, it will cover the vast majority of conceivable use cases right now that we have for blockchain systems. And then we'll be back to you, Miriam, unless Alex, you want to add something to that.
Oh no, that's pretty comprehensive.
Thank you. I think we're nearing, nearing the end of our session. And as a last question, I think it'd be interesting to answer if the panelists, each of you, could choose just one area of blockchain research that they believe is the most important and or profoundly valuable, what would it be?
Okay. I believe that each one of us would choose our area. Okay, so let me choose my area then. Blockchains are essentially distributed systems and incentives. We understand a lot about distributed systems. In the 80s and 90s, we made a lot of progress. But putting together, and incentives, we understand a lot about incentives since the great work of game theory from the 50s and economics in general. Putting the two together is a challenge. And we just started scratching this area, and we're going to have great questions and great results in the future. Back to you.
Do you want
Well,
to go?
maybe I'm going to buck the trend here. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, maybe I'm going to buck the trend here and pick someone else's area. So on the one hand, one picture that I very much like of the research approach that IOHK has towards the low level, that is the consensus layer, is that we analyze those protocols against what we like to call a portfolio of adversaries. So we want to understand of those protocols against extraordinarily powerful adversaries, the so-called Byzantine adversaries. But then we're also interested in showing that those protocols can achieve even higher levels of efficiency or other desirable properties if you slightly weaken the adversary. For example, if you consider the adversary to be one that behaves rationally. And one thing that scientifically we've had a lot of success with is understanding the ability of those protocols to survive in very, very harsh situations. Ironically, it's establishing these higher levels of efficiency and functionality that you can get against rational adversaries that, as Elias said, is one of the major challenges. So I'm actually very interested in seeing what can be done in that space. That is understanding the basic consensus level at this with this new portfolio of adversaries that are rational.
Thank you. Phil, what would you say?
So I'm going to follow both trends. So of course, if the area that you're working in isn't the one you think is most important, why the hell are you working in it? So I think programming languages are extremely important, right? If you want to use a computer, you've got to be able to write down what you want to do and make sure it's going to do it. So I think programming language research is extremely important. And in areas where you need high reliability like blockchain, it becomes even more important. So absolutely, I think it's not particularly blockchain specific. So I'll also give a blockchain specific answer, which is this question that came up before about how do you get the same level of transaction speeds in tens of thousands of transactions per second or per minute that you get for credit cards. I think that's a really interesting question. I think we will get there, but it's going to take a little while to get there. And of course, how do you do it without using as much energy as a small country is also important. But I think we're making good progress with those. I noticed in the stream, somebody asked where on earth my Lambda t-shirt was. So it's right here. Oops, I vanished when I put it up. Haha. Okay, I'll stop there. Thank you to everybody for the questions. It was fun.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. And maybe just to finish it off from my point of view, it's hard to pick an area. I think it's very exciting to do blockchain research, and I would enthusiastically recommend if any of you is interested in pursuing a career in research, this is a great time to be part of this community and join the party, so to speak. If I want to pick an area, perhaps I'll just say I want to give a shout out to composability, because this is one of the topics I mentioned in my talk earlier, and this is extremely important. Blockchain systems are very, very complex, and being able to decompose the problem, identify units of the problem that we can solve in a safe, in a secure manner, analyze them properly, formally verify them, and then pull them back together safely, compose them into a functional working system in a secure manner. This is a very important question. It's a question that if we manage to completely understand and solve categorically, it's going to play a big role in developing this safe infrastructure. And it's an area that IOHK research does a lot of work on, and I would really welcome other people to join and look also at the same type of questions. It's a very important question, not just for the blockchain space, but for cybersecurity in general. So I guess, Miriam,
can I interject
please
there?
Go. Yeah.
I just wanted to say I really like your answer because it's actually my answer. Composability is what programming languages are about.
Yeah.
And you and I and Markov have begun to discuss this, so it'll be very interesting to see how that plays out.
Yes. Okay, so Miriam, back to you, I guess.
So yes, thank you very much for all the really interesting answers. And it concludes this question and answer session on the overview of IOHK research. Just rests me to say thank you, Alex, Elias, Phil, and Daedalus for taking time to answer these questions in this session. Goodbye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Awesome. Very cool chat. So that was Professor Agalos Kiais and a few others. We got the chance to hear more about Haskell and the programming language they use to build the main Cardano client. So very cool. Guys, I really appreciate everyone who is still around. So we've got 227 people here along for this live stream. So hope you guys are enjoying everything so far. It's a bit of a different format for me, so I appreciate everybody's patience and your feedback. I'm taking a look at the agenda for this virtual summit, and it's showing that we pretty much just have like a networking break now for the next few minutes. And let's see here. Yeah, so we're going to be doing a bit of a networking break. And then at about 10:30, there's going to be many other sessions actually. So we're taking a look at cryptocurrencies, prospects for mainstream adoption. We're talking about Ouroboros. We're talking about decentralized identity, Cardano's footprint in global affairs, and Cardano's governance model. So lots of cool things coming up. We've been going now for about a couple hours. So how are you guys doing? Are you guys hanging in there? How's everything going so far? Yeah, we got Duckpool in the chat. Dan Norman, Mr. Mont, how's it going, guys? Sebastian. Hey Dan, appreciate you, man. Thank you. I'm glad to see you here. Really nice to be able to chat with you guys. Tyler Nelson just hopped on. Hey man, it's all good. There was quite a bit. We had a couple of partnerships, just to give you guys a brief recap. Charles gave his initial keynote, and there was quite a bit of news that he dropped talking about some partnerships with Wave Financial. There was a partnership with the Submitter app for governance. Lots of cool things. He talked about Voltaire and having some sort of incentivized testnet version for Voltaire when we see Shelley. So lots of cool things happening, guys. We just got off a chat with Professor Agalos Kiais talking more about Ouroboros and different attack vectors for proof-of-stake algorithms. As far as what we have coming up very soon, right now we're currently going through a networking break, so just about half an hour just to spend some time and chat. And then after that, we're going to be taking a look at a few more interesting panels. Dan, can't wait to stake on mainnet. Yep, I'm right there with you, brother. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be very exciting. Stanislav, appreciating all your hard work and time you invested in. I'm all in Cardano from December 2017. Hey man, thanks so much. I appreciate the comment. It seems like you've been a part of the project for a while, so it's nice to be able to chat with people who have been involved for a while. This is almost like the Super Bowl for our project, right? It's a pretty big event. Really glad to be here. Sebastian, hi from Argentina. Hey man, how are you? Hello from East Coast, US. I guess I can't really copy the whole warm, sunny phrase from Charles, so I might have to think of something different. It is warm and sunny today, though, I will say that. So for those of you guys who do live here in the US, we got 4th of July coming up. Do you guys have any plans for 4th of July? I know I'm going to be at home relaxing. Hopefully the weather is nice. Maybe get a chance to spend some time with the family. It should be a fun time. Dan, so you're going to have your own stake pool. Yes, so currently working on building the mainnet Haskell stake pool, so we're getting that up and running. Look out for Kaizen. Ticker is KAIZN. We're going to be on mainnet and hoping to bring in some nice rewards for our delegators. Wow, we got a pretty diverse crowd here. Tunisia, Colombia, Lagos. Okay, very cool. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Simon Jones is from London, UK. Hey, man, how's it going? Minnesota. Oh, man, I really appreciate that. Is it Mendukasai? Kaizen, you're probably one of the most worthiest ambassadors. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I actually submitted my application to be a Cardano ambassador about a month ago. Thanks, Duckpool. You were the one that led me to that. I filled out the application. So, yeah, waiting to hear back. Fingers crossed. So, we shall see. WJ, always great to put a face with the voice. Yes, absolutely. This is definitely a different format, so I'm hoping you guys are enjoying it so far. Quite a lot of things to talk about here with the Cardano Virtual Summit. This is actually the first live stream on the channel, so lots of fun. Nice to be able to change it up a little bit for you guys and interact. Dan, hello from North Carolina. Very cool. Yeah, I actually used to live in North Carolina. Used to live in Raleigh, North Carolina. I love North Carolina. I think the city's beautiful. Weather is great. People are nice. So very cool. That's awesome. Stanislav, Kaizen, please tell me. I somehow didn't see anywhere what is going on with rewards in the ITN. After voting, I stopped to receiving the rewards. Thanks for the info. Yes, so rewards for the ITN have stopped. I believe the last day was the 19th. And essentially there was a vote to continue the rewards for the ITN. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that there wasn't enough participation to have a conclusive yes to continue those rewards. So unfortunately, as of right now, the rewards for the ITN have concluded. As far as being able to stake on the mainnet, we'll see that very soon coming up in August. You'll be able to delegate to a stake pool. Darren, greetings from Ireland. Darren, how's it going, man? Thanks so much for joining. Hope you're doing well. Duckpool, Holland, yes. Amsterdam. Yeah, man, I'm sure it'd be awesome. Jump on a live stream, go to a coffee shop, just something cool like that. It'd be a lot of fun. Hey, don't forget, man, you got to hold me to it. I owe you that beer. Don't forget. Australia. Wow, okay. Pritpal. Hey, man. Hope you're doing well. Wow, we've got a pretty diverse crowd. Chandrasekhar. Greetings from Chennai, India. Namaste. I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for joining. Wow, very diverse crowd. Serbia, Milan, New York City. Very cool. All right, you guys. Well, let's see if we can do some exploring here while we are going through the chat while we're talking. Really nice to hear from everybody. We've got a really diverse crowd joining us today. So pretty awesome. Hope you guys are all doing well. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of this layout here. Let's see. Taking a look at the event schedule, it's a pretty jam-packed day. Right now, we're just going through about half an hour worth of networking. We're just taking some time to take a break, chit-chat a little bit before we move on to the next segment. Yeah, having lots of fun. Yeah, it's gonna be great. I mean, today, tomorrow, it's gonna be really awesome to get to spend some time with you guys. So what I'm doing right now is just doing some exploring here. As you guys can see, there's been a tremendous amount of work that's been put into this virtual summit. Pretty cool to see all of these event booths set up in a virtual format. I mean, this is incredible. You can click on it, and you'll be able to see the events that are happening with that group. So pretty awesome. Taking a look at the event schedule here. So we're currently in our networking break. There's going to be a event coming up talking about cryptocurrencies, prospects for mainstream adoption. So we might jump in there. I guess there's going to be a segment from a former Prime Minister of Georgia. So that'll be cool. You guys know that IOHK has been forming partnerships with a lot of countries in Africa, Georgia being one of them. Next is going to be the science of blockchain, talking about Ouroboros. If you guys want to join Professor Agalos Kiais for that, he's going to be going deep into Ouroboros. Decentralized identity, John O'Connor. So talking about delivering solutions for businesses and enterprises. I was also very interested to learn more about Cardano's governance model. You know, since we're talking about voting with the ITN and stuff like that, I would be very interested to jump onto that segment as well. Governance and regulation. Very cool. So guys, lots of things happening here today. Very cool. Georgia is Europe. Okay. Thanks for the correction, man. Pantelimon. Georgia is Europe. Okay, very cool. Yes. So you guys know there's lots of partnerships. Big D. Hey, where are you from, Kaizen? Guys, I live in Georgia, United States. Nice, hot Atlanta. If you guys have ever been to Atlanta, it's a big city. Thankfully, I don't live in Atlanta. There's a lot of crazy things going on right now with all the social and unrest and all that kind of stuff. So I hope you guys are all staying safe as far as, you know, with what we're seeing around the world right now with quarantine and COVID and whatnot. I hope you guys are all staying healthy. Hope your guys' families are all doing well. I know it's been quite an interesting last few months. So I know everybody's just trying to keep up with all the transitions happening. Let's see if we can jump onto the chat lounge here. It seems like we've got a few more minutes just in our break, maybe about 15 minutes. Minister, see politics. Am I shadow banned or something? Can you see my messages? Yeah, I can see your messages, man. Thanks so much for being on the live stream, by the way. You've been one of the early supporters of the channel, so I really appreciate you. Let's see here. So we've got a chat. We've actually got a chat here. So this is a public chat. I guess right now we've just got a whole bunch of people talking, sharing their thoughts so far about the virtual summit. Oh, we got somebody from Philippines too. Wow, that's pretty awesome. Manduko-sai, if I have my ADA on Yoroi, I don't have to do anything else for staking. As far as going to be a user interface in the wallet that allows you to delegate to a stake pool. When we see Shelly live on mainnet, you'll be able to choose a stake pool. It's all going to be within the user interface of the wallet. So if you do have your ADA in a Yoroi wallet, you should be okay. I would say, if anything, just make sure you have your recovery phrase handy. Just in that instance where you do have to re-download the wallet or re-enter in your recovery phrase, you at least have that ready to go. But yeah, if you have your ADA in a Yoroi or a Daedalus wallet, you should be all set. Jacob, how's it going? I'm Jacob from Ghana. Glad you could join us. Let's see here. Words in the wilderness. Hi Kaizen, what have been your highlights so far? So guys, for those of you who are just joining us, welcome. Thank you all so much for being part of the live stream here today. Recently, we got a chance to hear from Charles as part of the virtual summit. He talked about a couple of partnerships regarding Wave Financial and Submitter app. Submitter app is going to be for governance when we see voting and whatnot taking place on the Cardano blockchain. Also, we got a chance to hear about some things happening with Voltaire. So we could potentially anticipate some type of a testnet similar to what we had with the incentivized testnet to test out Shelly. Maybe something similar for Voltaire. So lots of cool things there. We also got to engage in a chat with Professor Agalos Kiais, talking more about Ouroboros. So that was pretty fun. Right now, we're pretty much in just a little chat session. We're just taking a little break. And then after that, we're going to be anticipating some pretty cool things happening, talking more about cryptocurrencies as a whole and how we can, pave the way for mainstream adoption. Taking a look at decentralized identity, Cardano's governance model. So a whole bunch of things happening here. I have a feeling this live stream is going to be going on for a while. So I did just want to let you all know that as far as the content we're talking about here today, if there was something that you wanted to go back to and maybe we didn't cover it as much, or maybe you'd like to watch it again, there is going to be replays for all of this content that's created. So just be sure to keep an eye out for that. I'm going to be posting links to all those replays. That way you guys can stay updated if you guys do want to go back and watch anything. The Real Dark Lord saying, haven't been able to keep up with the entire stream. Any notable new info coming out? Just some news talking about Voltaire. That's probably the biggest news we've seen so far. We're going to have a test governance model that we're going to be able to use before Voltaire is rolled out. Shelley coming very soon, probably about a month or so. In fact, I would say it's already here, but it's official in about a month or so as far as staking rewards. Let's see here. Edgar, hi from Black Forest, Germany. Hey Edgar, how are you doing, man? Lots of diversity here. Tyler Nelson, thanks for hosting this live stream, Kaizen, much appreciated. Hey, I appreciate you, Tyler. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate that. Greetings from Frankfurt, Stephen. Is it Stefan or Steven? It looks like Stefan. What's up, Stefan? How are you doing, man? Mr. Adasla, how long is the first day of the summit? This is pretty much going to be going all day, guys. This is going to be a very long live stream. I'm hoping to have this thing going pretty much all day. I will be jumping in and out, but I'm going to be keeping the content rolling, so you guys can feel free to pop in and out as you please. I'm going to be doing my best to provide commentary when we have breaks like this to kind of go over some things and do a bit of a recap. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy it. Hope you all are able to share this live stream out on social media. Make sure you drop a like if you haven't already. It really does help me out. It lets me know that you guys appreciate the content, and it just keeps me going. Yeah, lots of people talking about the price. Guys, we do have 10 minutes. If it's cool with you guys, I just wanted to pull up TradingView here. Maybe just share some of my thoughts regarding the price as we're talking about Cardano. To be totally honest with you guys, I think with all the developments that we're seeing, any types of drops in price are going to be buying opportunities. And of course, not financial advice. This is just my opinion. I figured while we're talking about Cardano, let's go ahead and take a look at some charts here. Saying it's dropping today, as is the whole market. Yeah, that's how it goes, you guys. So as we can see, I've been doing quite a bit in terms of tracking the price for ADA. Just wanted to go over some things regarding some TA, not taking a look at a whole lot. Let me see if I can get this pulled up for you guys on the camera. So here, let me see if I can adjust this a little bit. Okay, guys, I hope that's a little bit better. What we're looking at here, so we've got the daily time frame chart pulled up, and I've got a couple indicators. So we're looking at the fib retracement. I've got the RSI and the MACD. So just trying to keep it very simple. One thing that's very notable that we're seeing is a MACD cross on the daily. I know it's kind of cut out here with the camera, so you guys just have to forgive me here. I'm just trying to figure everything out as far as getting this live stream situated. We do have a bullish MACD cross on the daily. And as far as where we're at in terms of price, right now this daily candle is coming back for a retest on this fib extension. If we find support at 9 cents, we could continue higher. I don't see how it's not possible. But boy, price action has been interesting the past month or so, past few months really. Just been making higher highs and higher lows, so pretty cool. Yeah, you know, as far as price right now, a lot of people look at the short term and say, oh, there's a price drop, there's a red candle, you know, ADA's down, Bitcoin's down. Well, you know, that's just that's how it goes, you know, with this market. You're gonna have moves to the upside and the downside. It really just comes down to what's your plan and are you sticking with it. So what we're looking at, you know, price of ADA, it's on track. It's totally on track. We're looking at higher highs and higher lows right now. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the new Cardano.org website. So if you guys haven't already seen it, they actually redid the Cardano.org website. It looks really nice. This is part of their brand refresh, so they're kind of doing up the whole marketing effort. Now that we're going to see Shelly come out and, you know, live on mainnet, they're really starting to beef up their marketing efforts to get the word out about Cardano. Cardano.org is a really nice looking website. There's a whole bunch of information here. If you guys haven't already checked it out, I definitely recommend it. It's just Cardano.org. I think you'll find a lot of useful information there. Rob Van Leuven saying, hi Kaizen, when I want to delegate my ADA to your stake pool, what are you going to do with that? What is your business goal? Can you please explain? Hey Rob, I really appreciate the question, man. I think that's a really good thing to talk about. As far as delegating to my stake pool, I intend on maintaining a really nice uptime. I'm trying to bring in some great rewards for our delegators. As far as my goal, I want to operate a stake pool as a business. I would say that's probably my main focus right now, as well as keeping you guys updated with content. So really trying to help grow the community and provide resources and information for you guys. With the stake pool, really just trying to provide a great return on stake for all of our delegators, trying to keep our fees reasonable so that we can still operate at a profit but really maximize rewards for our delegators. So I would have to say that's probably our long-term goal. Expect to see Kaizen stake pool on the mainnet for really a long time. I'm in this for the long haul, and really excited to be a part of this journey with you guys. So thanks for the question, man. Let's see here. Chico Crypto got slammed by Charles. Yes, he did. Chico Crypto is going to have to really think of a comeback here, because Charles is going to be laughing all the way to the bank, if you guys know what I mean. Dan Norman, so for those of us who are Kaizen crypto fans, what can we do to help you? Dan, you know, I really appreciate that, man. That really means a lot. As far as how you guys can support the channel, really the biggest thing would be just dropping a like, commenting, and subscribing on these videos. I don't really ask a whole lot. If you do want to sport some merchandise, you know, I've got that. If you guys could also, when we are live on mainnet, be sure to delegate to Kaizen stake pool. Even if it's not your entire ADA holdings, maybe even if it's just a little bit delegated to our stake pool, that goes a long way, and it really shows that you guys are here to support, and we're a really tight-knit community. So I really appreciate that question, man. That's awesome. But yeah, as far as how you can support Kaizen, really just delegate to our stake pool when we're on mainnet, and make sure you engage with these videos. I really appreciate it. Yeah, guys, thanks for all the questions. I'm really just trying to scroll through and just trying to keep up with the time also so we can make sure we jump on to the next event. I'm going to see if I can go ahead and get us situated so that way we are there early. Let's see here. So we're taking a look at a few different things that they're talking about here in just a moment. They're talking about cryptocurrencies, prospects for mainstream adoption, is the future coexistence with fiat. So that's going to be an interesting topic. Ouroboros, they're talking about decentralized identity, Cardano's governance model. So lots of cool things. We'll probably jump on a few of those chats. Let's see if we can go ahead and get started. We'll go ahead and jump on to the next chat that's coming up. Yeah, we got a couple minutes left here, so I'm going to make sure that we're all set for our next segment, and then I'll get back to the chat. Hey guys, while we're on break, I would just like to also say a big thank you to the Duck Pool. He's actually here in the chat today. Duck Pool, shout out to you, man. I really appreciate everything. We make a great team. We've been working together. He's been helping me as far as getting along with setting up the stake pool. So if you guys haven't already checked out the Duck Pool, go ahead and check him out. Really nice guy, tremendous work. Thanks for all that you do, man. I appreciate you. As far as delegating to his stake pool, he's going to be bringing in some nice rewards. I checked out his margins. Nice margins. He's got a really top-notch pledge as well. So if you guys are interested in a trustworthy stake pool operator, definitely check out the Duck Pool as well. Yeah, guys, so little break right now. We've got the next segment starting in about 1 minute. And next is going to be, let's see here. We're talking about cryptocurrencies and their prospects for mainstream adoption. Interesting. Okay, is the future coexistence with fiat? So this chat is going to be brought from Mamuka Bagzate. That's very cool. A former Prime Minister of Georgia. And we'll go ahead and see if we can jump onto a few different chats here just to give you guys a little bit of variety. Should be starting in about a minute or so now. Hey guys, for those of you just tuning in, we're about to start a new segment talking about cryptocurrency and mainstream adoption. So this is live. If you guys have not done so already, make sure you drop a like. We're about to get started here with the next segment.
Welcome back to the Cardano Virtual Summit 2020 and the session Cryptocurrencies, Prospects for Mainstream Adoption. We are extremely fortunate in this session in that we'll be in discussion with a very special guest, none other than the former Prime Minister of the country of Georgia, Mamuka Bagzate, who was Prime Minister from 2018 to 2019. And Mamuka Bagzate's legacy, more than anything, is that he, in some ways, drove forward some incredible reforms in Georgia, ensuring that Georgia became a hub for innovation and inward investment from technology companies from overseas. And he also ensured that blockchain technology was mainstreamed in government services, particularly with the migration of land registry data onto blockchain. Mamuka Bagzate, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Rod, for these nice words, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me on this very informative online session. Thank you.
Well, let's jump straight into it. Let's educate people who may not know much about Georgia and the attitude it takes toward technology and blockchain in particular. What are current Georgian government attitudes toward blockchain technology?
Well, in order to answer this question, so let's go back to the initial idea when we start creating the new strategic development framework for Georgia, and basically the major idea behind this framework was to make Georgia a multidimensional hub, and with a particular focus on high tech and on technologies generally. And as you know, Georgia is known for the low taxes, and Georgia is always doing great in all major international rankings, doing business ranking in all other major international rankings. So year after year, our sovereign ranking was improving. But however, all of us had this feeling that we had to do more in order to make Georgia also as a hub for technologies. And basically this was my belief and belief of my friends, that the next big thing, of course, in the global economy will be the blockchain and its endless opportunities. Georgia became the first country in the world that introduced the blockchain technology in the public services. So particularly it was within our national agency for public registry that incorporated blockchain to increase security, accessibility, and openness. So it was a pilot project, and we had some amazing results with it. And actually now the agency is working on the second phase of implementation, which would be most related to the trust contracts. So we had a successful pilot project, and after that we made a decision to use this experience in other fields as well. And I do hope that soon we will have the similar successful cases in other sectors like education, agriculture, and many others.
And I wanted to ask you about your own personal attitude to blockchain during your time as Prime Minister, but I think you've largely answered that question. But when you had the first and ongoing second phases of blockchain adoption, what were some of the successes, even if they were very, very small successes that made a difference to a very small number of people? What kind of problems were solved through the adoption of blockchain technology in Georgia?
Well, if we'll take this as a particular example, I mean, the land registry process, of course, it had really extraordinary positive results, because we were facing the same problems like I think many other nations, where people have no old document or paperwork to prove their ownership on the particular pieces of land, and many others. So, but what is most important, I think that it also gave us the possibility to have more efficient policy-making process for our agriculture needs. Still, big number of citizens in Georgia are involved in agriculture sector. So, by introducing blockchain in the public registry, so we actually created also a very good information field for the government also to be more efficient in policy making when it comes to agriculture. So when I'm talking about the endless possibilities of blockchain technology, I see a lot of synergy effects. So when you are implementing in one particular industry, the blockchain technology, it also gives you the possibility to use the data for other industries as well, and therefore be more efficient in policy making. So basically, I mean, this pilot project was really, really extraordinary, successful for us and for everybody who was involved.
I explained in my introduction that one of your key achievements was turning Georgia into an innovation hub. what tactics and regulatory changes did you make in order to attract that inward investment and relocation by tech companies?
Well, as I have mentioned, our vision is to make Georgia a multidimensional hub with a particular emphasis on technology. So we had a number of discussions with the tech companies who are doing business on a global level, and so we gathered all this information. So we did a precise analysis. So what we can do to make the environment in Georgia for the tech companies and investors. And of course, first we started with taxes. So we introduced the new legal framework according to which for the tech companies, the tax is almost zero in Georgia if they will conduct research and development activities in Georgia, sell their services and products to other countries from Georgia, which was very appealing for the tech companies. But of course, what is the most important, I think, is to have the ongoing process of the human capital development in the country, because these companies, all of them need talented people. Yes. So, and the biggest reform which we initiated, which I believe is the bravest step that we made since our independence, was of course introducing the education sector reform. So I do hope we will have more time to speak about it. And basically, the tech companies, they saw that the tax regime is very positive. At the same time, the country will be investing big and serious amounts of money into the human capital development process. This means that we will have the access to the talented people in Georgia. So I think that the combination of these two factors are the most important. But at the same time, of course, the adoption rate by the state agencies itself, the adoption rate of blockchain technologies, yes. And so we started with the National Agency of Public Registry, so now we're doing it in our education sector. So I think that is a third pillar, that the state agencies are also part of this process. And I think it's really a win-win situation for everybody, because the state agencies are actually getting a lot of information from the private companies, and at the same time the private companies are getting amazing experience which will help them to make their products and services more efficient.
Great. The way you're speaking, it sounds as if you're actually on a journey. You say that Georgia was the very, very first country to incorporate blockchain into government services. You're now in the midst of another phase of blockchain integration with some projects you're involved in the education sector. Is this just the start? Are you on a journey? Are you going to do more?
Of course, it will be more, because sky is the limit. But just not to forget a very important piece of information. In 2019, Georgia was named as number 2 country in the Global Innovation Index, which was a great success for us, because we were doing very good in all other major rankings, but also we wanted to show that a small country can also be so successful in the Global Innovation Index. Well, when it comes to the education sector reform, it's a very emotional topic for me, because it was a major reason and major motivation for me to enter into politics, because I and my friends, we believe that we could make the transformation of Georgia only via education sector reform. And the major idea behind this philosophy was when we initiated a new legislation according to which any government would have an obligation to invest at least 6% of GDP, which is 25% of our budget, into education, into human capital development process. And of course, there was a lot of criticism about it because Georgia is still facing the economic challenges, and there were questions like, are you sure that Georgian budget can afford itself to spend 25% on education? And what was my answer? Yes, that. And I would be the happiest person if we could have a chance to invest even more. Yes, at 8% of GDP to
Okay, so guys, lots of things happening with adoption in Georgia. Very cool to see the former Prime Minister coming out and giving more details about that. We've spent about 10 minutes on that segment, so we got a general overview of what they're talking about there. I wanted to go ahead and move on just so that way we can keep things fresh and change up the content here. So the next segment that we have currently going on is Ouroboros, Cardano's proof-of-stake blockchain protocol. This is from Professor Aggelos Kiais. We also have decentralized identity will drive economic inclusion. So there are lots of cool things to talk about here. I want to go ahead and see if we can jump into one of those sessions, just so that way we can get a little bit of variety, making sure that we can keep things interesting.
By 2030 for a projected $12 billion opportunity, as we said, for things like basic authentication using digital ID credentials. This represents a very well positioned place to begin our focus for Africa.
Okay, we're talking about Africa.
Cardano digital ID is also the right solution, because if we consider which technologies that corporations are actually looking at in the private sector, the Cardano solution covers 3 significant segments that companies are looking to use to combat fraud: blockchain, analytics, and digital identity. As you can see, the vast majority of the technology executives said that they had great interest in each of these areas, and that this would be a really good way to meet their compliance obligations as well, which are being forced at national and international levels. So you see, we have compliance reasons in addition to very practical ways to combat fraud so that people can gain a higher degree of trust to gain new financial services. So what is the road ahead? What is the vision? We talk about the cascades of disruption here at IOHK, but what are they? The first is to focus on decentralized identity, as decentralized identity will enable lending. And why should it be decentralized? Decentralization meets a very specific stakeholder concern at the lowest levels. Many of the stakeholders are younger women, 30 and under, who would like access to lending services, however, do not have a high degree of trust in the central government. Recently, there was an African initiative where digital ID was centralized at the country level. However, the constituents did not have much faith and cited that this identity initiative would be more exclusionary because they did not have control personally over their identity as it was centrally managed. Cardano is uniquely positioned to have expertise in providing blockchain-based identity that enables these constituents in these segments to really have control over their credentials, which is greatly important for fostering trust in that their transactions can be immutable and maintained and publicly viewable on the government side, so people understand and see and know how their credentials are being used and who they are being issued from. This does not mean that there is no central government that controls identity. It means simply that the government plays a different role in issuing credentials while many of the constituents can simultaneously retain access and control and visibility into what is being done with their credentials, which is the linchpin and cornerstone to enable financial services in Africa for credit market enablement. Then that will easily cascade into DeFi lending, which is currently a known practice in the DeFi space overall. $600 million currently is being lended in crypto in other currencies. This is an activity that is quite popular at the moment. And for lending in Africa, marketplace lending exceeds 35 billion in many regions from external entities alone. However, many of those transactions are not managed by any form of identity that the stakeholders can control with any form of visibility. So it's quite important, as you can see, to facilitate the widespread adoption of decentralized identity so that we can offer other services down the road, like payments, insurance, and maybe new forms of banking. Speaking of banking, the African banking segment is quite profitable. It is the actual second fastest in terms of growth and also the second most profitable in the world right now. The return on equity for African banking is almost 15% for an estimated $86 billion market with an 8.5% growth projected for 2022. This far eclipses even developed countries and presumably is due to the lack of controls and stability in many ways to keep people from making profits in developing regions, which is another reason that it's quite important. However, it's really, really critical to understand that despite all of the problems and issues, there are successful banking models in Africa that do generate quite significant returns. However, they do need careful regulation and control so that power and equity in terms of actions and transparency can be restored to the constituents in a fair and ethical way. So how do we do this? Digital ID enables DeFi lending, as we've shown in our cascades of disruption. Digital ID unlocks value across governments and financial services. Really, the opening point is to collaborate with the telecoms that were once privatized but are now opening up. That were once public and are now opening up for privatization in Ethiopia specifically this year. There are several M-Money initiatives and new mobile network operators that will be going beyond the national government with plans to offer new kinds of financial services through mobile devices so that credit scoring can happen in a real-time way with blockchain technologies through IOHK. This will leverage and open up many financial services, not only on the telecom side, in terms of typical activities like SIM registration, which often require greater attributes for validating the subscriber base and therefore will increase retention. This will add value immediately to the telecom segment and will also increase the speed at which we can get to market and help people more quickly access some of these services, as the government often can take a little bit longer through larger, longer-term initiatives and programs. So as you can see, the telecom segment is quite keen and has initiatives at the national level right now to provide solutions from the supply side where 1 billion people have no formal identification so that we can meet the demand with mobile devices and digital services. And right now we are currently focusing in country where we have been located in Ethiopia to enable DeFi lending. So how do we get to market? Given that we are looking to work with telecom operators, well, first we have prototypes that we have developed to make sure that we meet the specific stakeholder needs in country. For example, Ethiopia has a specific problem where services can go offline quite easily due to the inability to access the network. In addition, many of the mobile devices are not necessarily smartphones, and so we have to understand which Android operating system devices are supported so that we can provide a very fast and easy offline Android-based way to experience very simple digital identity services, to generate simple credentials and validate that with those target segments so that we can know for sure that these solutions will work in their context and environment with an experience that is good and will lead to adoption, discovery, and then adoption. For discovery, we are focused obviously on using our existing technology, but we are really leveraging many of the youth segment in market 30 and below so that we can see easier adoption of identity, so that there will be uptake and positioning within many of the key telecoms with internal marketing programs that are telecom funded, so that the youth can know that the brands that they trust in country are providing services for identity that will again open up new opportunities in terms of financial services. This will mean company and country specific PR campaigns so that there will be releases to promote adoption through the telecom level in specific ways that can gain trust with the general population so that identity can have a hope for adoption. More specifically, we are looking at the agricultural, education, and transport segments in country as well once we have a root in the telecom infrastructure so that millions of people can essentially gain access to these new financial services in a way that will be higher trust, ethical, and sustainable, and also profitable for other lenders in country as well. And as we are able to enable each of these segments, it becomes quite apparent that these solutions can be reused in an open source fashion with services that are supported through Cardano IOHK and other IOHK related company entities to enable people to build their own ecosystems and help to provide a higher trust environment so that we can move down the vision value chain to enable lending in country so people can have basic financial services. Once these basic financial services are in play, things like remittance can be done more easily across border and within country so that people can move financial instruments quickly without paying the high costs that exist right now and without the corruption and without fraud, so that people have confidence and can get basic insurance and access to other financial services that would improve their quality of life. So what is the competition doing in terms of identity? Well, there are many out there. However, the big differentiating factor that IOHK is offering, essentially through a product known as Atala Prism, which is on the far right, is that it's built on the third generation Cardano blockchain, which is using the most advanced protocols right now for decentralized applications. These protocols have leveraged significant game theory, as many of you know, to provide more fair ways and more sustainable ways for the network to operate in a way that does not require much expense in terms of computational processing, electrical power, and will not enable others to gain an unfair advantage through things like Sybil attacks, where the majority of the network can be owned theoretically on some other blockchains. Cardano has seen many of these problems through from many years of experience and is offering the latest technology in this respect. So this is a key differentiator. However, Prism is not tied specifically to this chain and could be used by others to be interoperable with other chains at some point. It is cost efficient, being a layer 2 solution, and this offers greater control and greater performance. This is quite important, especially given an offline network scenario. The Cardano chain is designed to perform quite well, even in an offline environment, to execute key transactions so that constituents can know that their transactions get through despite the network conditions. This is quite important, considering that many chains do not have this built in at the protocol level and have no performance to support this kind of functionality, which is so key and essential to countries like Africa. As we mentioned, there is the opportunity for multiple blockchain support, and there's no lock-in to the specific Cardano chain with the Atala Prism application for identity. it is interoperable, and you can essentially create your own identity in country, which makes this open source approach quite attractive and a good fit for many African countries that are inherently distrustful of many custom solutions that are brought in from the outside. It's also inclusive in the sense that there are several smart card initiatives in country using NFC to disperse funds at the local level, and the applications being developed are being architected with this in mind so that they can interoperate with the smart cards that are being dispersed by many of the central governments for loans for many of the constituents in segments like agriculture. Security and secure messaging between stakeholders is also a very tight focus for the design of the Cardano blockchain, and is something that is very unique and very important to protect privacy concerns with many of the constituents. So the combination of the Atala platform in conjunction with Cardano blockchain make digital ID open, secure, sustainable, ethical, and profitable per our original mission in many of the African regions, and it makes it easy to customize and avoid lock-in for many of the African countries, as they are inherently suspicious of the motives, as they should be, of the outside entities that are looking to run and manage the digital ID, when in fact now they will be able to do this themselves. So what's on the horizon for the next year? Essentially, as we have pointed out, large-scale deployment of decentralized ID for 2021. We will be focusing on essentially creating reference applications that can be used, that can leverage the Cardano network and blockchain, so that there can be protection of privacy for real-world operating scenarios for digital ID in segments like telecom and government, which will lead to lending reference applications as well to enable marketplace lending, perhaps in a peer-to-peer fashion, so that people in country can even fund their own initiatives and obtain a fair rate between constituents on the business-to-business side first and on the business-to-consumer side next. So this is what is on the horizon for 20 and 21. As you can see, the vision is quite robust to accelerate capital markets in the future, to offer faster, better payments and more open forms of insurance, and new flexible ways of creating banking that is truly decentralized and that puts the power of banking back into the constituents themselves. So what is our approach? We are working with each of the countries at the regional and national level to see digital ID adoption through the telecom segment, as we have said. We will scale that offering once it is well positioned and well adapted to perform quite nicely in both online and offline ways. We will start to build up product offerings in the DeFi space so that customers that we've already demonstrated functionality with can adopt digital ID for themselves. Africa is the place where digital ID and DeFi products are most needed right now to enable that growing middle class, young growing middle class, to flourish and develop, and for the GDPs to also improve on the national level. Every contract will add a minimum of 3 million users into the Cardano ecosystem. This is great, and as you can see, we have several contracts lined up and several millions ready that are in need and in demand for such technical solutions. And this has been validated by many of the managers within the financial services industry as well, whose existing practices need to be more transparent and more ethical and more validated by blockchain technologies, so that the constituents themselves can also have a way to develop some trust in country, so that not just large businesses benefit from lending, but also smaller ones and individuals. Other DeFi projects as well will be coming up on the horizon that have large market caps with very big user bases within other nations other than just Ethiopia. There are several country initiatives in progress at the moment. However, this is just the initial focus area, and we will be building up a base of millions in other countries as well, with very similar digital ID solutions that will also in turn expand into decentralized finance. Thank you for your time, and this was an overview of the vision for Africa.
All right, guys. Very cool. What'd you think? So lots happening with the developments in Africa. It seems like we've still got a little bit more time. It's about 1 o'clock Eastern time here, so it seems like maybe in about half an hour or so we're going to be anticipating the conversation with Vint Cerf. So I know many people are anticipating that. Well, we will definitely be joining them for that. Let's see if we can jump on to another session here. Just trying to keep up with the chat as well. So, yeah, thank you guys for all the questions. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Cardano is definitely coming for Africa. They're going to dominate that entire continent. It's going to be pretty awesome. All right, let's see what other events we have here. Let's see if we can go over to community. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, they've just got the chat here in community. Let's see if we can go back to our main hall. Huh, okay, well, let's see here. Yeah, guys, I'm just trying to navigate this. Bear with me here. Let's see if we can find something.
Into the weeds into, but I really invite you to watch Ping Sheng's presentation as he talks about voting committee members.
Okay, so guys, we're talking about governance and voting. Here we go.
Normal election, in your country, you have these people who, set up the voting spot and make sure that everything is kosher and private, etc. So these are the people, and we'll start with the federated model, but then it will be actually community members who would be part of this committee, and their job is to, again, filter out scammy or trollish proposals, publish them to the blockchain so they'll be available to vote on, tally the votes in a decentralized fashion, and then publish them so the entire community can learn who the winning proposals are, and then lastly distribute the rewards to voters and projects. So yeah, so we talked about these specific roles, and I think a lot of you might be asking, what's in it for me? Well, for a voter, you will gain the power of influence, the ability to actually have a say, to have a seat at the boardroom table for Cardano. It's also an opportunity for you to earn ADA, because we honor and reward those who participate, those who take the time to register and review votes and make an educated choice. Secondly, as a proposer, this is a huge opportunity for you, not just to earn ADA from creating and executing on proposals. It's also, I think, like it's an opportunity for you to really get involved with the community, learn about cutting-edge blockchain technology, collaborate with people. I think it should be, I really encourage all of you that once this call of proposals come out, really get involved. I think it's going to be a really fun adventure for those of you. And lastly, there's the community champions. So these are people that really care deeply about Cardano and our mission, and want to become a leader, a new type of leader in this emerging ecosystem of decentralized governance. Help keep discussions educated and respectable, and make sure that we are collectively intelligent, and that the process is impactful. So then let's talk about the actual set of experiments that are planned for this year. So the very first experiment, Catalyst 0, has already concluded, and I will report in the future. In probably the next slide, I'm going to share the results from that initial experiment. So this was basically a rough prototype. We worked on a test net. The app is in developer mode. There was no real money or real rewards. Participants were a focus group. Then it just meant it was basically like basically usability and technical feasibility test. And then the next fund is called Catalyst 1, and it will be the people who participate will be the staff of IOHK, and these people are going to be our poor guinea pigs that are going to test out and do a breath reversal ahead of Catalyst 2, which is like the main fund, the Cardano community fund that you will be all invited to join and participate, that will have real money or real ADA distributed and real rewards. So, so thanks for all the people that will be, all the members of IOHK in Catalyst 1 that will just, be able to identify like early issues, so we can ensure that when you guys come along, you have a good experience. So as I said, our first fund was complete. The demo you saw was actually, we actually had a voting round with the focus group with these mock proposals. We had a really great group, and I want to thank everybody there that participated, that are, very global representation. So 5 participants from 5 continents. The early results indicate that people were very happy with the usability of the app, as you can see by the score. But we also learned that we need to work a bit around fairness, of like how people perceived in their gut, in their heart, if this process is fair. It has a lot to do with how we explain things, and that's part of the iteration for us for Fund 1 and Fund 2, like be even more friendly and explicit. So we're learning and evolving. Let's take a closer look. Let's double click on the about the technologies that are used, the blockchain technologies used. So here in the gray, you see the Shelley, the mainnet, and in blue, you can see the Jormungandr blockchain. So as you can see, the voting power with this red arrow, voting power is derived from the ADA you hold on the main chain. There's going to be a very specific mechanism how it's going to be calculated, and we're going to announce it. But it will be based on what you hold on Shelley. Then you can see that the registration, the voting, the opening and tallying of the ballots is going to happen on the Jormungandr blockchain. And you can also see that rewards will be in real ADA distributed to participants in Shelley. And once again, I want to really call, those of you who are like enthusiastic and that are like excited about this idea, that really want voting to be decentralized, stay in the ITN. That's my advice for you. Let's talk about the Catalyst protocol. So beyond it's not just a protocol, it's a team. It's a team it's led by Dr. Roman Olinikov and Dr. Dmitry Kaidalov. And what their job is to take all the knowledge and expertise we learned from the past years of treasury research and models, and put it into practice to achieve the outcomes presented in this slide. So first and foremost, do not harm. Then the understandability of the governance, then that it's adaptive to the needs of the community. So when I mean do no harm, it means like that we create a safe environment for you to participate. So stable, there's no DDoS or there's defenses against DDoS attacks. Your privacy is preserved, and it incorporates mechanisms to protect against centralization. The second aspect, understandability, is its logic, its purpose is because we want the system to be evolvable and predictable. And we want to be able to change it in a safe manner and also have general coherence around the community about what's going on. And so part of it is providing very clear explanations about the parameters, from explaining what do they mean to how the different units are calculated and what's the rationale behind it, and enable you all also to be part of this conversation. Lastly, it's about being adaptive to the community. So from experiment to experiment, as we learn more, we will enhance and iterate on the incentive models in order to improve fund impact. For example, after fund 2, we might discover theoretically, nobody knows what will happen, but let's assume, for example, that we want to incentivize more proposals. Okay, so we will increase the rewards for proposers. So this is something we can do and iterate for the next one. Another aspect is our ability to suggest changes in accordance to the will of the community, while preserving understandability and resilience. So to conclude, Fund 2 is going to be the first step for the Cardano community in creating a new generation of bottom-up leadership. I really encourage you to join the experiment, experience for yourself, experience and experiment with treasury governance by proposing projects, by being involved in the discussions around proposals, and by voting and discerning which proposals should get funded. Obviously, you must have, I'm sure you have some questions around the process. So maybe you're asking, how can I propose? Well, we will announce it in July, exactly how to do that. Then there's the questions of how much funds, when fund 2, how do I register to vote, when does voting start? So we're going to make a very clear, detailed announcement about how to do that before autumn. So stay tuned. So this basically concludes the presentation. I hope that was interesting for you, and maybe you're excited as I am. Maybe you have a lot of questions. So there's going to be two ways to express that. One is we're going to have a short Q&A session, and I'll be stick here to answer the best of my ability. But really, if you have a bit more deeper thoughts to share and more questions, do go through this link and fill up the form. And I promise you, I will read your feedback, and we'll also try to address it. One way to address it is actually if we see that there's lots of questions that are repeating, we will include the answer in the project's FAQ, for example. So this is already, the experiment has already begun. You already right now have an opportunity to improve governance just by sharing your point of view. So I really encourage you to do that, and we're looking for your questions. So thank you so much.
All right, guys, had to step away for just a moment to grab my charger. So yeah, lots of cool things there as well. Talking about, governance, voting, all that kind of stuff. Guys, we're going to be anticipating a chat with Vint Cerf here coming up very soon. Yeah, I just had to fix the camera. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I just had to run and grab my charger. Seems like we're going to be here for a while. It's going to be quite an eventful day. So yeah, we just got done with a segment on developments with Ethiopia. We talked a little bit about governance and voting. So lots of cool things happening. Let's see here. Yeah, super healthy. Charles actually spoke this morning. That was the introductory keynote. There are going to be replays for all of these events. So, if you guys, you want to go back and you want to catch one of these speakers again, maybe you might want to replay it or maybe you missed it. There are going to be replays for this segment, so not to worry. But what we have coming up very soon is going to be Vint Cerf. Just taking a look at the agenda here. So we have a conversation from him. We've got some other speakers talking more about Hydra coming up very soon. Emergo's D-Lab accelerator scheme and how to leverage that. That's going to be for enterprises. The Cardano Community Ambassador Program. So we might want to join them for that. That's from the Cardano Foundation. And changing the legal landscape for cryptocurrencies. Where we are and where we're going. Yeah, for those of you who are just tuning into the live stream, thank you so much for joining. So we're about to start our next segment here in just a few moments. I'm just taking some time to catch up with the chat a little bit, engage with you guys. I had to quickly just run and grab my charger. It seems like we're going to be here for a while. So I hope you guys are all doing well. If you do have any questions, feel free to let me know. Right now I'm just spending some time in the chat, and then we're going to be jumping on very soon to catch that conversation with Vint Cerf. Jay Boland, the science stage is about to start talking about scalability. Okay, yeah, I think we've got a few things coming up here pretty soon, man. Definitely going to try and catch as many different engagements as possible. Yeah, I think you're talking about Hydra. Yeah, the science of blockchain. Yep, Dr. Is it Matthias Fitzy? Brian, Kaizen, are you going to be watching the Architecting the Internet? I'm definitely going to do my best to catch up on a lot of this content. I know there's so much to take in right now, and it's all kind of happening at once. So yeah, I'm definitely going to see if I can catch that. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, no, Marco Santiago, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, I totally get where you're coming from. It's saying, we'll listen to the guy who founded the internet. I don't care these times, I don't take these times for granted. Yeah, I completely agree, man. Like, what I'm learning just by being in this space, it's pretty incredible. And the opportunity to listen to Vint Cerf speak, it's like, it's one of those opportunities that you don't really take for granted. So yeah, I'm right there with you. Antonio, hello from Brazil. Hey Antonio, hope you're doing well. Thanks for catching up with the live stream today. Oh, Brian Pendley, Architecting the Internet is the Vint Cerf one. So yes, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. That should be starting here in just a few minutes. Just spending some time right now to engage with the chat. If you guys have some questions, let me know. Boiler Coo, hi from the Netherlands. Hello there, how are you? Hope you guys are all doing well. For those of you who are just joining us, I know we've got a few people who are just catching up. Essentially, we got a chance to listen to Charles speak. He gave the opening keynote. He did talk about quite a few things, namely a couple different partnerships, talking about Wave Financial and the Submitter app that's going to be related to voting and governance. He also mentioned, since we're talking about voting and governance, some type of release for Voltaire. So most likely it's going to be some type of testnet like we experienced with the Shelley incentivized testnet. So something like that. We've also been able to catch up with a few key speakers like Agalos Kiais talking about Ouroboros, proof of stake. We got a chance to listen into some conversations talking about Ethiopia, developments happening there. More voting, more governance developments. What we're going to be looking forward to here in just a few moments is going to be a conversation with Vint Cerf. So very excited about that. He is one of the early pioneers of the internet. He was actually somebody responsible for coming up with the internet protocol TCP/IP. So lots of cool things from that. I'm sure it's going to be an interesting chat. Brian Pendley, we should have a tip jar of ADA for Kaizen. Hey man, I really appreciate that. Any type of support is greatly appreciated. If you guys do want to help support the channel, and if you guys are enjoying this live stream, you can go ahead and check out my website. At the bottom, you'll have the option to donate to our Kaizen stake pool. That's really probably the best way to help support us, either by sending donations or delegating once we're live on mainnet. So I really appreciate you guys. Don't forget, if you haven't already, make sure you drop a like. Really appreciate it. It definitely does help support the channel. And we should be getting started here with that conversation in just a moment. Professor Shi, do you think we'll hear more announcements later today? Absolutely. Today is going to be jam-packed with developments, updates, announcements. I'm hoping we get another chance to listen to Charles speak. I know for those of you just tuning in, really nice to hear it from the man himself, as far as how far we've come and, what to look forward to in the very near future. All right, so for those of you guys who are just tuning in, just welcome to our live stream. So we've been going through quite a few different segments here. We've actually been going now for over 3 hours talking about some developments happening. It's pretty amazing, and what we have coming up very soon is a talk from Vint Cerf, an early internet pioneer and Google Internet evangelist. We've also got a few other talks regarding Hydra, so for those of you interested in scalability, that's going to be coming up here very soon as well. We're also taking a look at Emergo's D-Lab accelerator scheme and how to leverage Cardano. The Cardano Community Ambassador Program, so that should be very interesting, as well as changing legal landscapes for cryptocurrencies. So we're going to have all that coming up within the hour. After that, we'll have a quick networking break, so we'll probably take about half an hour just to kind of stretch it out, maybe do a little bit of chit-chatting here and there, and then we'll be back to continue after that. What's been your favorite development so far? I know we're still kind of early with the summit, but what have you guys found that's very interesting? Me personally, I'm pretty intrigued about how we're going to be anticipating Voltaire along with Shelley. I think that's pretty exciting. I feel like we got our first taste of that really with the voting that happened with the ITN. So it'll be interesting to see how the user experience develops as we see that. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. It should be awesome. What do you guys think? What are some favorite things that you've heard about so far? Yeah, the C fund and the DC fund, absolutely. Ethiopia, yeah, the minimum contracts of 3 million users, absolutely. It's crazy the amount of users that are going to be brought onto the blockchain. It's pretty awesome. Vint Cerf, what's up, man? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the comment. Gauguin and Voltaire by end of 2020. Yeah, I think that'd be insane. You know, if we see Shelley right now in August, by the end of the year, we see Gauguin and Voltaire. I mean, that's just, you know, like mind-blowing. It's crazy to even think about. Okay, so guys, we're going to be anticipating a chat here very soon. I'm actually looking for this conversation. It seems like we're on time, but it's not showing up here, so I'm going to see if I can find it. Okay, so it looks like we're in the right place. This is going to be the chat with Vint Cerf, Professor Philip Wadler, and Professor Agalos Kiais, coming up very soon.
Okay, Phil, we are live, in case you hadn't noticed. Hello, everybody.
Hi, I'm Phil Wadler. I'm speaking to you from Edinburgh. I'm a senior research fellow at IOHK and also a professor at the University of Edinburgh. And it's my enormous pleasure to introduce Vint Cerf. He's a vice president and chief internet evangelist at Google. I'm not going to go over all his accomplishments because if I did, we would have time for nothing else. But I will give you a very brief introduction. He got his PhD from UCLA in 1972, joined the faculty at Stanford. By 1974, he had written his joint paper with Bob Kahn that described what at that time was called the ARPANET and later came to be called the Internet. He went off with Kahn in 1976 to start working at ARPA. the Advanced Research Projects Agency at the U.S. Department of Defense. Then went to MCI, where he worked on the first commercial email service. From 92 to 95, he was the founding president of the Internet Society. And from 2000 to 2007, he chaired ICANN, which allocates domain names. He won the Turing Award in 2004, jointly with Bob Kahn, and was appointed to Google in 2005. As you can see, he's well known as a snazzy dresser, and he's a distant cousin to the well-known publisher and comedian Vint Cerf.
That's right.
And if you want to read one of his RFCs, the one I most recommend is Perry Encounters the Doctor, RFC 439 from January 1973, of which I still have fond memories. So I'm going to do a very short personal introduction. I actually know Vint because I was his undergraduate at Stanford at the time that he moved there as a faculty member. And he actually hired me to do some work on the early internet. I think I wrote the very first computer game. We'll get back to that at the end. But I want to talk about the most important thing that I learned while at Stanford, which Vint taught me. And I'm going to preface this with a video. So if you could run the video.
He thinks it's only nice to return the compliment. Bad language or abuse I never use, whatever the emergency. No bother it I may occasionally say. I never use a big D. Was never? No, never. Was never? Well, hardly ever. Hardly ever was a big D. Then give 3 cheers and 1 cheer more for the well-bred captain of the pinafore. Give 3 cheers and 1 cheer more for the captain of the pinafore.
Right, so you just saw that video. That was I Am the Captain of the Pinafore, from HMS Pinafore by Gilbert and Sullivan. And the reason I ran that was, as I mentioned, I was working for Vint, and he was explaining to me this new idea, packet switching, which is what the internet is based on. And he started talking about reliability. He was explaining to me about dropped packets. And suddenly, he starts singing to me this song. And he says, never use the big D. Big D, what never? No, never. What never? Well,
hardly
ever. Right, as a way of explaining when packets get dropped. Do packets get dropped? Never. Well, hardly ever. And that really stuck with me. That was, I think, one of the very first times I understood how important it was to use humor in communication. And that's stuck with me throughout my whole career. So, Vint, I really want to say a big thank you to that. And anybody who's ever enjoyed one of my talks or enjoyed reading one of my papers, I think they may want to say a big thank you to you as well. So thank you.
Well, you're very welcome, Phil. I have to say that with a last name like Cerf, it's probably a genetic, flaw. I never met a pun I didn't like. But I think your point's extremely well taken, that humor is often a wonderful way of helping people understand something and not feel, overwhelmed by it, which I hope we are able to introduce into our discussion today as well.
Right, so first question, I think you're prepared for this one since it's the title of the session. Designing the internet, what would you have done differently?
So many people have asked this. I'm almost there. There's this list. This is question number 121. There are some things that I wish I could have done. I'm not sure that I would have gotten away with it, but let's talk a little bit about that. There are 3 in particular. The first and most obvious one for most people who are familiar with the internet is the address space. This is not the domain names, but this is the numeric address space, like an address, a postal address, that tells you where things are in the internet, where the termination points are. when Bob Kahn and I did the original design, we actually did a calculation to try to figure out, how many termination points should we anticipate? We knew this had to be a global system because it was intended to be a possible basis for the U.S. command and control network, which was needed to manage military forces literally all over the globe, and of course also to interwork with allies. So we did a little back of the envelope calculation, and we said, well, okay, so let's see. It has to be in every country. How many countries are there? And we didn't know what the answer was to that, and there wasn't any Google to ask at the time, so we estimated 128 because that was a power of 2, and that's what programmers think in. So we said, okay, so how many networks per country? And we said, well, there ought to be some competition, so how about 2 on the average per country? So when you do the math, you get 256 networks, so that's 8 bits. And then we said, how many computers will there be in each network? And remember, this is 1973 when computers were big, expensive things, and they were in air-conditioned rooms, and they didn't get up and move around. But we said, well, how about 16 million or something? So in the end, we had 8 bits of network and 24 bits of host ID. That was a 32-bit number. And of course, if we could allocate that absolutely, fully and densely, that would be 4.3 billion terminations. That was more than there were people in the world. And this was just an experiment. We didn't know if it was going to work. So we adopted a 32-bit address space. In the course of development, we went through 4 iterations of the design of the TCP protocols, and then we split IP off, so we had TCP/IP. And we actually considered a larger address space and decided that it just didn't pass the red face test. We considered 128 bits, but that's 3.4 times 10 to the 38th addresses, and I couldn't imagine going to somebody and saying, I need 128 bits of address space to do this experiment. So we stuck with 32. It lasted until 2011, but the Internet Engineering Task Force recognized around 1992 that we were consuming the B class address space, especially very, very quickly. So we introduced IP version 6 after some arm wrestling at 128 bits. So if I could have gone back and been convincing about needing 128 bits of address space, it would have been nicer because the transition has been slow and not as efficient as I would have liked. On the other hand, that's a hell of a lot of bits for addressing, and we didn't have a lot of data rate available as a 50 kilobit backbone, and wasting a lot of time on addressing just didn't seem appropriate. So that's one thing that I wish we could have done, but I don't think I could have gotten away with it. The second thing has to do with security, and of course, lots of people say, "You idiot! Why didn't you make a more secure system?" It's falling apart all over everywhere. Headlines are all over the place. So what's the matter with you? Well, the honest answer is that at the time, I had actually worked with the NSA on a version of the internet that could be secured, but the equipment we were using turned out to be classified, and I couldn't share information about it with people who didn't have clearances. So about 1976, which is about 2 years before the point where we froze the design in order to get easy implementing it, a paper was published by Marty Hellman and Whitfield Diffie, who were colleagues at Stanford, called On New Directions in Cryptography, if I remember right. And it was all about public key crypto. And of course, that was a powerful, very powerful conceptual shift in the way in which crypto worked, because up until then, the keys had to be symmetric. Everybody had the same key, which meant you could generate messages and claim the other guy did it. Whereas in the public key space, the only party who can be accused of having generated a particular object that's digitally signed is the one that has the private key that isn't shared. So the public key crypto idea really struck me. However, there was no software and no algorithms readily available at that time. And so by this time in '76, I'm at ARPA and I'm running the program, and I really want to demonstrate its functional capability. So we released the system without benefit of public key crypto. But that's retrofittable and has been, as you and many others know. I mean, we use it all the time in order to support HTTPS, TCP over TLS, IPsec, and all these other things have key distribution mechanisms that are very dependent on the public key crypto. There's one other little nuance, and since you're in Edinburgh, in the general region of the UK, your listeners should know that the public key crypto idea was actually discovered by GCHQ, which is the UK equivalent of NSA, somewhere around 1974, a couple of years before Whit and Marty came up with the idea, but they didn't publish it because they wanted to keep it a secret because they were going to use it for their own purposes and they didn't want anybody else to know about it. So they didn't get the credit that Whit and Diffie did, Whit Diffie and Marty Hellman got. They eventually got the Turing Award and the Marconi Prize as well for their work. So that's the second thing, is I would have put more crypto in if I could have, but I am glad to say we could retrofit. The third thing is a little more obscure, and I know we don't want to consume too much time getting down into too many weeds, but the top level summary is that the first three networks of the internet were the original ARPANET, which is built with dedicated telephone circuits going, linking the packet switches together. But we knew for command and control, we were going to need computers and ships at sea and mobile vehicles and airborne vehicles, and couldn't use wires to tie them together. So Bob Kahn had started, before I even got to ARPA, had started working on a mobile packet radio system and a packet satellite system to go along with the ARPANET in order to serve that aspect of the command and control requirement. So the packet radio system was built in the Bay Area, and we had repeaters on mountaintops, we had repeaters in mobile vehicles, and a few other fixed locations. And I thought that when we demonstrated that you could drive around, you had an IP address, the IP address never changed, but you got handed off from one router to or one radio router to another, the system worked. And so I thought we'd solve the mobility problem, but what I have failed to take into account is that if you had multiple mobile systems and you moved from one to the other and your IP address changed, the TCP IP connection would break because the IP addresses were no longer, you got a new IP address and the other guy didn't know that. So that was a mistake. I wish I had really understood that. It's so stupid, really, when you think about it. Now, as a matter of fact, here it is 2020, and at Google, for other reasons, a new protocol was developed called QUIC, QUIC, which basically combines TCP and TLS into a single encrypted system with multiple channels that are each independently flow controlled, something that I did not do in the early days of TCP because it would take up too much memory and processing for the computers of the day. I actually considered it, but I didn't do it. But the QUIC protocol has the feature that there is a common crypto variable that both ends generate, and that means if one of them changes the IP address, they can still validate themselves by saying, hi, it's still me, and here's my crypto variable to prove it. And so it actually solves at least a portion of that mobility problem. So those are the three things that I think I would do differently. We can't hear you, Phil, because you are muted.
Someday I will learn to actually press the unmute button. That's not what a PhD in computing teaches you to do. So we've been joined by Daedalus, who is the chief scientist of IOHK and also my colleague as a professor at Edinburgh. And he's going to ask the first question.
So, thanks. Mm-hmm. All right, thanks Phil, and thanks Vint for joining us in this session. It's a delight to have you here. So as a cryptographer, there are many questions about crypto that I could think right now and ask you with all the things you said. But I'd rather kick off this, our set of questions with a question about governance, because I think it would be very beneficial for this community to have your insights on this. So the internet is a global common resource that requires oversight, governance, and large-scale coordination. And you contributed personally in a major way to make this a reality. So something that we're all very grateful for. So currently in the blockchain space, we're deploying systems like Cardano that are supported by a growing international community that has aspirations to offer functionalities like smart contracts that will operate at the global scale. So what is your advice to this community, and what are the lessons learned from your journey on how to govern successfully global scale projects?
So let's using the internet as a hobby horse here in order to respond to the question. Let me first of all say that the word governance is a very, very broad term. At least I would like us to use it in a broad way in this conversation. For example, there are such things as technical governance, by which I might mean a set of agreed protocols, because protocols govern your behavior. They determine how computers format things and how they exchange things and in what order your state changes occur and all that. So protocols are a kind of technical governance, and they are absolutely essential. Agreeing on them and holding them in common is part of the reason the internet works. So that's one aspect of all this. And I would like to point out that we created institutions in order to respond to issues arising with regard to the use and spread of the internet as needed, as opposed to trying to invent them ahead of time or anticipate what they were. So for example, when Steve Crocker was leading the network working group on the ARPANET to do the host protocols, he created a very informal network working group, which eventually morphed into the Internet Engineering Task Force and the Internet Architecture Board, and now the Internet Research Task Force. Those institutions got created as the need for them arose. The same thing could be said for the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. It was created in 1997 or 98 in response to a need for more management, or more I would say, organized management of the domain name system and the internet address allocation system. Other organizations also got created, again, out of need. So the regional internet registries for distribution of IP addresses, assignment of IP addresses, came along. There are 5 of them, and sort of a regional, on a regional basis. And they were created in order to bring order to the assignment, unique assignment of IP addresses to the people who were building networks and needed them. The Internet Society was created, again, out of need. In this case, it was a little amusing. We had a secretariat that was funded by the National Science Foundation. It was run out of the Corporation for National Research Initiatives, which Bob Kahn started way back in 1985 or 86, and I joined around that time. So the secretariat was run by one of the CNRI staff. And somewhere along the line, I'm going to guess around 1990 or so, NSF noticed that there was a cost associated with running the Secretariat to assist the Internet Engineering Task Force with its standards making activity. And they said, but we're spending research money on that, but this is increasingly a commercial activity. By this time, the World Wide Web has been announced, and we're seeing commercial networking happen. So they said, we aren't going to use research dollars for this anymore. You have to self-fund. And so Bob and I and others said, well, we have to invent some nonprofit thing which can house the Secretariat and be self-funding. So we invented the Internet Society. And of course, that was we opened our doors in January, I think, of 1992. And I served as the first president. So I won't go on this, but the point here is that there are new institutions that got created in order to operate the internet. Of course, companies got started, new networks and things like that. And then many applications, hardware developers, all of these things got created as need demanded. There is, however, another part which you clearly wanted to address and want me to address, and that has to do with the way in which the internet is used. And here we run into much more complicated problems. The internet is a layered architecture, and so the layers are fairly well separated. The lowest layer, the physical layer, often involves what I would call typical telecommunications companies, cable companies, telephone companies that offer communication services, and which we treat in the internet at the internet layer as sort of dumb pipes that just connect packet switches together. So there are regulations associated with telecom carriers, and so that's a piece of governance. Then there are regulations associated with internet service providers. What can they do? What can they not do? And we get into big arguments over what's called net neutrality. You know, can you fiddle around with the packets and interfere with somebody's application because you were competing with them? And I would prefer that to be a no-no. I consider that anti-competitive behavior. We've had big arguments about this in the U.S. There are other arguments in other parts of the world. So we see governance with regard to policy to be a very big and complex space. In the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, for example, there is an endless array of multi-stakeholder consultation on policy development. And at the United Nations, where normally you hear the word multilateral, in the most recent couple of years, a high-level panel on digital cooperation was established by the Secretary General, Guterres, and a report was submitted to the Secretary in June of last year, outlining issues and proposals for improved ability to generate governance principles. And now most recently, at the UN 75th anniversary announcement in June, just this past June, the Secretary General released a roadmap for digital cooperation, writ global. I mean, these are open possibilities for improving the development of governance principles and potentially institutions. So that leads us to one last point, which is that when you see a phenomenon like the internet, which is rich in its evolution, it's rich in new ideas, new applications, it is a very, very open architecture. It invites people to invent new ways of using it, and they do. But this also introduces new kinds of governance concerns. What do we do about misinformation and disinformation in social media? What do we do about malware, which is propagating through the network? What do we do about someone in one country harmed by someone in another country, where we have jurisdictional divides, in some cases international? And how do we deal with law enforcement in that case? What kinds of agreements should we have for commonality on digital signatures? How much weight do we give a digital signature in a court of law where there's a dispute over a contract that was digitally signed by two parties who never met each other? I mean, and rattle, I could go on and on here. So for anyone who is interested in governance, there is simply a wide open space here for hard work and for international agreements in order to manage this very complex and very, very rich environment that we call the internet and the World Wide Web.
Thanks for that. That touches on several points I think we'll get to. So lots of people have been putting up great questions on Reddit. Let me give you the first one from WLFNNN. Which is more dangerous, Facebook and Google or China?
Wow, this is sort of like, when did you stop beating your wife? I think that if there are dangers at all, and perhaps there are, they are not all the same. It is not unusual to see concentrations of capacity in the commercial markets. This happens a lot in the automobile manufacturing market. For example, in the US, there were 3 large manufacturers. There were hundreds of them when the automobile was first created, just like there were many different network providers. But over time, there are economies of scale that often dictate that the number of actors, successful actors in the market, will diminish over time. So there is vigorous competition still in the internet space, even though the person asking the question might feel there should be more. So the thing that we should be thoughtful about is to make sure that users have choice. And here I think it's very important to recognize that the successes of some of the internet-oriented companies is not guaranteed, nor is it necessarily guaranteed to persist forever. And so we've seen some very successful internet entities diminish in their visibility and success over time. And so Google, of course, and Facebook and others are equally at risk, which is why, as one of the Google executives, I feel like we have to keep running like crazy, because there's probably a couple of students in some dorm somewhere, just like Larry Page and Sergey Brin, inventing something better than we have. And so, so the answer is I don't think we are as dangerous as the question implies, because we are, just like everybody else, driven by the potential of innovation that will undermine, whatever our business model happened to be. China is an interesting alternative, and we don't have time for a complete dissertation here. China has invested very, very heavily in the internet. It's certainly a country that has the largest population of internet users per capita anywhere in the world. There must be at least 800 million, possibly as many as 1 billion users. Not only that, they've invested in the infrastructure, and they have companies which are big, like Alibaba, for example, and WePay, and other, or WeChat, and others that are comparable in scale to some of the Western companies that have grown up in the internet space. On the other hand, China has exhibited a philosophy which is less than open, in fact, dramatically less, and surveillance is an increasingly significant component of the way in which they've chosen to implement the internet, or the way in which they've chosen to implement applications on the internet. And so in that sense, there are some risk factors, especially if their sense of internet propagates more broadly, as opposed to the Western openness view of the internet. So we can already see that there are some regimes other than the Chinese that are also interested in controlling and or observing what their population does, limiting what they can see or what they can say. And to the extent that that becomes common, or more common, I think it's harmful to the fundamental philosophy of the internet, which has always been to keep it open, allow it to continue to evolve, allow people to share information, and to essentially accelerate progress by virtue of that sharing.
I remember to unmute that time. Thank you for that answer. There's a follow-up question here from, again, from Reddit, somebody who goes by the name Rody Dick. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say that under our the way we run these things, but on we go. Question is, on the internet, no one knows you're a dog. How can we address the explosion of misinformation? And does blockchain help?
So first of all, let me take that last bit. I am a well-known blockchain skeptic. Somebody asked me, what about blockchain? And I said something like, run the other way. Now, to be fair about this, blockchain is a technology. It is, roughly speaking, a theoretically immutable distributed database. And it has some useful properties. I have not seen it scale terribly well. There are people who argue that there are sort of parallel blockchain systems that could be generating or capturing transactions in parallel, and then you build a kind of a Merkle tree to bind them all together. And so perhaps you could achieve higher capacity, higher transaction rates than I have seen before. We use it at Google, for example, in the certificate transparency application. So it's not like it's simply anathema or stupid or anything else, but it might work only under certain conditions, and it might be less attractive than others. If you really had a distributed database where you're replicating data and you're digitally signing content, then you can introduce the immutability and the discovery of alteration, unauthorized alteration, without necessarily using the blockchain mechanism. Now let me come back to the core of the question, though, is misinformation, disinformation, and other abusive behaviors. I will sort of augment the question for the good of all mankind here. There are lots of things that people can do on the net that are very harmful, including the distribution of malware, and the launch of denial of service attacks, and also the use of social media. And here I'd like to argue that the social media are the things that are most frequently exercised in order to amplify the effects of misinformation and disinformation. And this is turning out to be an extremely hard problem to solve. The platform is largely neutral. So if you think of YouTube and Facebook and all the other Twitter platforms, they are generally speaking neutral in their form, and anybody can inject anything into them. And then the question is, how do you cope with the things that you conclude should not be visible? How do you filter that out? And how do you filter it at scale? So to give you a concrete example, we estimate that there are 400 hours of video per minute uploaded into YouTube. Just think for a minute about what that means. 400 hours per minute uploaded into YouTube. So there's no way that a cadre of human beings is going to be able to look at all that video and do something about it. So we have to invent automated methods. We train those automated methods against videos that we're concerned about, and then we use machine learning to try to detect other videos that might be similarly troublesome. And then we need to do something about making sure that we detect cases that are false positives. So this can get into an example of detecting copyrighted material, whether it's a song or a video or something else. Imagine for a moment that it's a news program. Somebody's taken a clip in order to be concrete about something they're talking about, but the clip turns out to be recognizably copyright by something else, and so the system automatically shuts down that particular video. We go through a lot of things like that, and I'm sure that some of our colleagues in other application spaces run into similar problems. Let me conclude on this one by saying, A, we clearly have to apply automation. B, we have the problem that it won't be perfect, so we have to have a way of recovering from false positives. And third, I would say that there is also a filter that we could train, which might be even better. It's called wetware up here. I call it, critical thinking, and I believe people should exercise critical thinking about what they see and hear. Where did this come from? Is there any corroborating evidence to support a claim that's being made? What was the underlying purpose behind putting this information up? Is someone trying to fool me, persuade me of something that I shouldn't really believe? But that takes work, and so some people aren't willing to put all the work that you should into critical thinking. But I'd like to see kids trained to think that way, because, oh, by the way, that's also the way science works, right? You have a hypothesis, you do experiments, and you verify whether or not the experiments justify the hypothesis. And if they don't, you have to discard the hypothesis, because that's what science is all about. So, sorry, a really long answer, a hard problem to solve, many different mechanisms for addressing it, no one of which is perfect.
Okay, thanks for that. The next question is from Reddit user Relevant. You're sometimes known as one of the fathers of the internet. The question here is, who is the mother of the internet?
I love that. That's question number 103. So the answers are a number of women who were very much involved in the internet's development. And some of them are finally getting some serious recognition. I'm not going to try to tick them all off, because I'm sure I'll miss one and somebody will be unhappy. But Radio Perlman, for example, was very involved in the routing architecture, and especially on doing local area network trees, routing trees, in order to avoid loops and things of that sort. She also solved one of the really hard problems of network fragmentation, where you have a network and it breaks in the middle, so there are two halves that can't talk to each other, and somebody is routing traffic based on the IP address space of that thing that was supposed to be connected, and it lands on the wrong half. And it can't get to the other side because the network is partitioned. She found a way to dynamically relabel the pieces in order to allow the routing system to discover the two broken halves and allow them to be routed to independently. It's a really beautiful piece of work. So, and I mentioned radio because that was visible and very important. Judy Estrin, who is a serial entrepreneur and the daughter of my thesis advisor, was also my student at Stanford in her master's program, and she went on to found 5 or 6 different companies, many of whom, of which were internet related. So the answers are quite a few. Not listed more than 2 here, but there are many more. And thank you for asking the question, because I would like to take an action to get more of those women visible in the internet space, because they deserve a lot of credit.
And this doesn't come from Reddit. That was a natural follow-up question that occurred to me, given the circumstances. Who are the BAME, Black, Asian, and Minority Ethnic researchers that contributed that go a bit unsung?
And there are also a number of those. Now, a good place to look for anyone who's listening is the Internet Hall of Fame, because the Internet Society has identified and how do I say this, sort of highlighted a great many people who have contributed to the net in its origins and also during its evolution. And so if you simply do a Google search for Internet Hall of Fame, you will find quite a lengthy list of people, men and women, black and different colors, and people from different parts of the world. In almost every country, there is somebody who originated the implementation of internet. Usually it was an academic in some major university who wanted to be part of the research and engineering network community, who pushed the introduction of internet in the country. So you'll find lots of those in the Internet Hall of Fame too.
Okay. You touched on this before, but here's another Reddit question from the one wondering, what are you most excited about? How blockchain will change the internet?
Well, I'm not sure that blockchain is really going to change the internet. It is, again, a useful tool for aggregating things and binding them in time and space, roughly speaking, or certainly in time anyway. And because those things are, in theory, immutable, nobody can go back and change an important transaction. Nonetheless, there's some issues here, like how long do you have to remember everything in the blockchain in order to validate something that occurred a long time ago? Think about some transactions that are important to remember. Real estate transactions, for example. Historically, we've kept records for hundreds of years, sometimes even longer than that. And it's been important to have knowledge of what those transactions were and who was involved in them. The same argument could be made for healthcare information, because it might be very important to know what your condition was when you were younger in order to understand the situation you've gotten into when you're older. Or for doing horizontal evaluations of particular conditions and the response to drugs and things like that. Financial transactions often have to be remembered for legal reasons for at least, in the US, for example, 7 years. In the case of the federal income tax or Internal Revenue Service. So there are reasons why you have to hold on to things for a long time. And the question will be, does the blockchain admit of that conveniently and efficiently? So the answer is that I see blockchain as simply in the application space. Now the question is does blockchain have a role to play in more down in the core of the protocols? And I have not seen a proposal to use blockchain necessarily in the core, unless, for example, we might be getting into domain name assignments or IP address assignments where it's important to know to whom was this assigned and when, and to have a continuous knowledge of who's assigned to this domain name, who is assigned to this address space. So I can imagine a possibility of using it there. At the moment, that's not what's happening right now. It's more conventional databases that are used to maintain that information.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, sorry to throw all this blockchain at you, but we are a blockchain company, so I thought I should ask those questions. Here's a longer question from my colleague Neil. The internet's long-term sustainability needs revenues to flow to match where costs are incurred, so that no one party is unfairly subsidizing others. Integrated vertical monopolies, I think that's jargon for Google, put too much power in too few hands. Given the hindsight of what has emerged, what would you have aimed to do differently at the outset to ensure long-term economic sustainability?
Well, actually, I would argue that we have long-term economic stability, and look how long this network has been running. We turned it on in 1983. And I was the guy in 1988 who started, when it was not permitted for the internet to be used by commercial entities at all. The government-sponsored backbones had an appropriate use policy that said no commercial traffic on government backbones. And so when we had 4 of them at that point, we had ESNet from the Department of Energy, we had NSINet, the NASA Science Internet, we had NSFnet, and of course we had ARPANET. And I decided that we would not see a sustainable internet. We certainly wouldn't see one in which the general public and the private sector would have access if it could only be paid for by the government, which it had been paid for the first 5 years of its operation. And so I started lobbying to be allowed to put commercial traffic on the government backbones, not because I was trying to get the government backbone to subsidize commercial traffic, but I wanted to break the appropriate use policy in order to show the private sector that internet services could be very useful from the private sector point of view. And so I got permission to connect MCI mail to the internet. And of course, it was a commercial operation. And as soon as I got that permission and we got the interface up between MCI mail and the rest of the internet, all the other commercial email providers said, wait a minute, those MCI guys can't have this special privilege. We want to be connected to, and they got permission to do that. And that same year, it was in 1989 at that point, in that year, 3 commercial internet services popped up in the US, and they became so successful eventually that the NSF team shut down the NSF net. They said, we don't need it anymore because we can buy the service, the universities can purchase the service from the commercial sector. So the first point is that I believe that the openness of the internet, the freedom to create a piece of internet and find somebody to connect to, was vital to its vitality. And if you think about it, we didn't say what business model the internet service providers had to have. We didn't say who they had to connect to. We didn't dictate what the prices were. We didn't dictate terms and conditions for their interconnection. The system was essentially self-organizing. And so on this score, I would argue that the network has done very well. We're only 50% penetrated. I accept that we should be farther along. But the economic engine continues. And in fact, I'm seeing people trying to drive cost out where they can so that people who have less disposable income can have access to the internet. So some of my projects involve getting Native American reservations up on the net, other projects that Google has been involved in to get internet available in India, for example, and other parts of the developing world. So now the argument that there are these verticalized companies and somehow that's bad, I'm not sure I buy that entirely. I mean, there are things that we need to do, but they have more to do with our concerns about misinformation and disinformation. Keep in mind that although Google invests heavily in networking capability, it also interconnects on a global scale with an enormous number of different network providers in order to reach potential users of our products and services. And the same is true for Amazon and for Microsoft Azure and so on. So I'm not sure I buy an argument that says the verticality is a bad thing.
Okay, fair enough. Here's a question from another colleague of mine, Polina. Did you expect you would be putting users at risk in any way? And if so, what group of people would you have thought could be most at risk? Again, this is referring to when you were doing the early design of the internet.
So the honest answer is that we were not imagining quite what we see today. We did see social value in the internet. So the notion of social networking is not as new as some people might think, although its appearance around 1972 or so was, I would say, rather simplistic. Distribution lists from email. And Ray Tomlinson comes up with the idea of email around 1971 or so, 2 years after the ARPANET gets turned on late in 1969. And of course, we all jump on that because it's a convenient means of computer-mediated communication. You don't have to be both awake at the same time. You can be operating in different time zones and have asynchronous communication. But as soon as that got invented, the next thing that happens is email distribution lists. Very early on, and I remember the first one I got on was sci-fi lovers. We were all geeks and engineers. We argued over who were the best sci-fi writers and what were the best stories. And so that way it was clear that that was a kind of a social phenomenon. And then the next one I remember getting connected to was called Yum Yum, which was a restaurant review that was started at Stanford University, and it covered the Palo Alto area, and eventually it expanded to broader territory. So we were aware of some of the social aspects of internet use and even ARPANET use very early on. On the other hand, as we look at the social networking systems of today, where we see Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and so on, I had not anticipated, I think, the scale at which those kinds of applications would be operating. The second thing, which I think is relevant as well, is that in the early days of the internet, we didn't anticipate mobile, the kind of mobile computing that we have today. And I mentioned my packet radio mistakes, for example, but here I'm trying to speak to something even deeper. So you should know that in 1973, Marty Cooper started working on the handheld telephone, the same year when Bob Kahn and I started working on the internet. In 1983, Marty turned on the first mobile telephone service, AT&T's telephone service, and Bob Kahn and I and others turned the internet on in 1983. But we didn't ever come together. They were running in parallel until 2007. I want to give some credit to Nokia, which had some pretty smart phones before the iPhone turned up, but the iPhone really triggered a whole new genre of communication. And why is that? Well, first of all, the mobile phone had processing capability, or the iPhone had processing capability and a camera in addition to its basic application capability. And so the internet and the handheld smartphone were mutually reinforcing. The mobile phone improved the utility of the internet by making it accessible wherever you had a useful mobile phone. And the mobile phone was made more useful by the fact that it had access to all the content of the internet. And so those two technologies have rapidly reinforced each other. And I think a lot of what we see today in the social networking space is partly a consequence of smartphones. It's true that those same applications work on laptops and desktops, but think about the impact of videos and photographs taken with a mobile phone uploaded by radio to the internet and shared on the social medium. Extremely powerful consequences of that. And so that I did not anticipate.
Fair enough. I'm actually going to go to Daedalus now for another question.
Okay. So cryptography was brought a number of times in this discussion. So a number of ways to use cryptography right now to secure the internet is very hierarchical. So we have DNS security extension, root certificate authorities, and so forth. All of this work, assuming like this sort of higher level of trust is safe. So to put it differently, you do have single points of failure. And that means that we have to trust governments, big technology corporations to provide the infrastructure. And this type of centralization led to problems in the past. And undoubtedly, it will happen again, that we will have problems with this. So for this reason, a lot of people advocate for alternatives that attempt to decentralize these functionalities in order to address these issues. So what's your take on that? Do you think that the model that is used right now, this hierarchical model, is something that would make the internet safe, or we should look for alternatives?
Well, I don't know what the alternatives would be, to be quite honest with you. And I also think that cryptography is our friend in general, although it does not solve all problems. So we should be careful not to make that assumption. But if you think a little bit about the current uses of cryptography, you'll see that it is scattered around throughout the network. And you alluded to several different places where it can be usefully applied. So the PKI, for example, the routing public key infrastructure, is one way, if we could get everybody to agree to it, is one way of getting better control over the way in which routing is done. There is a secure BGP proposal that is coming out of the IETF. There's end-to-end cryptography, which is starting to show up for higher level applications, communication applications and the like. So I still see cryptography as being a useful tool, and I also do not see that it is entirely centralized at all. I mean, we have the ability to generate public keys in almost any place that we feel the need to do that. We don't have to go to a single place in order to get those keys. You're correct, however, that there are some architectures that are subject to potential undermining. So certificate authorities, for example, you can have any number of them you want to. The trouble is some of them should not be trusted, either because of the weakness in which they've implemented the system that holds the keys, or they are compromised because somebody bribed someone to generate a certificate that certifies somebody as being Microsoft, for example, when they aren't, or Google or something else. So we've seen various ways in which the trusted third party problem has been undermined. And yet, in my experience, trusted third party is almost invariably needed for almost any useful application. So you could say, well, what about self-sovereign, self-generated keys? What's wrong with that? And the answer is, there's nothing wrong with that. I can use that key to generate, digitally sign things. I can make a list of assertions about myself, and I can sign it in such a way that nobody else could have said it but me. The problem is, what's me? And how do you find out how to associate my digitally signed, assertion and my self-signed certificate and my, public and private key? How do you reliably associate that with me? It's not that you can't test the assertions. The text of the assertions are digitally signed. You know that you can test that. The question is, how do you know if I lied or not? And so you still end up having to go to somebody else and say, I have this stuff from the guy who holds this public key. Here's what he says about himself, but can you help me validate that? Now, do I have to have only one place to go to validate? No, you could have multiple places to go to do that. But it does seem to me that at some point, if we're serious about this, we're probably going to have to establish some regulations that say, here are the terms and conditions under which you can be trusted to make these assertions or to validate these claims. And in order to run a company that does that, you probably have to meet certain criteria. We probably are going to need international agreements about what those criteria are, so that digital signatures from two parties who have been granted certificates by two different organizations can trust each other that the certificate granting organizations have met all the criteria for trusted operation. There are a few other interesting examples. Dane, for instance, where you put a digital certificate into the middle of a zone in the domain name system, is another kind of way of discovering a certificate. And it has the interesting property that you can't undermine more than just the portion of the domain names, the zone in which that certificate lives. So you can't issue a certificate that's all of Microsoft. You can only issue a certificate that's within a certain part of the domain name system. So I'm attracted to these limitations. But I feel like I could go on, but I think I won't. I want to emphasize to people who are listening that cryptography is very important and very valuable. So is strong authentication, the ability to authenticate yourself strongly. I'm a fan of anonymity and being available. There are times when anonymity is needed to protect people. On the other hand, I also want very strong authentication that we all agree to, so that I can make it hard for someone to pretend to be me and take actions in my name. I do not want that to be easy. And that's why I want strong authentication. And that's why I believe cryptography is going to be an important part of the solution to that part of the problem.
Okay, great. We've had some questions coming in while we've done this session. So I'm just going to do a couple of those. One is from Vector. He refers to the phrase surf the web. Does that refer to your last name?
No, it's a wonderful coincidence, though. In fact, Jean Pauli Armour, or Jean Armour Pauli, I'm mixing her name up, is the one who wrote an article about surfing the net. And she was speaking about all the content that's in the internet or the World Wide Web. And so the article was about surfing the web or surfing the net. And so that particular image was introduced long after my participation in the development of the internet. It's just a delicious coincidence that my name sounds like that. Now, there is another anecdote that's sort of amusing. Around 1989, there was a company called General Atomics in San Diego that got involved in the creation of a network to link the research institutions in the San Diego area. And they were going to call it SURFnet, SURFnet. And I think that it was an acronym. And of course, they had, all the advertising campaign with T-shirts and surfing the ocean of information and all this other stuff. And a few weeks before they were ready to turn on the SURFnet operation, they discovered that in the Netherlands, there was already an organization that called itself surf.net or SURFnet or something. I guess it was surf.net. And the acronym stood for, in Dutch, stood for a nonprofit organization that was serving the academic community. So they said, well, okay, so we can't call ourselves SURFnet. But somebody else said, why don't we call ourselves the California Educational Research Foundation Network, CERFnet. And then somebody else said, oh, maybe we should call Vint. So they called me up. Is it okay if we call our network SURFnet? And my first reaction was, gee, what if they screw it up? Am I going to be embarrassed about that? I thought some more about it. I said, wait a minute. People name their kids after other people, and if the kids don't come out right, they don't blame the people they named them after. So I said, sure, go ahead, So I flew out to San Diego. Susan Estrada, who was the executive director of SURFnet at the time, and I took one of these plastic bottles full of glitter, and we smashed it over a Cisco router, and we launched the SURFnet.
Cool. Okay, our last question is from Justin Fujimoto. And he says, what was the first game Phil Wadler created on the internet? So I'm going to answer that one, if that's okay. I've threatened to answer it before. And actually, to answer this, Heike, could you please run the second video, please? Is happening.
Okay, we're back.
Okay. Right. So that's a game.
Does everybody know what that was?
You tell them.
Oh no. You should tell them, Phil. You had a hand.
That's Space War. And I meant that when I was a student at Stanford, he actually hired me to do a demonstration program for the internet. And the demonstration program that was picked was to take Space War, which was one of the very first video games. It was actually running on a couple of jukeboxes at Stanford University in the student union. We were both reminiscing before about how much we enjoyed playing it there for a quarter ago. And it was vector graphics. I can't remember. Did I implement it with vector graphics? I think I did.
I would guess you must have. Also,
this was before the days of raster graphics.
You also had the ability to fold the system so that it folded in on itself. So the spacecraft that left over here came over on the other side, and if you were fighting,
that's right.
And they didn't know that. You could sneak up on them by going this way. They thought you were running away, and you turned around and fired at them from behind. It was really a tricky game. The whole thing with a wonderful demonstration of what you could get away with. It was so much better than Pong.
Yes, Pong was an older video game, but it was enormous fun. And of course, there's much more sophisticated things now. But give me a chance to play Space War again, and I would do it. I'm sure that must be available somewhere.
Well,
minus the vector graphics.
It is available at the Computer History Museum on a PDP-1, just outside of the Google complex. It's in the former Silicon Graphics International headquarters, and we occupy what was the Silicon Graphics primary headquarters. So the international one is now turned into the Computer History Museum. So if you should happen to come to the West Coast, I would urge you to pay a visit to the Computer History Museum, where you can play Space War to your heart's content.
And I should mention that the video that I showed, that's a different implementation of Space War, not the one that I did. And neither the one in the student union at Stanford, nor the one I implemented, had the wonderful music that was on that video. So that was a bit of an addition. I can't take credit for that. So I think we will stop there. Thank you ever so much for your time. That's been really fascinating. Thank you to everybody for the great questions and for that time, and we'll leave it there. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Phil and Akalos. I really enjoyed the session. I hope your viewers enjoyed it as well. And I hope our paths cross again on the net.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Have a great day.
All right. So what did you guys think about that? Oh man, I'm gonna need something after this. Whew, it's gonna be a long day. So what you guys think? Vint Cerf got quite a few interesting comments in the chat. Yeah, I know. It was a little bit of a letdown, to be totally honest. Steven, you need a coffee? Yeah, I could feel that. You know, we're about 4 hours in, guys. That almost put me to sleep. Just keeping up with the chat, so you guys are keeping it interesting for me. So Vint Cerf, early internet pioneer, was one of the founders of the internet and the early protocol TCP/IP. In fact, we still use that protocol today. So him sharing his thoughts, I think he went a little bit off tangent to a certain degree, but that's just me. Yeah, we're gonna have to get something stronger here. Yeah, Duckpool, we're gonna need a stronger drink. Yeah, I'm with you. My favorite part was the ending. Yeah, so guys, it was kind of a letdown, but you know, there's gonna be lots more speakers coming on. In fact, I wanted to let you guys know that Big Pay has actually invited me to have a bit of a chat, a little bit of a discussion. So we're on a break right now, and I just want to let you guys know we're going to be doing a bit of a collaboration for a few minutes just to talk about some of the things that we've heard about so far. So I'm going to see how we can go about doing that. Hope you guys are all still doing okay. We've got 255 people watching right now. Hope you guys are all doing well. The Cardano Virtual Summit 2020 Shelly Edition happening live right now. Yeah, so guys, with this Cardano Summit, so the team is really putting this event together as a way to celebrate all the work and all the accomplishments that have been achieved by the team. It's really cool. We're able to celebrate Shelly, you know, the upcoming events and milestones that we're going to be anticipating here with Cardano. Things are really looking up. Things are exciting for people who are involved in the space right now. It's an incredible time to be here. So I just want to say thank you to you guys, for everybody who is engaging in the chat. I really appreciate the conversation. It keeps things interesting. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this. We've been going about 4 hours now. So what I'm doing right now, if I do seem a little disconnected, I'm just trying to go ahead and get configured right now with Discord. I'm seeing about having a chat with Big Pay. Big Pay is another stake pool operator, so he is another prominent figure within the Cardano ecosystem, does a lot of great work as far as content creation, you know, putting out information and resources regarding starting a stake pool. So really cool guy. I got a chance to do my first live stream with him on his channel actually. So it would be very interesting to have a chance to chat with him. All right, so guys, looking forward to the agenda. So for those of you guys who are just tuning in, we just got done with our conversation with Vint Cerf. Quite an interesting conversation, a bit of a drag. I thought it was a little bit dry, to be totally honest, but there was quite a few bits of information that they talked about, namely the architecture behind the internet and how blockchain is related to that. So talking about a few design elements with blockchain and how it's different and similar with cryptocurrencies. We were counting to see how many times Vint Cerf ended up saying Cardano. Did you guys hear any times he said Cardano? I counted 0. So crazy, right? Benjamin, yeah, the Cardano on the rocks does not work. So yes, Cardano on the rocks right now is not ready for mainnet. Cardano on the rocks is still a platform that you can use if you're interested in building a stake pool. It's just that right now the support for Haskell isn't quite there yet. So as far as what I would recommend if you are interested in purchasing hardware to run a stake pool, I've actually got a video up on my YouTube channel talking about how to build a stake pool. It's basically a PC server, and you guys want to stay tuned for a coming up video very soon, maybe within the next day or so. That is going to be talking about building a budget Cardano stake pool. So those of you guys who want to get started with a bare metal server, don't want to spend a whole lot of money, by viewer request, I went ahead and created that for you guys. So I'm sure you'll find lots of value from there. Yeah, definitely go ahead and stay tuned. For those of you guys who are jumping off, just a moment, I'm going to be starting a call with Big Pay, so I just want to give you guys a heads up. We're going to be doing a bit of a recap and just discussing some of the things that have been talked about so far. See here. Hey, what's up, man? How's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Enjoying this virtual summit. I'm actually using a separate computer right now. I'm just trying to figure this out. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's any way for me to have it so that I can use one computer and then we got the live stream going on another. Yeah. No, it's all good, man. It's all good. I'm with you too. I'm also going through some technical difficulties right now. So.
Yeah, we did do this off the cuff, so I understand. Is there like a delay in my voice a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I can hear a little bit of echo too. No, it's just my speaker on my computer. Hold on, let me see if I can pull this up here. It looks like Charles is live right now. I'm not sure if it would be better to see if we can jump on there and maybe talk about that, or what do you think? Yeah, we can. We can. It's all good. I feel like lots of people in the chat also talking about Charles being live. Sure, sure. All right, man. We'll try this again soon. Okay. Okay guys, so thanks for staying with me. I actually tried to jump on there with Big Pay. It didn't look like we were going to have much luck. What I'm going to do for you guys, seeing that Charles is live, I'm going to go ahead and play his live stream since we're waiting.
This community as a whole, and it's a tremendous honor that we had the opportunity to welcome Vint to come to our conference, get his opinion. He's always been very vocal about certain things, and learn a bit of his wisdom that he brought. And year after year, we'll have that honor with many people all across the spectrum, and we're just going to keep growing. So keep watching the summit. I hope you guys are enjoying it as much as I am. I'm having the best day of my life, I think, and every single panels and presentation is just extraordinary. I hope you enjoyed Project Catalyst with Dor, and see the cell phone app that we created. We were really excited to bring that to you. We have some cool stuff on the enterprise side. We're announcing that several deals potentially have the ability to bring millions of people into the Cardano ecosystem. Christian's presentation on Ouroboros was just top notch. And I'll remind everybody that if you missed any of these tracks, it's okay, because we're going to port all of the presentations to YouTube, to our channel, the IO Global YouTube channel. So do make sure that you spend some time there and share them. And I hope that you're having as much fun as I'm having. So thanks for watching. Personal thank you to Vint. He's one of my heroes. And I remember when I was at university, learning about how the internet worked and reading about these guys. They were just mythological figures off into the ether. And it's a bit surreal to see them come and, in a sense, pass the baton of challenges that they're having trouble solving to our generation to pick up and figure out great ways to move forward and hopefully solve them in better ways than they came before us. Cheers, everybody, and keep watching.
Very cool. All right, well, there you have it, guys. It's nice to see everybody engaging in what is happening right now. We've got so much happening with this virtual summit. All right. So guys, as far as where we're at right now, for those of you who are jumping back after catching Charles's live stream, so we just got done with a keynote from Vint Cerf. Let's take a look at the schedule, see what's next. Okay, so guys, it looks like we have a quick networking break for maybe about another 14-15 minutes, and then after that, we're going straight into ADA Pay. So this is going to be a solution that allows merchants to accept ADA as a form of payment. So that's going to be very interesting. Taking a look at that, as well as functional smart contracts on Cardano. Very cool, you know, as we see Goguen happen very soon after Shelley. Things related to smart contracts, very interesting to know more about that. Plutus, Marlowe, you know, what the development experience is going to be like for these smart contracts. Coffee traceability solution from Emergo. They are working with Blue Korenci Coffee in Indonesia to allow for blockchain traceability using the Cardano blockchain. Very cool. And then taking a look also at Emergo's education programs. All right, so guys, we should have another action-packed hour here coming up very soon. I want to leave this time open for those of you who are willing to participate in the chat. If you guys do have any questions, go ahead and let me know. Just leaving this time open to you guys so you can ask me any questions. I can, maybe provide any feedback or anything like that. Yeah, I think Charles came on for just a quick live stream to just kind of share his thoughts and opinions about Vint Cerf's speech. I think with all the speakers that were anticipated to come on and share their thoughts for this virtual summit, I think Vint Cerf was probably one of the most highly anticipated. So lots of mixed feelings there with what he had to say about this type of event and what he has done and with his legacy and being a early pioneer in the creation of the internet and how that relates to blockchain technology. So interesting to know his thoughts, but I feel like Cardano is definitely in a league of its own as it comes to cryptocurrencies. Just so much going on with the development. We are going to see Shelley, we're going to see Gauguin. They're talking about Voltaire now coming out in 2020. I mean, just incredible to hear all the developments that are actually happening. Yeah, so guys, when we are finished up here with the brief networking break, I wanted to go ahead and jump into the main auditorium to catch some of that ADA Pay announcement. I think that as far as mainstream adoption and actual use for blockchain technology, being able to integrate that into everyday life in terms of payments is going to be really big. One thing that we see very notably with Japan and what they're doing with Cardano, there was actually, I believe it was a Japanese barbecue. I forgot the name of the actual restaurant, but this Japanese barbecue is accepting ADA as payments. And you guys know that Japanese culture, in terms of technology, it's so far ahead when it comes to other countries and their innovation. So really cool what they're doing with ADA payments. I think it's pretty incredible. So ADA Pay is going to be that solution for merchants to accept Cardano and ADA as a form of payment. So really interesting. I'm excited to see what that is like. Tom Jumper, Vint Chain. Yeah, I think Vint Cerf is probably going to start his ICO after this. He's probably going to be jumping on the bandwagon here pretty soon. Sooner or later, we'll see Vint Chain. I don't know. It's kind of funny. Yeah, thanks for everybody who is keeping up with the chat. I really appreciate all the comments. You guys are really awesome. It's just making this live stream so much more bearable. We've been going now for almost 5 hours. It's pretty incredible. This is the first live stream that I've actually done with you guys on the channel. So really excited to be here with you guys and just sharing this experience, being able to talk with you all, share my thoughts. It's pretty awesome. I'm definitely going to be doing this more often. I would just like to say also, the channel has recently crossed over 6,000 subscribers. So really just want to say big thank you to all of you guys. I could not have done half of what I have without all the support from the community. So I just want to give a big thank you to everyone here. For all you guys who like the videos, for all you guys who comment on the videos. I can't tell you how much that means to me, just putting in the work to bring out valuable and informational content for you guys. It really does mean a lot. So yeah, for those of you guys asking about the Kaizen stake pool. So as far as where we are right now with the development of that, I'm currently going through the process of building out the bare metal servers. In fact, I'm pretty much done. I'm actually going to be releasing a budget Cardano stake pool build video for you guys. If you're interested in learning about the hardware components that I've used to put that together, video coming very soon. Make sure you subscribe. You definitely want to make sure you catch that. And then as far as installing the software side of things, I'm working very hard with that. It's quite a bit, honestly, because of the amount of updates that they're cutting. Pretty much a new release almost every week. So it's really just a matter of configuring your node, learning all the new steps that have been added or maybe some steps that have been taken away, and then going through the entire process again to try and familiarize yourself with building the stake pool. So it's been quite a journey. I really appreciate you guys' patience. For those of you who do want to delegate to Kaizen Stake Pool, look out for ticker symbol Kaizen. It's Kaizn. We're going to be on the mainnet here very soon. You'll be able to start delegating in August. So very excited about that. Yeah, Duck Pool. It's going to be awesome, man. We're going to celebrate. Tom Jumper, Kaizen, any thoughts on Holochain? You know, Tom, to be totally honest with you, I don't have an opinion on Holochain. It's namely just because I don't know enough to talk about it. You know, there's going to be so many different blockchain projects that are doing innovative things. Holochain is definitely one of them. You know, you hear about them. I know a lot of people are into Digibyte, you know, Chainlink. With what Ethereum is doing right now with DeFi, I think that it's still something worth considering. I focus on Cardano mainly, and the reason is because that's really where I've invested most of my attention. So as far as any other blockchain projects, you know, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of winners in this space, but I think Cardano is going to be a top contender, definitely. Ada Pay sounds pretty amazing. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be cool to see what type of solutions they have for merchants. Thoughts on Kadi from David. David, thoughts on Kadi? You know, to be totally honest with you, same thing. I don't really have an opinion because I just don't know enough about it. You guys know that I focus a lot on the fundamental sides of the project. As far as, you know, talking about all these different developments, I really want to make sure that I have a good understanding before I tell you guys anything. And the reason for that is because if I just start spewing any old nonsense, you know, it doesn't make any sense. So as far as my thoughts, it's going to be a solution that's going to help drive the adoption for Cardano. I don't really have any type of detailed explanation for you there. I'm sorry about that. Jeffrey says, I'm a merchant and as a side hustle would love to run your first Ada Pay. I'll get a photo with my customer and send you a pic. Please do, Jeffrey. That would be incredible. You know, just to see actual usage of Ada for payments, incredible, man. And if you're an entrepreneur, you could definitely use that to help promote your business. I think that's incredible. Jay, let us tip you, bro. Hey, Jay, I appreciate you, man. No tips are necessary, but they're always appreciated. You guys can do super chats. Super chats are welcome. If you guys want to donate to the stake pool, there is a donation address on our website. I don't want to leave any type of donation address here. It's just hard to work around all the settings and whatnot. If you guys want to check it out, visit our website at kaizencrypto.com. At the bottom, you'll see the option to donate to our stake pool. So really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. All right, so guys, in about 5 minutes, we're going to be jumping on to our next panel. We're going to be taking a look at Ada Pay. Very exciting. Can't wait to see what they have to say about that. Marco Santiago, has anyone created an Ada exit strategy? Bro, I got the Cardano millionaire strategy for you. Go ahead and check those out. Those videos are on the channel. I produce content like that because as an investor, I think it's really important to think with the end game in mind. So yeah, definitely check that out. I'd love to know your thoughts. Turner Fair, always delegating with you, homie. Hey man, I appreciate you. You know, I really like to keep the family close. And as we're growing, it really means a lot to have your support. So I appreciate that. CJ, is there an estimate on what the mainnet rewards will be when delegating? Right now, they're talking about delegation rewards of about 6%. I think that's pretty fair. You know, you'll just have to determine what stake pool you're going to delegate to based on the metrics that they set. Right now, we have a K parameter. I believe it's 150. I'm not sure if it's changed. And then we've got an A0 value of 0.3. What that means basically is that there's going to be 150 top stake pools with an amount of pledge or delegation that's going to set them to become saturated more quickly than other smaller pools. This is essentially an effort to help stabilize the network and help with the decentralization. I think over time we'll see those numbers of saturated stake pools increase as the amount of delegated ADA begins to increase as well. Let's see here. Yeah, I wish I had 10 million ADA. I probably wouldn't be doing YouTube videos. In fact, I'd probably be sipping a Mai Tai on an island somewhere. That sounds pretty cool. But no, just kidding. I love being here with you guys. It's worth it. It keeps things interesting, and I really appreciate the support. Duckpool, talking about what you do understand makes this channel great. Yeah, that's what I'm about, man. I'm not gonna try and sugarcoat anything. I'm not gonna try and feed you guys nonsense. If I don't know, I'm gonna tell you straight up. But that's just how I roll. That's what it is. I appreciate you guys noticing that, because it's just, I've had the experience of watching YouTubers talk about things that they didn't fully understand, and I actually listened to that and I bought into it. And that's a big learning opportunity for me, because it's like the naivety of where I was at and where I'm at currently. It's like I'm learning so much just by being involved and creating this content. So I want to make sure I'm as transparent as possible with you guys. That's my biggest thing. Yep, so guys, we're going to be starting with the ADA Pay segment here in just a moment. For those of you guys who are just jumping back on from Charles Hoskinson's quick live update, don't forget to drop a like for me. It definitely does let me know that you guys are enjoying this video. So we've been going now for more than 5 hours. This is pretty incredible. This is a test of my endurance. So I hope you guys are having a great time. I know I'm very excited to be here with you guys. KS, go get more ADA with my super chat. Cheers, man. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh man, you guys are awesome. Getting lots of nice things in the chat. Hey, just want to say thank you so much to everybody. So we're going to be starting here in just a moment. Let's go ahead and tune in.
Hello everybody, and welcome to the summit. I am Shachaf Bar Geffen, Coty's CEO, and with me is Dr. Alawani, Coty's CTO. I'm a father of 3. We live in Israel. And I've been an entrepreneur for the past 15 years, co-founded and sold 2 companies after an army career. I was also the founder of Web3 online media group. Today we'll tell you about Coty, about AdaPay and how it was built, and then show you a video demonstrating everything. And of course we'll have time for some questions afterwards. But before further ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Alawani.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Nir Khalwani, Coty CTO. I have a PhD in applied mathematics and have more than 20 years of experience in leading research and development teams in both startup and enterprises. As part of my experience, I founded and sold the company to IBM and was the head of research in IBM real-time compression. I also hold 13 patents in data compression, data analysis, and machine learning.
Coty is currency of the internet. We are a fully encompassing finance on blockchain ecosystem that is designed specifically to meet the challenges of traditional finance, specifically fees, latency, global inclusion, risk, and so on and so forth. You can maybe think of us like Cardano, but focused on finance. Now, how do we do that? We do so by introducing a new type of DAG, direct acyclic graph-based protocol, and a payment infrastructure that is scalable, fast, private, inclusive, low cost, and is optimized for real-time payments. The ecosystem includes a DAG-based blockchain, as I've mentioned, a proof of trust consensus algorithm, multi-DAG that allow token issuance. We're the only ones that are doing that. A global trust system, a system that allows you to actually check via an address how reliable your counterparty is. A universal payment solution that can process both credit cards and cryptocurrencies, and we're doing so today for more than $7 million a month, as well as consumer and merchant applications. And we offer all of that service as a white label for enterprises, and this is how we came about to AdaPay. AdaPay is a way for an online merchant to accept ADA as a form of payment. So it's like PayPal, but for ADA payments. So if you have some ADA and you'd like to pay for a product, you can just send the ADA from your ADA-based wallet to the merchant's gateway that we've created, and it's called AdaPay, simply put. Now, it allows merchants to accept ADA payments as a cryptocurrency with near instant settlement, and the merchant can later on convert that through the solution to 35 fiat currencies with a global coverage directly to their bank accounts, giving them essentially the best possible way to deal with ADA. We've created a demo video showing how the solution actually works, but we'll show you that after Dr. Halawani here will describe how the solution actually works behind the scenes.
Okay, so if we drill down a bit about how the solution works and how we built it for AdaPay, then Koti white label platform and SDK basically allow not just Ada but anyone to write and support the cryptocurrency that they have on their mainnet over our mainnet. Our SDK enable AdaPay merchants, for example, to accept and integrate Ada payment as part of the existing cashier and website by using a unique solution that we created called the payment request mechanism, which offers integration which is as simple as PayPal-like button. The flow is the same, the integration is the same, and we basically support most website and e-commerce website. The payment flow basically enables merchants to receive other payments on the website, as I said, but without the need for them to support the infrastructure and the transaction on their own. I mean, everything is off the shelf. Every payment status is reported back to a merchant website as it would be in PayPal or any other solution, using IPNs and webhooks and callbacks. The other payments sent by customers are credited immediately at the merchant's other wallet. And all the payments are sent through the AdaPay are on-chain payments, meaning the transaction and validation are basically made by Ada blockchain and not by a Koti blockchain. And everything is, the validation, the authentication, and the fraud elimination is rely on the blockchain itself, the Ada blockchain itself, and everything is in real time. After a merchant finishes the setup of the account, he gets access to his dashboard, which allows him to see the activity and also the balances, the payments, and everything that goes around it, and all the necessary details, which later on would also support off-ramp liquidity and other more sophisticated solutions.
Looking into the future and the sort of things that we can do today and may become valuable for AdaPay, one is, of course, on-ramp. We've been developing our own on-ramp for a while now, allowing users to use a credit card to buy a mix of cryptocurrencies, and ADA can be one of them, of course, and that will allow users to actually on-ramp to ADA. We're also supporting connectivity to the DeFi space directly through wallets, so users can actually gain interest and give loans through our SDK. So this may be in the future of ADA. Before showing you the demo video, I'd like to personally thank the Cardano Foundation for working with us and the support teams for everything and the wider community. Couldn't have done it without them, of course. So sit back and short video showing how AdaPay actually works. Thank you. Okay, so guys, it looks like that's what we had to talk about with AdaPay. That was pretty cool. Yeah, I think being able to offer a solution to merchants.
Hello, everybody. This is Shachaf Bar-Geffen,
Here we go.
Coty's CEO, joining from Tel Aviv, Israel. I'm here to answer all your questions. I see you already have a few, and I truly hope you like the presentation and that you're having a good summit so far. All right, so let's just get to it. I see some questions that are unrelated, but I do see a question from Andrew. Andrew Wild asked, does AdaPay have inspirations to integrate into other point-of-sale software solutions, such as Shopkeep, Upserve, Toast, etc.? Okay, well, first, AdaPay is a decision that will be made by the Cardano Foundation. But what I can tell you technically and business-wise about the POS marketplace is that it's and we dove into this the last 2 years. It's a highly fragmented market, not just globally, even on a country basis. So a lot of providers, and it's actually a market that is super ripe for innovations, because most of the solutions that you see there, especially the national ones, are ones that are not cloud connected. So for instance, if you want to add something in app, you will just need to go and just sign a deal with a legacy provider and have this lengthy bespoke integration with it. So we've been looking at this and trying to figure out what can be, the best way to connect, crypto-based solutions, payment solutions, and ADA, of course. And what I can say is that we did find, some providers, global providers, that have a very good outreach and APIs that you can join in. There are also some like meta solutions that you can integrate once and then find yourself with various providers. Fortunately, not the big ones. But once this hurdle is solved, then for sure we can connect a Coty solution and then ADA to point of sale globally or locally. Joshua Miller, our friend, asks, when are you going to get it on Shopify? So Shopify is actually easier. It's web-based, and this is where we love to operate. So we do have that in the pipe, not just Shopify, of course, Magento and other online providers. Andrew also asks, who pays for AdaPay service, merchants or users through transaction fees? So actually, it's the merchant is the one that pays for the transaction. It's a small fee, especially when you compare it to what he would pay, for credit card processing. So the merchant is the one that pays for the fee. That's the way it works with these other solutions. Raja, sorry if I got this wrong, says that it's a great presentation, so thank you. And he asks, do you see a larger partnership between Cody and Ada beyond AdaPay? So actually, we have a very good relationship with the foundation, Dan Friedman, Jeff Pollack, and even Charles Hoskinson himself. We are looking at other things as well, especially around Shelly and the opportunities that it brings. We'll keep everybody updated, of course. We're working hard not to announce announcements these days, so we'll let you know once something is there and ready. But out of the top 10 out there, Ada is our favorite, so we'll let you know. So Tom Lombardi, another friend, says that he's a big fan of Cody, so again, thank you. So he asks, how are staking rewards managed in AdaPay system? If you're asking about Cody's rewards, I'll assume that you are. So for those of you who aren't aware of it, or the system itself, Cody is one of the, I think we are the only one out there, I may be mistaken, but node operators and stakers, meaning people that back node operators, actually get a fee from each transaction that they help us facilitate. So again, all transactions on our network, regardless of the original currency they were created in, are put on the trust chain, which is Cody chain, and then node operators and stakers get rewarded. So it's the same idea here. Christopher Pollack asks, who are your competitors in the space? So that's a great question, and we're doing a wide range of things. So it depends on what aspect of what we do you're looking at, and it also depends. Some people ask, are you a competitor of Ripple or Stellar? And to them, I always answer that no, because these are the other people out there that promote the same ideas that we promote and Cardano promotes. So I would say that our competitors in the space are probably PayPal, mostly. This is the giant that we're trying to outbid. I know it's a huge endeavor, but this is what we're looking at. And then maybe when you look, if you're very focused on cryptocurrency processing, then you have quite a few like BitPay out there that may be considered a competitor. But I always say that what we compete with essentially is old habits and the financial system that tries to keep everything the same. This is our competition, and people not trying new things, not trying to adopt new things. This is our competition, old ideas. Josh wanted to know what are the plans to get merchants to adopt AdaPay. Well, basically, once the product is out there, merchants can adopt AdaPay. It's super easy to do and implement. It's a few minutes actually, just adding a widget. It depends a lot on what Cardano wants to do with it, actually, and how they want to roll this out. But again, it's very easy to do if you want to do it. Jorge Escobar wanted to know, can the AdaPay functionality be added to a mobile application? And if not, what is missing for this functionality to be available? So yes, ADA Pay can be added to a mobile app. We support all sorts of integrations, whether it's through APIs, SDKs, and direct implementation. Andreas Folle wanted to know, will you have an ADA debit card? So that's beyond my pay grade. This is another, like up to or Simplex soon, will let you create a debit card. Marines, I think, that's a nice nickname there, says, thank you for this talk. Thank you. And asks, how are you interlacing with regulators, in regards to payments and loans? So first of all, payments and loans are different, and they have different regulations. And without boring you with all sorts of licenses out there, I can tell you that transacting with a cryptocurrency and storing a cryptocurrency has one set of licenses, like for instance in Gibraltar, the DLT license. Transacting with fiat has a different license. So if you want to allow users to give you fiat and give them crypto back, that's a different license, usually an exchange license. I can tell you that in Europe it's quite, it's not that easy to come by, but not that complicated as well. If you want to store fiat, store a balance for your user, that's that sort of license is called EMI license. It's different. It's more complicated. It has different capital requirements, of course. Coty has the first two licenses, by the way. EMI is something that we aspire to do, and we will probably do. Before you do EMI, you can do a financial institution license. That's easier, and this is in our roadmap soon. Now, giving loans to people, that's a banking license. That is far more complicated. I think, I may be wrong about this, but I think I'm not, that even PayPal, when they give working capital loans, don't do that with their own license. So they actually do that with banks and so on. So that's different. If it's just straight on cryptocurrency sort of lending, like centralized finance, like maybe Nexo, Celsius, and so on. I'm not sure what sort of license you need there. You don't need a banking license for sure, but I think that is regulated as well. I hope I answered your questions. Jose wanted to know, have you thought about charge a standard plastic chip card with ADA in inverse way to payment? Thanks. Again, this is not something that Cory is doing. Miroslav wanted to know, will AdaPay be available to easily integrate to WordPress website? So that goes back to what I've said earlier about Shopify and Magento. And again, this is in our roadmap, of course. Sean, I think, and again, I'm sorry if I got the names wrong. I'm sure everybody will get my name wrong. So I'm sorry for everybody there that I got his name mispronounced. So I think Sean Ederson asks, are there partnership opportunities for Coty's solution to be implemented and marketed in other countries? Yeah, for sure. Coty is working globally and would be happy to help anybody in the space that is doing interesting things around payments. Okay, so Rings asks again, are payments converted back to fiat, going to merchants that don't have crypto wallets of their own, or do you provide one? That's a great question, actually. So the answer is yes for both things. So we do provide a crypto wallet for merchants. It's part of the solution, of course. That's the basic. Merchants that want to convert ADA to fiat can do so with an off-ramp that we provide and get settled in 35 different fiat currencies globally. Usually the process will take anywhere between 24 to 48 hours. So it's quite an easy thing to do. Philip wanted to know, can you describe at a high level, how are you competing with all the other payment systems out there? How do you get noticed? So that's a big question. Where do I start? When you compare us to legacy systems, it's about instant payment. So we can allow a merchant to get settled instantly. It doesn't need to wait. It depends on the type of merchant and where he's located, but it's always days, sometimes weeks. We can settle instantly. So that's one big thing. And we don't do rolling reserve. Rolling reserve is something that your payment provider usually keeps aside in case you have chargebacks and everything. So it's anywhere between 5 to 10% that your provider will hold for anywhere between 30 days to sometimes even a year, depending on your category. So we don't have that. So just if you just think of cash flow for merchants, especially in fields where the margins are slim, that's a big thing.
Okay, so guys, very cool. This gentleman here talking about Kadi as a payment solution for Cardano. So I wanted to go ahead and change it up, make sure I give you guys as much information as possible. Sorry about the technical difficulties there for just a moment. Let's go ahead and move on. I have another bit of the summit that I want to share with you guys, taking a look at functional smart contracts. So we're going to take a look at that. Let's see if I can jump over to that segment. Yeah, I found much more value from this conversation. I think that a lot of the questions that many people had related to Cardano payments were answered with that. So Kadi is going to be essentially facilitating I guess you could say a payment solution for merchants. So that's really going to help with the usability and the overall adoption for Cardano. Now we need to go over to science, and we're going to take a look at functional smart contracts. All right.
To contracts, then on Ethereum with ERC20, there's even more contract code in ERC20 which needs to be executed, which makes this even more complicated and more expensive. Again, in a native multi-asset system such as Cardano, using ADA or your own cryptocurrency or your own tokens, it's all the same, easy and affordable. Now, it is great to have a lightweight and affordable system, but it's crucial for it to be safe. We haven't talked about how to forge custom tokens. Now, a UTXO transaction has some inputs depicted as red lines here, and some outputs depicted as black lines. Now, each of those, the inputs, are associated with some value token bundles that flow into the transactions. And similarly, the outputs are also associated with a value. Now, crucial is the ledger property of value preservation, which means that the sum of all the inputs equals the sum of the outputs. For the multi-asset extension, we generalize transactions and introduce what we call a forge field. A forge field is also a value. It is a value which is contributed to the funds which are manipulated by this transaction. So they are a sort of input and handled in the equation in a corresponding manner. Now you may ask, can anybody just forge any tokens by including them in the forge field of a transaction? That wouldn't be a particularly safe system. Now, and let's go to back to token bundles to explain this point. So far, I've used easy to understand names for the asset groups, but in reality, they're actually cryptographic hashes. They're not just any old cryptographic hash. No, they're a hash of a script, something we call the policy script for that particular asset. The policy script is a smart contract which inspects the forged field of a transaction and makes sure that only the tokens which are permitted by the assets policy are being forged and no more. In fact, it is possible for these forged fields to not only have positive values, which means we mint new tokens, but they can also be negative. So we can use the same mechanism to burn tokens, which is quite important in some contexts. Overall, we can think of this policy script for cryptocurrency as a sort of monetary policy, or for non-fungible tokens, their way to guarantee uniqueness. Because we are using as the hash of the policy script itself as the asset identifier, we tie the two together. Whenever a transaction appears on the ledger with a forged field with a non-zero entry for a particular asset, the ledger guarantees the policy script matching the hash gets executed on that transaction. And only if the policy script permits the forging, then is that transaction valid. That means the only custom code you have to write in order to create and manipulate custom tokens on Cardano are the policy scripts, which typically are quite simple and will provide a library of the standard ones. This makes the system also very lightweight. Moreover, this tying the hash to the asset identifier means we don't need a global asset registry, which means creating new assets is super cheap and easy. The system remains lightweight and easy to use. So we have a system, it's lightweight, it's affordable, it's safe, all sounds great. So what can you do? Of course, all the standard use cases apply. Creation of your own cryptocurrencies, even if they involve complex monetary policies, that's totally supported. And also non-fungible tokens using the same mechanism in order to represent virtual and physical goods. That's also supported by the system. But there's more. Because the creation of new assets and tokens is so lightweight in the system, we can use them for many more purposes. In particular, we use them to control smart contracts themselves in order to trade roles or access permissions and being able to trade them as well, just like first-class objects in the ledger. Let me give you an example. Smart contracts are best described as state machines. And in previous work, we have shown the correspondence between so-called constraint emitting machines and transactions on the Cardano ledger. Now let me illustrate this in terms of one example. The state machine you're seeing here is for an on-chain multi-signature state machine. It's a multi-sig contract, but one where no off-chain infrastructure is required to collect signatures. Everything happens on-chain. Now, such a state diagram consists of states. Here we have two, holding and collecting. Holding is when the contract is just holding them funds. Collecting is when it's collecting signatures to approve a particular payment. Now, the transitions, the arrows between these states is guided by inputs or actions. Here we can propose in the holding state a payment by a particular deadline of a particular amount of funds to a particular party, and then we get into the collecting state. In the collecting state, we collect signatures. This is an N out of M multi-sig contract where M parties are involved and N, at least N, have to sign a particular proposal. For example, we could have 3 parties involved maintaining the funds, and for any payment, at least 2 signatures of 2 of these 3 participants need to be collected. Once sufficient number of signatures is achieved, payment can happen. If this doesn't happen by the given deadline, the proposal is cancelled. Now, for each of the inputs, there are particular constraints that the transactions implementing the transitions have to fulfill. For example, when I propose a payment, this has to start with no signatures provided. That's the constraint underneath the proposal. We represent this on the ledger by a sequence of transactions. The first transaction in the initial state is in the holding state. Now, we can chain a second transaction as input providing a proposed input together with the parameters for this particular proposal. This takes us to the collecting state with no signature so far. Then in collecting, we can add signatures. If we add the signature, the state is extended, and so on. Unfortunately, without custom tokens, this has a problem. What if somebody just creates a transaction which represents a state in the middle of the execution of such a contract? This is a problem in this particular case. I could create a rogue state with already one signature included, but an incorrect, unauthorized signature. Nobody's going to check that, as you'll see in a moment. If we do a payment, all we check is that the number of signatures we have collected is exceeding or equal to n. No particular signature check beyond that is done. That is done, in fact, in the addition of a signature to the state of the contract. But because we created a rogue state, we basically jumped over the addition of the signatures. Hence, the check for validity has never been executed. The problem here is that we didn't start in the initial holding state of the contract. So that's something we have to enforce. And we can do this very nicely using custom tokens, using what we call a state thread token. A state thread token, given its policy, script can only be forged in the initial holding state, and then must be passed from transaction to transaction together with the state of the contract. This is checked by the smart contract, otherwise the transactions will not be valid. Now, such tokens we call proof of provenance, because it allows the smart contracts, the presence of the token allows the smart contract to assert in every state that it actually originated from an initial state, here the holding state. And that avoids the problem of rogue states. This is just one example of how tokens can be used in a very flexible and lightweight manner to improve the development and use of smart contracts. We had proof of provenance. We can also use tokens to indicate participation, rights of participation, requirements of participation. We can use them to provide degrees of fairness. And there is a wide variety of other applications that can be derived from that. In fact, we can even trade access to contracts and ownership of contracts as goods themselves, virtual goods themselves on the ledger in this way. Now, if you've seen the talk on the Hydra off-chain scalability protocol in the science track, then you have already seen a very sophisticated application of this idea. If you haven't seen this talk, well, why not watch it later? Now, if you're interested in more details, there are 3 research papers by the Plutus team on the IHK library, which give you a lot more detail on the Cardano ledgers, UTXO model, and our support for multi-asset, including everything I've talked about in this presentation and more details about applications. Finally, if you are interested in seeing this in action, on Friday there's going to be a presentation called the Plutus platform, where you will see the system in action, and you will see how these contracts are executed on actual implementation of the system. Here in the screenshot, you see the representation of the atomic swap transaction, which we've discussed before in our new user interface. Thank you very much for your attention. And next up is Simon Thompson with details about the Marlowe domain-specific language for financial contracts.
Hello, I'm Simon Thompson. I'm research lead for the Marlowe team. What I want to do in my section of this presentation, which comes after Phil's introduction to functional programming and Manuel talking about what's going on in Cardano and Plutus, I'd like to talk about Marlowe, which is a domain-specific language for expressing financial contracts. Let me start off by saying a bit about why domain-specific languages are interesting, and particularly why they're interesting in this context. What we're trying to do in building a domain-specific language is tailor a language to a particular set of use cases, not to fit the blockchain, not to fit the computer, but to fit a particular area. In this case, we're looking at the area of financial contracts. And if we write a domain-specific language, we get some very definite benefits for users, for programmers. Because the language is specific, some mistakes are just impossible. We have a language which describes financial contracts. We can't describe things that have nothing to do with finance and accidentally have them come into the language. We control the construct of the language, express the things that we need to do to build a financial contract. And because of that, because the contracts are more specific, it can be easier to write these contracts. We can build tools that help us to write contracts effectively. A really important aspect of this is that we can analyze the contracts that we write. Now, by that I mean, of course we can run those contracts, we can run them on blockchain, but we can analyze them without having to run them. And what's more, we can analyze all the possible ways that they might run, with different inputs, different values from oracles, and so on. And so we can do this for Marlowe, our language. We can check all the possible ways a contract can be evaluated, can be implemented, and that can be done without running the contract at all. So we can get certainty about how it will behave without running it. And also, without running it on the blockchain, we can simulate it. We can allow users to step through a contract, allowing it to evolve a few steps, undo some steps, try some other steps, so that you can get a very strong sense of how a contract behaves, either by simulating it or by analysing it, before you commit your money to running it. So that gives us trustworthiness, it gives us a degree of robustness that you don't get with a general purpose language. And what we wanted to do was see how DSLs worked on blockchain, and of course there are a whole lot of ideas that we might build a DSL for. We might decide to try and describe insurance contracts, for example, on blockchain. And we might do that because we want to keep a record so that people can see that a certain thing is insured, and that record is there transparently for anyone to inspect. We might want to monitor the supply chain of a particular good or service. But what we decided to do was concentrate on financial contracts. And we did that because there's an existing body of work on building languages to express financial contracts. So we wanted to build in an area where we knew it was possible to build successful DSLs. We can also see a number of potential markets for this work. For example, financial institutions might want to offer this contract language to their customers as a way of customers checking constraints that have been, checking that contracts are running in an appropriate way. Contracts in the real world can be mirrored on the blockchain, so we can build a record, a trace of what's going on in a contract on the blockchain. Or we might want to do something peer-to-peer. We might want to build contracts that in DeFi space allow participants simply to build contracts and execute them for a loan or something without a third party intervening. And we see it also as a prototype for other DSLs. So it's not simply we want to do financial contracts and stop there, but we can see a whole range of DSLs on blockchain. And finally, there is a standard out there called the ACTA standard, which describes a taxonomy of all the different kinds of financial contract. And we wanted to look at that and use that as a test for what we were doing with our financial contract language. And if you want to find out more about that, there's a presentation on day 2 in track 3 at 17:30 UTC, and I'd encourage you to come along to that. But let's get started thinking about what a financial contract actually consists of. Financial contracts 101. What goes on when we build a financial contract? Well, money gets transferred from participant to participant. Some choices might be made. A participant may decide to continue down one track for the contract or go down another. They might choose to sell an asset or stick with an asset. So we need to model how those choices can be made. Also, the contract will probably take in information from the outside world. As well as choices, there's real-world information. The spot price of oil on the Aberdeen market at noon on the 29th of February, for example. That information can be used to control how the contract will evolve. We need to think about how to deal with that in our modelling. And also, when we look at financial contracts in the real world, they are controlled, they exist within a legal system which ensures compliance. If participants don't comply, then other participants have recourse to the legal system to get compensation. If we're living in a permissionless world, we need to think about how to ensure compliance in a different way. So what do we do when we go onto blockchain? We have to think about a number of things. We have to think about payments. And what we've chosen to do is model payments as two separate things. We think about payments into a contract, we call those deposits, versus payments out of a contract or within a contract. And we just call those payments. And I'll talk in a second about why we make that distinction. How do we handle oracles, like something that gives a stock price? We simply, within Marlowe, treat the oracle as another participant. We know how we accredit that participant and how we choose, how the participants in the contract choose to use that oracle is not within the language itself. We see it's a place from which we get information. And what we need to do in ensuring and trying to get as strong compliance as we can, there are two aspects of that. We need to avoid bad behavior. We need to avoid people doing the wrong thing. But also, and equally important, we need to make sure that good things keep on happening. We need to ensure engagement. And let's think about that in terms of payments. The contract describes payments out to participants, and it's easy to see from that where the money goes. So the contract language describes that very clearly. And we can indeed automate that process. If the contract is holding some money, we can automate the transfer of that money to someone's wallet. But what about payments in? What do we do there? Well, all we can do, the contract can't make somebody make a deposit. All we can do is ask for a deposit. And in the contract asking for that, we have to avoid somebody simply walking away. In the contract here, if we've got Alice, Bob and Carol, suppose Alice has committed some money to the contract and then Bob is asked to commit some money and he just decides to walk away. Alice's money could potentially be locked up forever. So what we need to do is ask for a deposit, but never ask for that indefinitely. We always ask within a timeout. We say, Alice or Bob, please make a deposit by this time. Otherwise, we'll do something else. And because of this, all the contracts we write in Marlowe have a finite lifetime. There can be no indefinite commitment of money to a contract. And that's one of the ways in which the design of the language ensures certain sorts of things can't happen. We ensure that all the contracts written in Marlowe have finite lifetimes. There's no indefinite commitment of money. Now, what does the language look like? It's modelled as a data type in Haskell, and we've got 5 constructs in the language. We can close a contract down, we can make a payment, we can switch according to some observation, which might involve external information or the current slot number or a number of things. And finally, we can wait for something to happen. We can wait for a case to happen, and cases are triggered by actions. And finally, we have a let, which I'm not going to talk about anymore here. It's a way of capturing a value like the value of the oil price for use later on in the contract. But the key combinators, the key combining forms here are closing, payment, if, and when. And let's talk about those in a bit more detail. What happens when we close a contract? When we close a contract, we refund any money left in the contract to the owners of accounts within the contract. All the money locked in a contract belongs in accounts so that we know who the money has to go back to when the contract ends. We can ensure that money goes back to the right person. We can make a payment, pay a value to a payee from a particular account, and then what happens next? That's the fourth thing in this term, is we call it continuation. It's the contract that we carry on executing. And similarly with an if construct, we have a condition. If the condition is true at this point, we do the contract T. If the condition is false, we do contract F. So we do one of two contracts according to whether or not the condition is true. And finally, in the when case, we have, inside a when construct, we have a list of cases, we have a timeout, and we have a continuation. And each case is an action paired with a contract. And what we do is we wait up to the timeout to see when one of the actions happens. We then perform the following contract, the corresponding contract. So we wait. When the action happens, whichever of the actions we're waiting for, we do the corresponding contract. But if none of those, and that might be, for example, a deposit, we could be waiting for someone to deposit money in the contract. If none of the actions happens, then at the timeout, we do the continuation. We do the contract, as it were, the default. So in a when, we know that something will have happened by the time of the timeout, either because of an action happening or because we hit the timeout. So things keep progressing. Now, how do we write Marlowe contracts? We can just write them as text, but we can provide two other ways of building contracts. One is we can build them by linking together blocks in a system called Blockly. And that allows people to build contracts without writing any code. We're building the code entirely visually. And there's a block corresponding to each of the constructs of the language. You can see in the example there, we have a when, which is waiting for a deposit, and after that, waiting for another deposit, and then a payment is made. And we assemble those together in a visual editor. Alternatively, we can, because the Marlowe language is a data type inside Haskell, we can just use that fact to use Haskell to describe contracts. You can see on the left, we've got a top level contract called unimaginatively contract, and that's got a short expression, but it uses other things defined elsewhere in the file, like the inner part of the contract, which is defined further down. So we're able to describe contracts using abbreviations, using functions defined inside Haskell. So we have a number of ways of writing Marlowe contracts. We can also simulate the action of a Marlowe contract, because at any point during a contract, and this is another advantage of using a special purpose domain-specific language, we can predict the next actions for a contract. So we can, for example, see that we're waiting for the investor participant to deposit 1,000 ADA. And so as we simulate, the system, our tool can tell us, oh, the next thing to happen is that the investor needs to make a deposit. So we can try some actions, we can then undo them, try some other actions, and so on. And just to be clear, this is simulating from an omniscient point of view. We're in the perspective of all the participants together. Now, of course, when you're running the contract for real, you can only do actions which are deposits being made by you or choices being made by you. But in this simulation, it's a godlike simulation. You can do what you can simulate the actions of all the participants. We can also analyze Marlowe contracts. We can check every possible path through the contract without running the contract itself. And we can check to see that certain properties hold. A major property is that when we make a payment, that payment can happen. And what we want to look for is there any possibility that doesn't work? And what we can do is generate a counterexample based on an approach called satisfaction modulo theories. Using the Z3 tool, we can actually generate counterexamples. So in the example you see here, we're seeing that the analysis has resulted in a warning. There's a partial payment transaction in a transaction. The contract was meant to pay 1,010 ADA. It could only pay 110. So we've got a problem there. So we can do that without this happening in a running contract. It's happening as part of the analysis. And finally, we can use what's called formal verification to prove mathematically inside what's called a theorem prover. We use Isabelle. We can prove properties of the semantics. We can prove that accounts can never have negative amounts of money, which is a nice property to know. We also use a property on which we build a more efficient static analysis. So without loss of generality, each transaction that we use to implement something in the contract has at most one input, and that allows us to do more efficient analysis. But we can also prove with this approach properties of templates, properties of contracts where we don't have concrete values for payments, we just have variables. So we can potentially prove things there as well. All of this analysis and simulation and composition is embedded in the Marlowe Playground, which is a browser-based environment for developing and simulating, analyzing contracts. You can find this at alpha.marlowe.iohkdev.io, and there's a tutorial which will take you through this in detail on day 2 of the conference, track 4 at 21:30 UTC. And I encourage you to go along to that or view the recording. So Marlowe as a domain-specific language, where it just works for financial contracts, and that gives us these advantages. We can check all paths and give a result in our static analysis. It means that when we simulate a Marlowe contract, we can say exactly at each point what the inputs will be. We write languages that are more readable because they're written in the language of payment and deposit and so on. And because it's embedded inside Haskell, we can use Haskell sparingly to give us abbreviations and to give us definitions of functions or templates, if you will. So that's where we are with Marlowe. Where we're heading is that Marlowe will be part of the Cardano system. Marlowe is implemented as an interpreter in Plutus for Marlowe contracts, and what we see is it's building very clearly on the EUTXO model, on that functional approach to building blockchain. As I say, it's interpreted as a single Plutus program, and we use the multi-currency in Cardano to give us tokenized and securitized roles. So we can transfer roles in a running contract, and indeed we can split a role in a running contract into a number of pieces. So each owner of a piece of that gets a payment from the contract, for example. And as part of that, as parts of the contract run on the blockchain, we'll also be providing an off-chain user interface to allow you to interact with your running Marlowe contracts, and in particular to support automation of those contracts. So I think just to conclude, we have Marlowe, which is a language for expressing financial contracts on the Cardano blockchain. It allows us to author, simulate, analyze, verify Marlowe contracts. There's the address of the playground, there's a reminder of where the playground presentation, and also, if you want to find out more, there are tutorials embedded in the playground. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner there, and also there's a link there to a set of YouTube videos which go into Marlowe in a bit more detail. So, thank you very much.
Wow, that was incredible. So, Simon Thompson coming out and talking about Marlowe. So learned lots of things just from hearing him speak. It's going to be an incredible user experience for developers who are trying to write smart contracts on Cardano. Very cool. So guys, that was the first segment of that. There is another segment coming up very soon. I wanted to spice it up. I want to give a little bit of variety. So I'm thinking the next hour, we've got a few different options. There is a segment talking about Hyperledger. So I did want to go ahead and briefly touch on that. We can continue with this chat just very briefly, but then I did want to jump onto the segment talking about Hyperledger. I think that's very significant. It's going to provide a lot of information. So let's stay tuned for about another few minutes, and then we'll jump over to the next segment.
And let's start with the first question, which is, what are the advantages of Bluetooth compared to using Solidity and JavaScript? Phil, do you want to have a go at that one?
Okay. So, my job is designing programming languages, and there are few people in the world trained at doing this. And if you're a trained programming language person, you look at something like JavaScript or you look at something like Solidity and you go, why did they do it that way? There are just lots of things in the design of both of these that are not what somebody trained in designing programming languages would do. In comparison, Haskell was designed by a team of people who were trained to design programming languages. I think, I'm biased, of course. I think it's quite a nice language. There are other nice languages out there, right? Most of the functional languages out there are quite nice, I think. JavaScript has a core that's functional, and I think is quite nice. But then there are lots of things in it, like the coercions, right? You'll all have seen the what video about all the strange coercions that happen in JavaScript, and those are the sorts of things you want to avoid. An example of something in Solidity that you wouldn't do if you were a trained programming language designer. Reliability is really important in Solidity, and yet if there's a wraparound error, it's got very large numbers, 256-bit large numbers, but if there's a wraparound error, it just wraps around silently. It doesn't say there's an error here. And there are actual scams committed worth millions of dollars that were based on writing code that exploited that error to defraud people. So these are standard things that you just wouldn't do. I've actually sort of had a campaign to say right? People know that if they design a system, they should get somebody who knows human-computer interaction to review their interface. We should start doing the same thing with programming language design, but we haven't got there yet. So you've got fairly clunky languages like Solidity and JavaScript that then take off because there's nothing else filling that part of the space. And then when something better design comes along that does fill that part of the space, well, it's already been colonized by these other systems that got there first. So there's something very interesting going on with the economics of programming languages. But basically, there's a huge advantage to using something that's well designed. There are other things in the crypto space that are well designed, but what we're doing with Plutus, I think, is actually unique in that I don't think there are any other systems out there based on existing functional languages. Have I got that right, or am I missing one?
Well, I think there are systems which are based off, they use subsets or variants of existing languages, but I don't think there's one which uses a language off the shelf in the same way as we are doing that. Which is
right, and there's something really nice about being able to use something off the shelf, because then you can benefit from all the libraries that are out there. If you do something based on something else, you don't get that benefit. So it's interesting that nobody else has taken this position, but I think that's a good part of the design. In fact, we were off busily designing our own languages when Manuel came on board and said, no, just use Haskell the way it is. I think that was a very good direction that you pointed to this in, Manuel.
Okay, very cool. Yep, so they are using Haskell to write these smart contracts. Now, as far as the rigor with the development for writing this, so guys, I mean, with previous videos that I've created, I mean, the amount of work that is being put into just the R&D side of things, it's going to be pretty awesome to see what the development experience is like for writing these smart contracts. So very cool there. I wanted to go ahead and jump into a different session, taking a look at more information from Hyperledger. So let's see if we can find out the meeting room for that here. Let's see, and we need to be in business and enterprise. That's right here. Okay, so guys, we're looking out for the next, let's see, we're looking out for the next event, Hyperledger. This is supposed to be where it's at. I'm not sure why it's not showing up here. If not, we do have a plan B. There's also IOHK's identity solution. So that would also be very interesting to know more about. Let's see if we can find that.
Design more customer-centric apps that are serverless and where the data is stored with users. Atala Prism's IOHK solution for decentralized identity. It enables a new way of owning and sharing your personal information. At its core is a secure data sharing service, and this enables secure, private, peer-to-peer digital interactions between individuals and businesses. And all the information that's shared is instantly verifiable anywhere in the world. Trust is key for commerce. It's essential for smart digital societies. It's increasingly becoming the most important currency. Atala Prism aims to go beyond current decentralized identity solutions by providing a portfolio of identity solutions to support a wide range of off-chain and on-chain identity use cases, with the ultimate ambition of powering the trust economy. So what is Atala Prism? First and foremost, it's a decentralized identity platform on Cardano. In the first release, we aim to have mobile apps for consumers to store their digital identities and credentials, management consoles for institutions to issue and verify credentials, a browser wallet to manage decentralized identifiers or DIDs. On the back end, if we work our way up from the bottom, the DIDs are anchored on the Cardano blockchain. On top of that, we've built a peer-to-peer data exchange protocol for sharing identities and personal information. We have a generic scheme for representing different types of credentials that's based on the W3C verifiable credential standard. We're building tools to manage deployments, operate the platform, and also provide insights. We have apps and also developer tools. The initial set of use cases are focused on digital identities and verifiable credentials. They're applicable across many verticals. In finance, you can streamline onboarding of new customers and KYC processes. For education, the system could be used to issue verifiable academic credentials. In government, it could be used to help them go paperless by issuing civic records, certificates, and licenses digitally, but also by providing an ID that works for both the public and private sector. For travel, it could be used for tickets, boarding passes, or even COVID immunity passports. Enterprises could use this for employee IDs or issuing proof of employment. In healthcare, it could be used to provide more portable healthcare records and enable patients to check that medical practitioners are adequately qualified. In a social setting, it could be used for ticketing, for example, for concerts. So in summary, today, it already supports a wide range of use cases. So what makes Atala Prism different from other decentralized identity solutions? First is that it's built on a blockchain that's engineered to last. You want to anchor your identity in a blockchain that you know will be around for 30 years. Second, we've implemented an innovative Layer 2 solution that scales to millions of users at marginal cost. The solution is also inclusive. We support smartphones. We're extending the solution to support smart cards and also evaluating the use of paper wallets. It's flexible in that it can be ported to any blockchain. The initial production deployment will be on Cardano, but we also have a reference implementation on Bitcoin. It's important to note that Prism will be an umbrella of identity solutions, and some of those solutions will focus on-chain identity solutions. We're currently evaluating 4 different approaches for bringing a native identity experience on Cardano, and over time we might build all of them. So what's the value for the Cardano ecosystem? Atala Prism is really key for mass adoption of Cardano. It enables us to give digital identities to millions of people around the world and provides a bridge for them to access financial services that will be built on Cardano. It will enable a native identity experience, differentiating it from other platforms like Ethereum, Tezos, or Algorand. We plan to enable new use cases that are aligned with each Cardano release, and that enables us to showcase the technology every time we have a release. The Thaler Prism will enable $1 trillion market for regulated assets that require identity at the core. The Thaler Prism team is engaged and contributing in industry forums such as the Decentralized Identity Foundation, the W3C, and this is also helping to build Cardano's brand and reputation. We're working right now with the government of Georgia on the digital identity and credential verification pilot. There's several other engagements in the pipeline, and we'll announce those at the launch of Thaler Prism. So that's all I have in terms of a short overview. So thank you for listening. I'll now hand over to Mark for the demo. Mark, over to you.
Thank you, Daedalus, for introducing Thaler Prism. Hi everybody, my name is Mark Griffin. I'm the product manager for Thaler Prism. I will now demonstrate how Thaler Prism can power a smarter world using our interactive city map, which is part of the Thaler Prism website. Called Metropole City, this is a forward-thinking city that wants to embrace cutting-edge technology. It wants to leverage digital innovation to ensure secure, trusted, and private city engagements. So Thaler Prism can help achieve this. So I'm going to launch the interactive city map. So we're going to take a journey through Metropole City with Joe. Joe is a recent college graduate from one of Metropole's third-level universities, and will be using Thaler Prism in our everyday life. Over time, we will add additional citizens, each of whom will have different sets of needs that will be fulfilled by Thaler Prism. Part of the mobile first generation, Jo uses her phone for everything. Instead of old-fashioned documents, she wants to store, manage her identity and credentials straight from her phone. So let's select Jo. So now you can see the interactive map. I'm fully able to interact with it. As a smart city, Metropole is focused on building a sustainable economy with clean energy such as solar and wind, communications infrastructure such as Wi-Fi, 5G, and smart transport such as cycle lanes, electric vehicles that will help improve citizens' quality of life and reduce pollution. So let's start to install the app. So we have both an iOS and an Android mobile app. In this case, I've downloaded the iOS app onto the iPhone here. So let's get started. So on startup, it'll ask for access to the camera. This is needed in order to scan QR codes in order to receive your credentials for issuing authorities. Okay, so there's a splash screen. Let's get started. So what we can see here are the benefits of Thaler Prism, and they are owning and sharing your data, controlling your personal information, and getting instant access to services. So let's create the account. So before we do that, we're going to accept the terms and conditions and privacy policy. And let's accept that. So next, on creating an account on the app, on creation, a unique decentralized identity or DID is generated. So it's important to note that this DID and all the data is encrypted in the account on the mobile app. So we use a 12-word mnemonic seed phrase here for the recovery process. So if you do lose your phone, you can basically reinstall the app on a new phone, and then using the seed phrase, you'll get your data back. So what I'm going to do now is, I'm just going to accept that. I'm just going to take a picture of the seed phrase, and I'm going to accept. So it's now going to ask me to verify the seed phrase. So that's 1 and 2. So Jealous and Annie. going to verify those words. So once verified, the account on the mobile app is created, and it's now asking to basically to connect with any issuing organization in order to receive credentials. So let's continue the journey. So Metropole City, like other municipalities, wants to provide its citizens easy access to services. It is recently announced that all residents will be issued with a new digital identity. As a forward-thinking initiative, this will give its citizens fast and friction-free access to many government and municipal services, making it easier than ever before to take public transport, pay city taxes, and vote on local issues straight from their phones. So they are using Atala Prism's management console, which allows them to create, manage, and issue digital credentials in a safe and secure way. So in this instance, Joe is going to visit the local government office. So let's see her getting her ID now. So once Joe is identified as a resident, she can then be issued a digital identity. So how is a digital identity issued to her Atala Prism app? So this is done by creating a unique QR code you can see here on screen using the management console. Joe's then going to scan that using our Atala Prism app. So this will set up a secure and private connection between Joe and the government to issue the credential. So let's scan that now. So Metropole City resident Joe is excited that this verified digital identity will enable her to live smarter straight from her phone. So she is now going to accept, going to connect, and then she's going to confirm that connection with Metropole City Government. So you can see Metropole City Government is now added to the contact list of the app. So it's asking me to check the notifications. The notifications you can see there is the government ID. I can now view that. And this is in the credit card style. And you can see information such as the name, date of birth, identity number, and expiration date. So that's now added to our credentials list. So let's continue the journey. So next, in Joe's journey, she wants to graduate. There's a graduation ceremony where she will receive her physical-based paper degree. However, the university has piloted a new and exciting project, that of issuing digital copies of paper-based degrees. This will help reduce fraud and streamline the credential issuance process. So Joe can access the university's website and using her digital identity can authenticate herself in order to receive her digital degree. So let's get her degree now. So again, a unique QR code for Joe is generated on the university's website, and then Joe will then scan it using our Atala Prism app. So let's do that now. So once we've connected to the university through the mobile app, the university will actually ask for some of our credentials, and these are the government ID. So basically on the mobile app it's asking me to share the government ID. Let's do that. So once shared and received by the university will be able to check their records whether Joe is eligible for a university degree. In this case then they can automatically establish that Joe is eligible and issue the degree digitally. So again, we can see the university added to the contacts list. I'm going to go to notifications. And there's the university degree. I'm going to view that. And again, like what's on the website, that's an exact copy. You can see details of her name, her degree, their award, and the issuance date. So let's continue with her journey. So Joe wants to settle in Metropole City. She starts job hunting and sees a suitable position with a new startup. Decentralized Inc. They want to speed up the hiring process and ensure they are receiving legitimate academic credentials. They have integrated a Tala Prism into their careers page on their website. So using the Apply with a Tala Prism link, Joe can submit an application in one click. So let's apply as Joe now. So after applying for the job, the company issues a request to Joe via the mobile app, asking for both her identity and her educational credentials. So let's do that now by scanning the QR code. So again, it's asking me to confirm I want to connect with Decentralized Inc. So once I do that, Decentralized Inc. then ask or request the following information. That's the government ID and the university degree. So using the management console, these can be instantly verified. So after offering her a job and she accepts it, they issue a proof of employment. This will help Joe when she looks to rent an apartment. So again, in the notifications, she can see this new credential, which is the proof of employment. Again, the proof of employment will contain information such as the employee name, employment status, and the employment start date. So let's continue her journey. So next on our list is to ensure that she gets a comprehensive health insurance. So she visits an insurance provider's website. Again, she can apply for insurance with one click using a Tala Prism. In this instance, using a Tala Prism to verify the holder's identity and employment status in order to process and issue a new insurance policy. So let's sign up using a Tala Prism. Again, I'm going to scan the QR code. We're asked if you want to connect with Verified Insurance Limited. You go confirm. So then they're going to send a request for their identity and the proof of employment. And through the Tala Prism app, I'm going to select to share those. So again, that's now shared. And in the notifications, I can then see that new credential. So again, with the health insurance, it has a class of insurance, policy numbers, and policy end date. So with her health insurance policy on her phone, she will be easily able to access health and medical services within the city. So at this point, Joe's journey is complete. So I hope that this demo has showed the power of a Tala Prism in enabling people to own their personal data and seamlessly interact with organizations in a secure and private way. So the website at talaprism.io is now live, so we invite everyone to try out this experience. So thank you for your time and attention. At this stage, we'll open up to any questions that you may have.
Alright guys, so taking a quick break here. I guess they're just opening up for questions. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm going to quickly go run and grab a smoothie real quick. I hope that's cool. For anybody who has just joined the live stream, I hope you guys are all doing well. Oh, sorry, camera's black. What's up guys? Alright, so yeah, that was very interesting. That was a super clean user interface. I really enjoyed that. I think it's going to be incredible once we start to see actually, you know, blockchain being integrated with medical records, you know, as far as birth certificates, jobs, you know, all that kind of stuff. It's going to be really awesome. I think there's another event. I want to go ahead and make sure you guys have some content to enjoy. Let me see if I can pull something up for you. there is actually something going on in the community section here. I wanted to just pull that up. Let's see if it shows up. Okay, I guess that's not working either. Let's see if Hyperledger is still on. I know we were taking a look at that. Guys, keep in mind, as far as the content that we're watching here today, a lot of the replays will be available. It's either going to be on the IOG website. I'm sure that the Cardano community will post links to that content. But what we're looking at here, this is talking more about Hyperledger. So I want to go ahead and let this play for you guys. Let's take a look and see what it says.
On your side, Monkey.
What was that? What was that, sir?
You are
I
lagging.
missed that. I'm in a very high area. Fast broadband.
It's better now. Sorry, you were saying?
Okay. No, I was just saying that now that you're part of the project, everything's going to be right. You know, you were the missing link.
Maybe.
So I was trying to make a joke, but it failed completely.
No,
So
no.
that's why I'm quickly going to go to Grace. And Ethereum. I am the idiot who lost £30,000 of Ethereum on his wallet, on his phone. You know, I got 5 million views on the BBC, but I didn't get my money back. I've interviewed the CZ from Binance. I still won't get my money back. So you did refer to earlier about Ethereum and what you were doing. I'm not sure if that's part of Pegasus, but I'm just always interested in Ethereum because, love to hear more.
Sure. So Ethereum basically is exactly what Pegasus we work on and we build. It sounds kind of funny, but we build the Ethereum blockchain, right? And we're one of the leaders of the Hyperledger Besu project. So Hyperledger Besu is an Ethereum client. It runs on private and public chain Ethereum. What's kind of interesting about Ethereum is that you can run it in mainnet settings and run a node there, or you can run it in like a private consortium setting and have kind of a private network if you like. That's kind of one of the interesting things. Ethereum, obviously, I'm carbon biased, so the rest of the group should be also chime in too, but Ethereum is pretty interesting because it has one of the largest developer communities of 250,000 developers working on Ethereum to date. That number I'm pretty sure is accurate. It also is kind of different because it has native digital currency as one option, and also has kind of many different use cases that have been built on it. Also, it's I think it's kind of cool because Ethereum plays within Hyperledger as well as the Ethereum community. So it's with Besu and then Hyperledger Burrow are both kind of Hyperledger Burrow is an EVM implementation, Ethereum virtual machine implementation. So it's really interesting because we're kind of touching a lot of the different blockchain development even outside of the Ethereum ecosystem. And I think that's kind of pretty exciting and pretty unique. And yeah, I think that there are lots of possibilities when you use Ethereum.
One thing I would say, I've interviewed 3 people for Block Speak, my podcast, Shill. And I am a very diverse man, and I've been woke since I was 18, 40 years ago when I was a young punk, West Indian music, London, we're all the same and all that stuff. And I've had one woman on the show, right? Everyone else has been white, you know what I mean? And then you've got these crazy mad people from crypto and all that. But it reminds me of a trade show where 85% of the people there are men. Do you find, I don't know if this is one of the the directives of the Hyperledger project, but is there any kind of anything in there based on diversity? Do you find yourself alone in a world of men, or is it quite even?
Yeah, I don't like to think of it like that, for sure. No, I think actually I applaud Hyperledger and even the Ethereum community. It's very much an all are welcome here inclusive environment. And I think what I actually thought was really cool was on International Women's Day this year, Hyperledger featured, I think about 15 or 20 women in the community who are leaders in the community. Whether it's, and I think what they're also doing really well is focusing on not just the developers who might be building it, but there's always, people like myself around the projects helping support it, which I think is really cool too. So even if maybe the developers are a little more male dominated, there are many other kind of ways to contribute in the community that have very different, diverse opinions. And that's kind of why I like being a part of the Hyperledger community, if I'm being honest.
That sounds awesome. I mean, you've got to be on site already. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Nathan, you look a bit like a domineering male developer. Sorry. What can you add to this discussion now? What's your passion? Not only so much about being part of the project, but about being part of what I find is so weird is that this afternoon I interviewed John McAfee, the notorious crypto pirate or whatever you want to call it, right? And there are lots of people like him in crypto. And then on the other side, I mean, I've done blockchain keynotes, really bad ones actually, blockchain for good and all that stuff. And the way that I hear all four of you speak, it's like it's so the opposite of all of these chancers and snake oil people. You know what I mean? And Nathan, are you building something amazing here? Are you building a second internet? I mean, the architecture that Brian referred to earlier. Are you doing something special here?
There's a lot of things that are really neat going on inside of the Hyperledger project. I can talk a little bit about the identity work that we've been doing.
Please do.
In particular, you don't change the internet by burning it down and starting over again. The internet's a collaborative effort that is, at least at its heart, decentralized in that when there's new innovations that come forward, they can be adopted based on their own merits. And with the digital identity approaches that we're working on, think of it as the next stage of decentralization, even beyond smart contracts or side chains. It gives us the ability to do peer-to-peer information protocols, let everybody have their own meaning to the data, but then understand and interpret that data for their own and build trust frameworks and trust systems in a dynamic way. And that really lets us do a lot of the things we've wanted to do on the internet for a long time. It lets us have discoverability. It lets us have a more peer-to-peer relationship with the servers that we interact with and with the information systems we interact with, where we have the power to revoke things. We have the power to share or not to share. And we can mix and match the information attributes that companies build about us in a way that we gain control and can exert that influence. And that's one of the reasons why it's really valuable as a protocol in a place like Kiva, because it allows us to build financial inclusion where when the system would normally leak and prevent these people from participating, it lets us empower those people to collect and build those data attributes and then leverage them in order to plug those holes and participate in ways that weren't possible before.
No, I mean, can you tell us a bit more about Kiva then? Because that sounds to me a little micro lending. It sounds like the Grameen, it's a project that was set up in Bangladesh about giving the mobile phone to the woman of the village, then she would lend the money out because the men were useless and all that stuff. It was slightly besmirched, I think, later on. You know what I mean? But what are you talking about? Serving the unbanked, or what does Kiva actually do?
Well, in particular, the protocol team at Kiva is working on extending the reach of the information so that the unbanked can participate in systems like the micro-lending platform that you're probably familiar with kiva.org.
Yeah.
More broadly, the SSI protocol we're talking about is being used in lots of different settings, whether it be healthcare credentials that can preserve your privacy as we try to tackle the crisis that people are dealing with right now, or whether it be, opening up new opportunities for information sharing and exchange so that advertising isn't the only game in town for how we build and develop on the internet.
Would you say, I mean, one of the things that I think about the internet after the beauty of it, I mean, I'm not a techie, but I still thought it was an amazing tool, the same as the mobile phone was, I think it's all gone a bit wrong. I think the internet's infected with ads and scammers and crooks and information that I don't want, and I have to work really hard to get it out of my life and all that stuff. Do you think you're building a kind of safer place?
I certainly hope so, and we want to build a place where privacy and security are not considered at odds with one another, but where one supports the other. I mean, when we think about how commerce works, businesses don't share everything about what they're doing with everyone else. They don't publish it all to the public blockchain because they lose transaction advantage in terms of the ecosystem they deal with. Privacy is not just something that people with tinfoil hats think about. It's something that makes the economy run in a lot of ways. And so this idea that blockchain technology directly supports that effort, and the way we use these cryptographic tools to make that happen is not just something for businesses to use, but something that can have reach all the way down to all the endpoints of the internet, I think is something it's fun to think about and fun to work on here at Hyperledger.
I think if you could do 20% of what you just said, you'd be doing the world a great favour. Romain, is that something that you endorse as well? Something that you're in this for the love for the better world?
Yes, for sure. I think a colleger should help the enterprise to understand what blockchain is. I spent 3 years of my life trying to explain to the enterprise what is blockchain. And blockchain, it's a database. What is it? It's a trust platform actually. It's the layer of trust that you will construct on top of the internet. So. Actually, we are going to remove a lot of...
You call it a layer of trust on top of the internet. Okay.
Yeah, a trust platform, yes. It's an aggregation of blockchain, so I think. But anyway, to make it simple, it's a trust platform that you can leverage to directly interact with someone without relying on a third party. You know, a trusted third party that will ensure that you have the credentials you should have and the history that you have. I think I'm a technologist, but that industry, blockchain industry, is so advanced or complicated to handle that we need to
that's the word for me. So it seems that in the last couple of years, right? I mean, I'm reasonably intelligent, you know, the books and all that stuff, right? But some of the phrases that you've used, I'm going to have to record this myself and then look them up because it's something else to learn and all that stuff. And the blockchain to me seemed very uncomplicated at the start. And now it seems like really, really complicated.
It's really, and that doesn't help adoption. If you talk about something that people will take months to understand, you can't sell. It's people have something else to do, you know, they have to work.
Yeah.
So,
I do think that's sorry if I can jump in. I
no,
think
go ahead.
that is a function of just the progression in any technology domain. I mean, I remember writing HTML and CGI scripts by hand, closing my tags carefully. Nathan's laughing. I assume he did some of that too. You know, and then and now there's incredibly complex systems, and a lot of that is unnecessary, but a lot of it is just kind of the fruits of the competition of ideas, right? And something's going to net out. And I think the same thing will happen in the blockchain space, where there's you started on this kind of like Cambrian explosion is the term that I've used, you know, of like lots of ideas, lots of funding to try slightly different ways of doing things, and then Darwinian selection kind of takes effect, and a few of those net out.
What's a Cambrian explosion? I've never heard that phrase. Was that your phrase?
No, it's not my phrase. It's if you look at I think there's a Wikipedia page for it, I'm sure, but it's a period of time in Earth's history where in a very short window of I think a couple of dozen million years, something like a doubling of the number of species emerged, or something like that. Just
great. This is my shit. I love that stuff. Thank you.
Okay. So just right conditions to allow all these different options, but then eventually, you know, the meteor strikes, or the environment gets a lot tougher, and certainly the last year or two, you know, the funding picture. Forget the COVID-19, the funding picture has kind of dried up, and people have had to get more serious about working with each other on common technologies and only building what you have to. I think before, you know, 2016, 2017, a lot of people would thought we're going to build the whole stack, do it entirely ourselves, and now there's a lot more focus on collaboration because resources are more finite.
And I think also current conditions, right? You know, I kind of would like to think there'd be a Cambrian explosion of ideas during this, you know, crisis, and we can come out of this as better people and all that stuff, you know. We're nearly out of time. I don't feel as if we've even begun, which is kind of always a good sign. So Grace, I'm going to give the last word to you because you're surrounded by four men and you deserve it, and you know. Let's have you last. Give us some words of love for the hyping. Just sign off on a very happy note, please.
All right, I will try my best. I hope this panel has kind of showed, you know, the breadth of activity that's going on in Hyperledger, and, you know, not saying we all have all the answers, but I think a lot of us have a lot of interesting point of views that we can learn from each other. And I think it's exciting, you know, to have new members always joining, new projects joining, new working groups always sparking up, because I think, as you can tell from this conversation, it's pretty early days and we're still all learning, and but I think it's pretty exciting times. So very excited.
Well, that sounds upbeat for me. I've learned about the Cambrian explosion, which I'm going to look. I found out something actually about the word deflowering a virgin. It came from knights with a K. Whenever they were trying to court a woman, they would go into the forest and try and find a rose that no one had ever touched before, and then deflower the rose, and that was the way that they won the heart of the woman. You know, it's not for everybody, but you know, I put it in my little book as an interesting fact. Thank you very much for an extraordinarily insightful panel. I think I was out of my depth a little bit on a couple of the things that you said, but I'll fix that by some reading. And if I'm, you know, befuddled a little bit or perplexed but still interested, I hope the audience feels the same way. You can now get rid of me, and I think you all know how to do it. A Q&A for the panel. You know, I think that will be of great value to all of you. I'm Monty Mumford, the co-founder of BlockSpeak. I've been your host, your moderator, your stand-up idiot, whatever. A big round of applause to my panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you. And onwards.
Okay, very cool. What do you guys think about those glasses, though? Or even that beard? Oh, man, you can't really top that. I mean, that's like a two-tone beard with the glasses. Like, man, the guy had the whole vibe going on. Really cool. So, awesome facts to know from Hyperledger. Very cool to know about that. Oh, looks like we're continuing here.
For it, remain. Hi.
So, hi everyone. We have some questions, but not a lot. So, the first question is, why are you guys talking about ETH, Ethereum? Why are we talking about Ethereum here? Great question.
Good question. Well, I mean, at the Hyperledger, you know, as Grace was mentioning, you know, we have a project that was built using the same technology that's used to support the ETH blockchain, and that's Hyperledger Besu, and it works both as a mainnet client, but also as a client for permissioned blockchains. Interestingly enough, it also works as a client for the ETC token, the network behind that. And obviously for the test networks for both of those as well. Presumably it could be used for other tokens too. I think there's interest in that kind of thing out there. But just to be clear, I mean, Hyperledger is not a token-specific initiative at all. You know, we think that there's a lot of interesting engineering happening out there in the world around blockchains, whether permissioned or public, that it really is kind of a spectrum between the two. You know, we'd like to be a home for some of that work over time and help organize it, help consolidate it a bit. You know, we're not ourselves running a mainnet or funding ourselves through any of the token kind of approaches, but otherwise are very friendly with that, and really I'm looking forward to finding ways to work with Cardano and other organizations in this space within Hyperledger to help make that work.
The reaction to the Hyperledger community with Cardano and IOHK joining.
What's been the reaction?
What was the reaction from the current Hyperledger community to us joining?
I haven't heard anything either way. You know, we put some press out there about it, but didn't have you know, a structured kind of conversation anywhere in the community. I think you know, we do announce new members on a pretty regular basis, and I think, you know, at one level that's at the organization, right? So membership in Hyperledger as a sponsoring organization is the key to keeping Hyperledger going financially, and obviously we provide some benefits to our members. But when it comes to the technical projects themselves, it's very much how open source communities work, right? You kind of have to show up, and it'll be interesting to see where Cardano looks at building a bridge between Hyperledger Technologies and Cardano's technology, and the Cardano community as well, the kind of everyone else who are stakeholders in that ecosystem. But there are plenty of places to look at that kind of integration. I've mentioned, I think, a project called Hyperledger Cactus while we were talking, which is an integration framework. Actually, I don't think I mentioned it. So Cactus is a technology to build bridges between Fabric-based networks and Vesu-based networks, but also Corda and Quorum. And it could be a tool for building a bridge with the Cardano network or other related networks. So that's one place potentially to look. And I think that reaction will become clear. If you show up with bug improvements, with enhancements, or even new technical projects to host at the labs or under Hyperledger's greenhouse, that'll be great. If the thing that doesn't work in open source communities is if somebody shows up and says, "I got an idea, I want somebody else to build it." So we definitely wouldn't want to do that. Wouldn't recommend doing that. But otherwise, it's an open source community, so it's really it's all about people showing up and doing the work.
We have a question from Dominic. What are likely initiatives or activities that Cardano would contribute to? What difference can Cardano make to Hyperledger? We have several projects that we could contribute to the Hyperledger project consortium. For example, we have ScoreX, which is a modular blockchain that we built in the past that has actually 2 versions, and we could submit that project. We have many other open source projects that we are developing and could submit. Brian, actually, in the selection of the project you incubate, do you apply filter? Like, do you want diversity, or do you want us to publish yet another Ethereum, for example,
right,
client?
So there's 2 ways in which technologies come into Hyperledger. If they're not already, improvements to an existing Hyperledger thing, right? There is kind of the top level projects, the 15 or so projects that we have that are at the level of Fabric and Sawtooth and Cactus that I mentioned. And there's a process for bringing those in that involves a public proposal and then evaluation and a vote by the technical steering committee. And the technical steering committee are a group of 11 developers elected by all the contributors once a year. And that means that you're asking the existing projects to make room in the greenhouse for a new project. And that can be hard, right? If you are a developer on Besu and somebody proposes another Ethereum client, you're going to ask yourself, well, what's different about this client? We can have competing projects. Besu and Fabric compete with each other for sure, but they have very different points of view, very different architectures. And so there's some good purpose to having that competition. But if somebody came in with something that really duplicated something else, or was a lot of code and only a little bit was really tied to the additional value over one of the existing ones, the overwhelming recommendation would likely be, well, why don't you just join up with one of the existing projects or bring that improvement to Besu or to Fabric or to one of these others. And that's really because that's in the best interest of the whole community. Is not more code. You should never judge an open source community by how many lines of code they have under management, right? This is these aren't assets, lines of code are more of a liability than an asset. So that's one way though. There is a filter, there is that approval process, and it's partly based on the technology and how distinctive it is. It's also based on, is there an existing open source community, or at least the very clear potential of building a multilateral community? Because what we definitely want is to build a set of projects that are able to survive the departure of their original proposal company, right? The company behind the original proposal. Just because, times change, companies exit businesses, you want to build something that will last. So there's the key criteria. The second path has a lot fewer requirements around it. That's something called Hyperledger Labs. And that's more intended for the weekend hack, the result of a hackathon, the research concept, the mentorship project, but also potentially, a project that could become a full-fledged project at some point, but is still very young, is still looking for its footing. And so things like Cactus actually did start as a project in Hyperledger Labs, and we've got lots of interesting stuff there. And there the threshold is you just have to convince one of the lab stewards to sponsor that project, to be willing to act kind of as a connector, as a mentor to the team coming in, to help understand how the processes work and eventually evolve into some direction. But those are kind of the two tiers for coming in, and we would welcome contributions from Cardano on either those two approaches or on improvements to the existing projects like Cactus or something else.
Definitely integrated Cardano into Cactus and preparing templates, recipe for preparing or integrating rapidly Cardano to enterprise solutions can be interesting. My first idea joining Hyperledger was to bridge Hyperledger Fabric or Sawtooth to the Cardano mainnet to help basically pushing assets to the mainnet in order to share assets that they can't really share if they are in different silos. So what do you think about this approach, and are the enterprise clients that you have interested in doing so? What do they like about joining a public chain?
Yeah, well, I think there would be, we've heard our members talk about projects that involved anchoring checksums, like the tip of the Merkle tree on say a permission blockchain, or a hash of specific assets that are being tracked on permissioned blockchains, anchoring those as a checksum on a public ledger, right? Paying the gas, paying the fee to have a public transaction written for the durability and decentralization and security that can provide, but still using the permission ledger to do a majority of their transactions, right? Because there you don't have to worry so much about gas or about 15,000 people knowing about a transaction. So part of it is a confidentiality thing. Part of it is you might just not want to share that high degree of granularity of those that transaction record with the public ledger, but just record a checksum. Now, that doesn't require any special integration between those two systems, right? Anybody who has access to those two networks can read the transaction or the tip of the Merkle tree or the document referenced and the history and to a hash, and then write that over to the Cardano network or the Ethereum mainnet or something like that. Where it gets more interesting is if you want the same degree of trustlessness to emerge between scripts running, smart contracts running on the permission blockchain and assets or even smart contracts running on the public ledger. And that's what Hyperledger Cactus is about. It's about establishing enough points of commonality run diversely by different organizations between those two networks that a smart contract on one can base its logic on assets and operations it views on a public blockchain or on some other blockchain somewhere, public or private, without needing a trusted intermediary, because you essentially have n different trusted intermediaries, and if any one of them is wrong, you have rules around how do you broker that issue. So lots of different approaches to it, but I'd say those are the two main patterns to apply. But those are both distinctly different from like side chains or shards or anything like that. They're worth looking at.
How can you actually bridge different smart contract technologies? Because we have our Plutus smart contract engine that we will launch this year, and if you are talking of integrating different smart contract languages, what's the process here to actually being able to chain two smart contracts, two different flavor of smart contracts, building them?
Yeah, good question. So it's all about the runtime, right? And I don't know Cardano well enough or where you're going to be able to speak intelligently to any of this, but let me talk about the way it works in Fabric and the way it works in Ethereum. With Fabric, you essentially have a container, and within that container can run any type of software that you want, and it's kind of bound within a Docker container. There's also something called, and that's called chain code. There's something called system chain code, which allows you to run things outside the container, but for efficiency. But let's just talk about kind of the most portable way to do it. And the kind of standard way to do it within a container, within chain code, is to write something in Go. But there is support for doing Java and JavaScript, and some, I think, experimental support for Python, and interest in extending that to Haskell and other domains that might be higher level security. And obviously support for running the EVM-based smart contracts in that, and that comes through something called Burrow, which is another Ledger project at Hyperledger. So lots of options there. And the interesting thing is, on a Fabric network, you don't need everybody to run the same script. Fabric is not based on an entirely computed world state from the smart contracts and data set. Data you track, but the scripts are presumed to only be shared with the parties that need to know that, which might be the full network, but it usually is more of a subset of the network. And what you need are basically other nodes to endorse the output of those of that script. And so and you set your rules, but if 3 or 4 or more parties endorse the output of a transaction the same way, then it can be written to the ledger by everybody else, or accepted as a right by the ledger by everyone else. So that's a way to get some portability there. And adding support for new smart contract languages is partly technical, but it's more just a matter of policy for whatever network is built using Fabric. On Ethereum, obviously the standard there is the EVM, and there's lots of languages that compile down to EVM. I know, my understanding at least, is that they are looking at, for Ethereum 2, moving to an ASM.js kind of basis, a WebAssembly basis. WASM, sorry. WASM. I think that's evolving a bit, but there already are WASM compilers in Hyperledger for that kind of thing. One in the Burrow community, another one kind of emerging out of the Sawtooth community. And so there's a lot of preparation for that. And I think any smart contract language that compiles down to WASM makes a lot of sense. I think there's even work about modifying one of the standard C compilers out there to basically take almost any programming language that has a front end for that language in what's the name of it? I can't remember. Anyways, hopefully WASM will be a pretty portable and pretty ubiquitous runtime environment. And so, but obviously supporting complexity and optionality is expensive. So I'd be interested to learn what Cardano's thinking is on this, but I would hope that there'd be room inside of Hyperledger for any of those approaches.
Yeah, we'll look at Cactus and pursue the integration of creating some bridges between Fabric and Sawtooth and our Cardano public mainnet. We have a question about Hyperledger focus more on fintech sector or broadly based on other subjects like supply chain, healthcare, etc.
As an organization, we're not focused on any one sector. We're not limited to any one sector. Let me be clear about that. And historically, since we've been less about tokens and coins, that's meant there's a whole category of kind of use cases that have perhaps been less of a focus for us than for certain other applications. Like there isn't really much DeFi activity, for example, happening in the Hyperledger community. The sectors that have been most eager to use this have been, any sector dealing with supply chain traceability. So that's everything from like diamonds and food supply and automotive and other things like that. And closely related to that, obviously, is trade finance. A large part of trade finance is knowing the history of the actors involved and their banks involved, almost like a KYC kind of thing. And so those two use cases are very closely tied to each other. And I hesitate to call them industries, but they are certainly common. Every industry has a supply chain. Every industry has a way of financing its inputs and outputs. So those get used quite a bit. But we have something in Hyperledger called special interest groups, which are basically a way of trying to go to the people who do have interests that are specific to an industry, such as healthcare, such as capital markets, such as the public sector, so government-style applications, and social impact applications, and saying, what are you interested in using this for? How does that match up to the underlying technology? And then the other really big meta use case, which again isn't specific to any industry, has been digital identity. And seeing this stuff applied to national ID schemes or to credentialing for academic credentials, those sorts of things, has also been a big area of deployment and interest in our community. But we are very interested in seeing it used across the sector, and ultimately it is used for tracking things of value and things, and it is common for highly regulated industries like healthcare and finance to be more interested in this than the unregulated stuff. Like there's not a lot going on around like social networks or chat applications or that sort of thing. So hopefully that answers that question.
Well, yes, for sure, supply chain and banking services make sense. Is the enterprise by blockchain, in your opinion? Are they worried about its complexity? What's your feedback from the enterprise when we talk about enterprise adoption? What was there?
Yeah, I think interoperability gets brought up a lot because people worry about the long-term future for any technology they build upon, right? This is one thing that makes it hard as a startup to sell into enterprises because if you haven't been around for 10 years, it's a lot harder to claim you'll be around for the next 10 years. So enterprises, when they buy technology, are used to looking for companies that have been around for a long time, that have a track record, that have a history, and that's what they trust, right? And that's just the nature of selling to enterprises. And I say this as somebody who has started a couple of companies trying to sell enterprise software. You really have to go above and beyond to sell that. And so when they ask about compatibility, they also want to make sure that they aren't buying into something that isn't going to have a big community around it. It's why, I spend less time, frankly, talking about why Fabric is the best technology or why Bezu is the best or why any of our projects are the best, and instead trying to talk about the importance of the community we've built and the commercial ecosystem. Because I think history has shown that you need at least a good enough technology in order to solve a problem and get adopted, but it really needs that sense of a phenomenon around it, that sense of adoption, and not just usage, but also commercial support and that sort of thing. And so building that ecosystem is just as important as building high quality code. And that's where I think a lot of this question of compatibility comes from. And then thirdly, I kind of hear that interop as an echo of what I hear more deeply as a concern, which is when companies that are forming permission blockchains, get bootstrapping these networks is really hard. How do you launch that initial cohort of, it has to be more than one, probably more than two, ideally more than three, and it's best if it's at least 5 or 7 organizations to serve as anchor nodes on a permission blockchain, so that no one has to worry about one company departing or one company buying 2 others and then suddenly owning the majority of that blockchain. None of our stuff is based on 51% attacks or anything like that, so there's a bit of resiliency against that, but it's still, you want a diverse network, and launching those with the consortium around it is a really important thing to do.
Do you agree that the enterprise will have to use a combination of blockchains, private, consortium, and public chains in the future?
I definitely believe that they will be using a mixture of blockchain networks. They'll be on one for tracking a supply chain or on a certain commodity or resource. They might be on another one that's a set of payment rails. They might be on another one that's about verifying identity, and there might even be a couple in each of those categories, right? And so definitely enterprises will be on more than one. I kind of view consortium and private as the same thing, although I know that there are some companies that are large enough and are essentially, kind of conglomerates that they don't trust each other. So, a private blockchain, even within one company, might make sense, between the different divisions. But most of them will be consortia chains. And there is the possibility that public blockchains will be, in widespread use by enterprises. I think at the very least for digital identity purposes, because there you really want to see what does everybody know about this person, or I want to be able to verify the credentials this person is presenting across all the different contexts that might be relevant. And then we'll see around payments. It is kind of a race between the cryptocurrencies and the central bank digital currencies and the existing payment rails like Visa and MasterCard. Who can get to the most easiest to use, the cheapest, the most responsive, the one with the best policies, right? Which can become the real payment rails. I think that's a really interesting and important fight. And even the concept of DAOs and public blockchain smart contracts and other systems to mitigate third-party risk, counterparty risk, especially in global trade. I think there's some real use cases there. But I think that will still be that'll live in harmony with the permission blockchain work, and I think the majority of transactions will be on permission blockchains.
So we have a question from Ada Boy. Who will benefit most from using the interledger fabric, and where does all the value go? I don't know how to answer that one, but I think
and when they say interledger, I wonder if they're confusing Hyperledger. I know that words are similar, but Hyperledger with there's an effort called Interledger. There's actually a standard called ILP, the Interledger Protocol, which is a real lightweight standard for correlating payments between two different blockchain networks, and it came about from Ripple, and so you can pay with XRP on one hand and pay with Bitcoin on another, and have that be a coherent transaction. And we have support for that in something called Hyperledger Quilt, which has been interesting, but kind of a quiet kind of project for us. But let me who will benefit the most? Our sincere hope, obviously, is that everybody involved in this process has both direct and indirect benefits from both participating in Hyperledger, but also in setting up blockchain networks. There isn't a make money fast kind of option here. There isn't a I get to be my own bank kind of thing, the way that there is with, say, the public cryptocurrencies, where the value is really created is in optimization, is in digitizing processes that were much more difficult to digitize before. I was on another call earlier today with some folks in the healthcare space who say the cost of paperwork and bureaucracy in the healthcare system is probably 40 to 50% of the total cost of health. And if you can optimize that by half, then you're probably in a really good spot. That's where I think a lot of the value is going to come out, and perhaps even new resources.
There's something that is interesting, and we will be discussing that tomorrow on another panel. But blockchain is about removing intermediaries, and most of the enterprise are, by definition, intermediaries or third parties. For example, you were talking about the healthcare, but hospitals don't really like collaboration between hospitals. Or patients record are actually owned by the hospital, and it's part of their value. So sharing those assets can be seen as an issue. How do they react with that decentralization aspect and resource sharing?
Okay, guys. I wanted to go ahead and jump back in here just to engage with you guys and let you all know what we can expect for the remainder of this live stream. So to all of you who are still around, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate the support. It's really nice to be able to engage with you guys in the chat. Hope you guys are all enjoying this live stream. Hope you guys are finding value from this virtual summit. Lots of cool things. So Hyperledger, really going to be a great way to allow for enterprise level adoption for blockchain. Very cool. As far as what we have looking forward, so right now there is a bit of a networking break. I guess we're just going to take a few minutes to discuss different questions, talk about certain topics. In about half an hour or so, we're going to be talking about some code audits and security. So I guess the question there is, why do we hang out our dirty laundry in public? Okay, that's an interesting one. And then next we've also got building light clients. So that's more of like a technical talk related to that. I think this one should be pretty cool. We might have to take a look at this. Duncan Coutts is going to be speaking. Shelley Unbound, Achievements, Improvements, and the Future of Cardano. Definitely going to have to check that one out with Kevin Hammond and Duncan Coutts. Ooh, okay. So for those of you stake pool operators, we've got Umed Saidov speaking. So that'll be cool. Supporting and building the Cardano community. So he's talking about his stake pool journey as stake pool operators' mistakes, successes, and lessons learned. I think that'll be a really, really valuable chat. Looking forward to that. And then we've also got some governance and regulation topics, U.S. regulations for stablecoins. So lots coming up. Let's take a look at the chat. Let me see if I can engage with you guys. Let's see. Jay, you got your pizza, man. I hope you enjoy it. Oh, so we got some pineapple lovers, and we got some people who don't do pineapple on pizza. Okay. Me personally, I don't know. If it depends on the type of pizza. I'm probably not going to end up with pineapple on my pizza, just to put that out there. Yeah. Yeah, you can do like a Hawaiian-style pizza with pineapple. I don't know. Some people are into that. Me personally, nah, not so much. My favorite type of pizza is a Greek pizza, like with some authentic mozzarella cheese, with the Palomino olives. Oh man, that's A1 for me. All right, so guys, these guys are continuing to answer questions related to Hyperledger. For those of you guys who are still with us, thank you again so much. For those of you guys who are just joining us, we're going to be taking a quick networking break here in just a moment. I'm going to be answering questions for you guys, talking about some of the things that were discussed here at the virtual summit, and looking forward, we've got some things to get excited for. Biggest thing for me, I'm excited to hear from Umed Saidov. He's actually a stake pool operator, and he's going to be sharing his insight on the process of building his stake pool. So I'm excited about that, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from Kevin Hammond and Duncan Coutts related to Shelley.
Anonymous in how you vote, and having trust that the system protects that anonymity, while also guaranteeing access, that everybody has a right to vote. I do think it's somewhat dangerous to consider using blockchain technology for the actual casting of a ballot, the actual like voting from home. First off, voting from home, no matter whether blockchains are used or not, I think voting by internet is a really bad idea. Voting by mail is okay, where you're sending in a paper ballot and that gets stored somewhere. There's some clear risks with that, but we've been managing that as at least in the United States, vote by mail from home. And the thing is, when it's all this paper, it's really hard to be fraudulent. And if it's all a digital record, there's basically no way to guarantee that you can't have mass election fraud in a way that is impossible to audit and impossible to verify. And I don't think blockchains really actually help with that. I think there are technically cryptographic ways, zero knowledge proofs, that kind of thing, to cast ballots, but and using blockchain technology to help with that. But an important part of an election system is that it's not just auditable, but it's understandable, and understandable by the majority of the population. And if we were to say, here's this magic crypto pixie dust that guarantees your privacy in the casting of the ballot. And by the way, it also guaranteed that Donald Trump won 51% of the votes. But there was no other way to independently audit that, and that ran in the face of public polling. You would have a crisis. You would have a disaster, because there's no way to wind that back and figure out, well, did we really have 51% people vote one way or the other without having another election? So I really don't feel there's a role for blockchain technology as a solution in the digital casting of a ballot. But I think using it for voter registration, and we have this in the States, maybe it's different elsewhere, but like making sure that like the register of who's registered to vote, where are they allowed to vote, et cetera, is a matter of public record, right, or should be. Having that be tracked in a public blockchain would be better than the system we have today, where there's a lot of room for fraud and abuse, and in particular to disenfranchise people with the right to vote. And then finally, after votes are cast, after I go to a local voting office or send my mail-in ballot to a local place to get them counted, the reporting up from that up to to get the overall national total. That is also something I think blockchains would be really good for. A public accounting of where those, this polling place saw 1,000 voters, 41 votes for Trump and 500 for somebody else, I'm hoping. That basically that data would then be aggregatable up, and you'd see that recorded in a blockchain and allow for local validation. Wow, 1,000 votes counted at my local polling place, that makes sense. So those are the two places where distributed ledger blockchain technology makes some degree of sense, and could improve the integrity and verifiability of elections. I just wouldn't do it for the middle, and that's unfortunately where a lot of people have been focusing. When you say the word blockchain voting, they think of that central piece.
That's interesting standpoint, because we in Cardano have to organize a decentralized political system or economy or ecosystem. So actually we will have to vote on chain, because it's the only way you have to update the system, to finance the system, because you are going to take funds out of the treasury, for example. And
in the context of a national vote, for a president or for a politician, in the context of voting for the allocation of resources in a community like Cardano, where some essential transparency into how people voted is actually a feature rather than a bug, then blockchain voting makes a ton of sense. You should just be a little cautious that direct democracy does have some complications, and finding ways to try to depersonalize that would be really good. I am really a fan of the concept of liquid democracy. This idea, like you mentioned, of voting for somebody who then organizes and casts those ballots on my behalf for something else. That's a really cool system, and I hope you're looking at some of that in Cardano.
You will have a chance to discuss this year, and you'll see that we are bringing great technologies with this delegation of vote to experts, etc. We have maybe a few minutes left and two questions. One was about real estate industry and what type of enterprise we foresee being created in this industry. And the other is, let's answer the real estate first. The second is not related to the industry. Do you have real estate enterprise that are part of or leveraging Hyperledger technologies?
There's a group called the National Association of Realtors, who are a nonprofit consortium focusing on how real estate transactions are conducted. They're the ones who come up with all the standard contracts in the real estate sector. And they've been a member of Hyperledger for quite a while. They have an innovation lab that has been doing blockchain work. They've been working with Cook County in Illinois around reforming land title systems to use blockchain technology. I think an important thing to remember is that land titles are not tradable the way that tokens are, right? Land title is a probabilistic asset rather than a deterministic. What I mean by that is, when you go to buy or sell a house, you're given the whole history of that land, but that history may be incomplete, and so you buy title insurance to insure you against the odds of somebody showing up with a mortgage deed that applies to that property that was never recorded anywhere properly, right? So, but it's a paperwork intensive process. It's a signature intensive process. It's one, even just buying or selling a house. So there's a lot of opportunity to use blockchains to optimize that process. And there've been projects around none that I'm aware of that have really, hit it out of the park in terms of a success to talk about. So it was just surprising to me because actually land titles in emerging markets was the use case that pulled me into blockchain technology. That was the one that said, okay, here is something that could not reasonably be done with a central system because central systems are vulnerable to theft, to fraud, that sort of thing. Where I think there's been more success has been in digitizing some of the fractional ownership types of things out there, REITs, for example, real estate investment trusts, and selling tokens that associate ownership in a REIT so that you get a distribution out of that. At least I've heard of more companies pursuing that. And I'm not sure what level of success they've had, but I've heard of that happening out there, and that's pretty interesting.
We have questions about how blockchain can help countries and states in development or organization. We talked about the voting system, but I think for the treasury mechanism or financing projects in countries, or even building monetary policies or stable coins or currencies that are more stable or faster, or I think there are many ways states can actually leverage blockchain technology on top of the classical identity and credential feature. By the way, we released Atala Prism in the context of this virtual summit, and be interesting in looking at ways we can collaborate with Hyperledger indeed, because we need to make our solution interoperable to ecosystem.
Identity thing seems to be the first area to focus on. There's as I think we were mentioning, there's a couple of projects in Hyperledger focused on digital identity that all are complementary to each other, and they're all based on this concept called self-sovereign identity. Sometimes we call it user-centric because there's some people for whom the word sovereign is an issue, but self-sovereign identity, user-centric identity, and the underlying standards used by those communities used by those technologies are distributed identifiers, or DIDs, and verifiable claims, verifiable credentials, the VC. And these are standards being worked on at the W3C, so standards track kinds of things, and with multiple implementations out there, and a couple of different networks emerging as what are called identity utility networks. So you've probably heard of Sovrin, SOVRIN, which is one of those. There are a couple of others kind of beginning out there as well. And the whole idea here is an inversion of how we think about digital identity, away from kind of a server storing everything interesting about you, on the other end of the name and password, to identity credentials you hold in a wallet that attest to things like your passport, your driver's license, your healthcare record, your diploma, and these are things you can present without creating a trail back to the issuer of those credentials. So we avoid all the surveillance issues that enter into the way that digital identity is normally used online. And that's the big picture. There's a lot of momentum now behind that, and even for nation state levels, there's a nonprofit called Kiva that's been doing microfinance lending, and they're working on a project with the government of Sierra Leone to do not only a national ID system for every one of the 8 million citizens in Sierra Leone, but also a privacy-first credit bureau system so that loans can be made and the risks are more accurately calculated to help that country build up its commercial ecosystem. So that's really exciting, and I think it's a much more promising approach to the way digital identity works compared to the more centralized approaches like Aadhaar. And that's the root of everything. On top of that, you can build whether it's public benefit systems, for shelter, for food, for other types of payments, or other types of ways that economies, governments can kind of manage the growth of their economies and provide citizen services. Another stellar example of this is the government of British Columbia, which is using this technology for business permits. And there's a whole long story around that. You can find out more on the Hyperledger website about that, actually. I don't want to swamp us with too many examples, but these are ways this technology is being used today to help countries digitize their processes while preserving citizen privacy and sovereignty.
I will cover some of the question rapidly in the few seconds left. So one question was about blockchain in Africa. So we have John O'Connor presenting at the Virtual Summit, and he's our business developer in Africa. So he will have a lot to say about this. And we have a question about Atala Prism and being a great in technology, but if there's anything that person missed today, that we announced the project Catalyst, so which is within the Voltaire effort to build a voting mechanism and study the treasury mechanism to finance the ecosystem. Thank you, Brian, for your time today, and thank you for.
Thank you for hosting me, and thank you for hosting the Hyperledger panel as well. We're really excited about Cardano becoming part of the community and looking forward to what we can do together.
Well, to it too. Thank you all.
Awesome. Okay. Very nice to see that. So guys, we're going to jump right along. It looks like we've got maybe a few minutes, so I'm going to make sure that we can get to the right location for the next event. I really wanted to see if we could jump in with Umed Saidov and get his perspective on being a stake pool operator. I think you guys will enjoy that. Let's see if we can click on this community tab. Okay, so we got a few minutes before he starts. We got about 7 minutes. I wanted to go ahead and go to the chat. For those of you guys who are still with me, really want to say you guys are awesome. It's been quite the marathon. We've been streaming now for more than 7 hours. So pretty incredible. This is actually the first live stream on the channel. So for those of you guys who were able to provide feedback, for those of you guys who were able to like the video, leaving comments and engaging with the chat, just want to say a huge shout out to you guys. Thank you all so much for engaging and participating. I really enjoyed being here with you guys. We've got maybe about couple hours left of this virtual summit. There is going to be a second session tomorrow with even more announcements and even more guest speakers. So be sure you're able to stay tuned to the channel. I would love to see you guys again here tomorrow. We've got a couple more hours before we finish off, but again, while we have this short break, I just want to say thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. Getting to the chat. Jco Dev, we're with you. Appreciate you, man. I really appreciate all the support. Yeah, I think you know what we're participating in right now. It's like, think about the unveiling of the iPhone back when Steve Jobs was, talking about how the BlackBerry had all these buttons. Like, we had smartphones, but we didn't have this incredible user experience. Similarly, I feel like that's where we are right now with blockchain and Cardano. So it's really an honor to be able to share this special event with you guys. I mean, if you think about where we are right now as an industry, Bitcoin, the OG cryptocurrency, here we are 10 years later, Cardano being this third generation blockchain, building on sound principles, and just addressing all the issues that we've seen from all these other blockchain projects. Really cool to see all these bright people coming together, sharing their thoughts, businesses, governments, all these entities coming together to realize the adoption of this new technology. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to it. Jco Dev, LOL, I had a BlackBerry at school. Yeah. Duckpool, Apple didn't have Vint. Yeah. Yeah, you nailed that one. Yep. Yeah, it's pretty awesome, guys. I know a lot of people are in the chat talking about price. To be totally honest with you guys, I feel like price is, it's just a byproduct of the value that the marketplace will find within a certain token. With the value proposition that ADA is going to be bringing to the table, right now I think price is really irrelevant. We are seeing a steady increase in price. Of course, Cardano moves with the rest of the market. Bitcoin is like the market mover. But I think that whatever happens with the price, we'll see that being reflected in what we're talking about here today, being adoption, use case, viability for governments, enterprise. All these different corporations are going to actually be using this blockchain. So I think the price will reflect that. And it might take a little bit of time, but it'll definitely be well worth the wait. Octoman's PC, what's going on, man? Glad you could join the stream. It's saying one day we will use ADA and Lovelaces, not selling for fiat. Yeah, I think that's the long-term vision about what we're doing here in the space. I mean, just completely getting away from this paradigm of fiat paper currency and having a money that's based on sound principles. I couldn't agree with you more, man. Spot on. All right, you guys. So for those of you who are just tuning in a couple of minutes, we are going to be taking a look at a presentation from Umed Saidov. He is a stake pool operator, really doing amazing things for the community, especially when it comes to operating a stake pool and being a resource for the community. He's going to be sharing his thoughts on some of his experiences, whether it's his mistakes, his successes, and some of the lessons that he's learned throughout his entire process. So we're going to be taking a look at that. And I also wanted to spend some time with Dr. Kevin Hammond and Duncan Coots. They're going to be going into more detail in regards to Shelley, some of the achievements that the team has accomplished, as well as improvements and the future for Cardano. So all that's going to be coming up here within the next hour. And then after that, it's really just not too much longer. We've got just a couple more hours together. So really appreciate you guys sticking around with me. It's been a really fun time so far. Really interested to know your guys' thoughts though. While we're waiting, we've got about a minute or so left. What has been your favorite thing that you've heard about so far today? We've got quite a bit of information that's coming at us. What do you guys feel like is the most prominent or the most significant for Cardano? Yeah, Prism is looking pretty cool. Prince, Daniel, Prism, yeah, definitely. Even Robin saying Prism. I agree with you. I think Prism really got that UI completely down packed. I feel like it's going to be pretty awesome to actually see that being implemented. What comes to my mind are things like identity. You have the decentralized ID. Think about, you have your hospital records. You could actually store that on a blockchain. Let's say if you move and you have to go to a different hospital, you have the app that's saved all your medical records. So, just use cases like that. It's pretty incredible. Duckpool saying ownership. Yes, absolutely. KS ETH 2.0 failure is most important thing for Cardano. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we shall see in due time. In due time. All right, guys, here's Umed.
2020 Shelley Edition. My name is Umed Saidov, and I'm the owner and the operator of Skylight Pool. In this video, I'm going to be talking to you about my journey as a pool operator. We'll be discussing who we are, we'll be discussing what we stand for, and we will be discussing our successes, challenges, and the lessons learned. At the end, I'm also going to share with you my thoughts about what Cardano is to me and what is going to happen to it going forward. So without further ado, let's just delve into it. So the content of the presentation today that I prepared is about, give you a small introduction about Skylight Pool, and then I will cover why I run the Cardano pool. Then we will talk about achievements, challenges, lessons. Then I'll share my view about what lies ahead for Cardano, the way that I see it unfold. It's pretty exciting. So I hope you stick with us, and let's go into it. So who's behind Cardano? My name is, again, Umed Saidov. I'm a CFA charter holder. For those of you who know what charter holder is it's basically, I come from the world of finance. And I got into this space of digital assets purely by accident when I got invited to a conference in New York. When I went there, I was very skeptical, as it is customary for financial people to be, about the potential and the technology and all that of blockchain. But as I started getting into it, reading papers, I became quite convinced that it has a value proposition that's very unique, and that it has an economic potential, global economic potential. To give you a little bit of background again about what I used to do, I used to finance infrastructure projects with the World Bank, with EBRD. When I came across Cardano, I immediately, realized that it was an infrastructure project. It's a large infrastructure project. It's a digital infrastructure project, but nevertheless, it has a lot of signs of infrastructure project. And as such, I started getting really excited about its potential and its development. I started actively participating in the community, trying to learn as much as possible. So I have been an active member in the community since 2017, and I'm really glad that we are just about to launch Shelly, because I've read so much about it over these years, so I'm sure you're all excited about it too. Now, about our stake pool, I run it as somebody who's an individual, and I, at the same time, I'm the CEO and the founder of Oculent, which is a digital asset research company, and I came across Cardano when I was just starting to get to know the digital asset space. So what do we represent in Skylight Pool? For our stakeholders, we have to say that our company and our sort of philosophy, founding principles for our stake pool is about security, it's about performance, and it's about partnership. Because I think you need all of those in order to be successful in this ecosystem. By security, we mean we make sure that we have all the latest standards of security to make sure that our pools are running really well, and they are secure. We are performance oriented, which means that we make sure that our servers are up and running, and that when it is our turn to make that block, we are up there to do that. We pay a lot of attention to how our pools operate and how our pools perform against other competitors, basically. And we are one of the top performing pools in the ITN in Eurogander. And partnerships is something that we take very seriously, in the sense that our stakeholders are basically our partners. We produce research as one of the value-added benefit to our stakeholders and the ecosystem in general. Our research can be found on our website at www.oculent.com, or you can find us on Reddit and Cardano Reddit. I've written many articles about different components of Cardano, clarifying how things work, because I've been in this space for so long. I know the project, I believe, close enough to analyze the new information that comes in and what it means for stakeholders and pool operators. So our research is out there. You can read for yourself, and that's something that we kind of provide to our stakeholders and the community, as I said, for free for now. And once the Shelly mainnet comes, some of that research will be paid, because this is something that we would like to basically give back to our stakeholders for staying with us. If they have questions and if they have different kinds of issues they would like to us to cover, we would be there covering them as Cardano grows. So why do I run Cardano, right? It's the simple answer to this question would be to make money, to participate in something that's also changing the world, being part of some community that is cutting edge in terms of technology, and being exposed to these brilliant minds in IOHK every day to learn more about how they engineer these systems. It's fascinating. It's completely fascinating. But there's also a third angle to why I run a Cardano pool, and that's probably the main reason for me. I don't have to run a Cardano pool, but I do because I like being part of this community. But also the third reason is that I believe in the underpinning and in the background story behind Cardano, in its philosophy, and that is making economic potential, economic participation for those who understand, accessible to everybody. You see, at the end of the day, when Cardano realizes its potential as a financial operating system for the world, it will become like a subset of internet with its own currency, with its own governance, with its own community of businesses and participants, basically making it a success down the road. And it's a very powerful sort of decentralized version of a economic system that we have right now, where you are not required to jump a lot of through a lot of hoops in order to land a bank account, for instance. As somebody who has financed a lot of very visible sort of infrastructure projects around the world, I can say that Cardano has a potential to reach and to impact a lot of people, just like an infrastructure project would. And I also realize that there is a lot of lost economic potential. It's untapped, that could be unleashed to the world through the mechanisms that will live eventually on Cardano, decentralized applications, through decentralized applications, etc. So that promise and that vision is actually what drives me to be part of this community, to contribute to it, and to grow with it. So to this day, we started our journey as a pool on the ITN in Jormungandr. I was a little bit late there because I was on the fence about whether I want to run my pool or not, and then eventually I decided that I want to do that. And to my big surprise, the community has been very, very forthcoming and understanding and in sharing their tips and tricks, etc. So I started my pool. I started very small, and I got to be one of the big and top performing pools in the Jormungandr, to the degree that I got saturated. The Sky, which is the ticker, got saturated. I had to create the second pool very late in the game. So do not take that with a grain of salt there, because I just wanted to give my stakeholders another chance to actually stake with me, but not be in the saturated or a saturated pool. Anyway, you can see the numbers here on the screen. We have created more than 4.2,000 blocks. We've been producing blocks since Epoch 11, I think. We have more than 100 million ADA staked with us on ITN, and our performance basically speaks for itself. The Sky 2 was a very small pool. It started very small and it remained small. But come mainnet, it will be open, and people will be able to delegate to this pool and make it as big as it has to be. So that's our success story with Jormungandr. One other thing I wanted to tell you. I am a pioneer with the Haskell testnet, and we are doing pretty well on the testnet too, running our nodes. Very confident about this iteration of the node, the Shelly node. It's a very solid piece of software and a very big departure from the early days of Jormungandr, where you had to sort of babysit your node. This is a very quality sort of product. Not to diminish anything that Jormungandr has achieved. It's a very solid ecosystem and a blockchain product right now, but the Haskell has a different feel to it, and I'm sure, and I have a feeling that it will be a great experience for all the pool operators out there to work with it. I'm pretty impressed with the way that things have been designed. It's very logical, it's very clear, and it makes it easy to follow. Or if you don't know, somebody who doesn't know what the command line commands are, things are very straightforward. There is a logical pattern to them. So that's enough about our success. We'd like to talk about challenges, especially in the early days, because who doesn't have challenges, right? If you don't have challenges, you're not doing something right. That's my way of looking at things. Yes, so challenges basically early in the day were for me to keep up with block production, and that was not only my challenge, it was the challenge of the whole entire community, because we had to, as a community, work together to produce those blocks. And if a subset of our nodes was not in sync, then the network would not be in sync, and people will have to restart their nodes. And when they restart their nodes, then the other nodes would lose the view of the network, and it was quite a bit of a challenge. So those were early days when I had to wake up every single hour or every 2 hours to make sure that I hit all my blocks, and it was pretty much everybody's challenge, because no matter what kind of scripts you had, no matter what kind of sophisticated sort of control mechanisms you had in place, early in the days, your node could be just sitting there and producing nothing. It happened to me a couple of times. It could be dead, meaning that it would just panic and just stop working. In which case you would restart it. And in the case where you would restart it, it wasn't guaranteed that it would actually connect to the right nodes and start producing blocks. All those challenges in the beginning were pretty much in the first maybe 30% or 30% of days, 30% of the timeline, the first 30% of the timeline, if that makes sense to you, was basically devoted to those kind of issues. And as a community, we learn how to basically manage these issues and manage adversarial sort of behavior. There was 1 or 2 players who were forking a lot. And as a community, I'm very proud that we've come a long way also as pool operators. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the people, especially early in the day, who contributed to this community and in making this Cardano ecosystem a very solid one and a stable one. First one goes to Michael Fazio. His tinkering with the node software actually produced a very stable version of Jormungandr that made it easier for us to be in sync. His node version, I think it was 8.9, lived for a long time. People did not want to update to new versions, I think, in the beginning, because they were afraid that they're gonna, start falling behind and not produce blocks. So his contribution is just immense, I would say, because after 12, 13 days of not being able to sleep or getting 3 hours of sleep, I was very close to basically throwing a towel in and saying, okay, this is probably not for me. But no, I persevered. I wanted to make it work, and Michael Fazio came at the right moment, and here we are. And the second person, I would say that it's going to be Chris Graffagnino. His guide, if very early in the process, his guide actually made it easier for a lot of people to get up to speed and following his instructions that were on GitHub. I think he onboarded a lot of people with his guide, and no matter you talk to. A lot of people used his instructions. Those who did not get those instructions in the first sort of iteration had his guide to actually work with. And I would say the third person would be Michael from PoolTool. I think his contribution is immense. If you do have time to look him up, if you do have time to help him in any way you can, his PoolTool has been an indispensable sort of thing, indispensable instrument in our ecosystem to actually keep track of everything. Because if I'm producing blocks, I don't know if my blocks are on the right fork or not. And PoolTool aggregated all that data, and as the time went, it got more sophisticated. It had more bells and whistles, and it's a really good piece of software that's running it. And I really have an enormous respect for Michael. His pool ticker is love. The pool ticker for Michael Fazio is sand. I don't know if they're gonna keep those in the mainnet, but love is there in HTN at least. Sand, I haven't seen it, but keep in mind that. And Graffagnino, I think it's master, MASTR. So those are the people that I'm extremely thankful for. Lessons learned. Lessons learned is about, for me, the most part of the journey and the lessons that it has had on me. The lessons that I learned are about cooperation, about the sense of community, and about an extremely intelligent group of people working on Cardano, all of which bodes really well for the future of the project. I think I have yet to see a pool operator that wouldn't impress me with their skill set. It's a very diverse skill sets, right? There's somebody who's very strong in cryptography, somebody's really strong in networking. I am strong in finance and game theory. There's a lot of things that is required to run a pool. And the job of pool operator did not exist a few years back. It's a completely new territory in that respect. It requires learning how to work with Linux, the command line. All of the things you had to pick up. And those who know those tools have also need to understand cryptography. They need to understand how the networking, for instance, works. So as a community, I think we have a great way of cross-pollinating each other, and I'm extremely lucky that I am part of this community and I continue to contribute to it and learn from it. So that's the lesson that I learned, that the strength of a protocol lies in its community and in the skill set of its community. And I have yet to see a protocol that actually has this kind of cohesiveness. So I'm pretty glad again to be part of it. So about what lies ahead for Cardano. In my vision of what will happen to Cardano, where it's going to go, I draw from my experience as an investment professional, and I see that Cardano could be used as a digital infrastructure for entire countries. You see, in the United States, we have an amazing infrastructure that has been built to facilitate business transactions. And if you want to buy something, it's a couple of clicks of buttons, and you have your whatever you wanted. For instance, with Amazon experience, 2 days down the road. You have to realize that majority of the world, the major part of the world, isn't yet there with that kind of infrastructure. And building that kind of infrastructure requires a lot of money. It requires a lot of efforts and brain power, which, quite frankly, not a whole lot of countries have. So in the absence of that, in the absence of having an infrastructure that has been built for you so that you could build your businesses and facilitate transactions, etc., the best thing that could happen to a country that is pretty, let's say poor, or it lives in a very challenging environment, is for some decentralized protocol to develop applications that would make it easy to run, let's say, a public administration, run its banking system through a series of wallets and applications and nodes that would represent banks, for instance. It would be easy for these countries to roll out taxation, for instance. That's a very, very major pain point for many countries, because they do not have it. It all stems from the fact that these countries do not have a good system of record keeping. And a good system of record keeping costs a lot of money. It costs a lot of brain power to sustain in its current form, and is very expensive to build. It takes time. And in the absence of that, imagine a turnkey solution where you would have the entire country's financial system, be it banking, companies existing on the blockchain as let's say wallets and transacting on a daily basis, reporting in terms of which entities made how much money and what is their taxable base, and most importantly, for many countries, taxation, taxing the companies based on actual revenues, actual costs, etc. And all of that being very transparent is a very, very exciting and promising sort of potential for a company, for a blockchain like Cardano. And I have to say, of many blockchain systems that I've seen in the space, Cardano has that sort of understanding that it could become the operating system for countries. Just imagine that Microsoft developed something that could run a country. That's basically what I think it will happen. You will have a very decentralized application, decentralized blockchain like Cardano existing on its own, and then on the fringes there will be countries, companies, and anybody who is basically is interested in becoming a part of the economic landscape, global economic landscape, opening nodes, running smart contracts, and running this different business logic, verifying identity of their citizens, etc., customers, and the opportunities are vast. I mean, in fact, they are so vast that I cannot even imagine the end game here, because every time there's a fundamental shift in technology, being one of them being internet, there is a race to explain it to people, a race to basically say, wow, what does that mean to me? And early attempts are so narrow. If you want to have a perfect example of that, just Google 1995 Bill Gates interview with David Letterman. And when Bill Gates talks about internet, he basically narrows it down to a bunch of forum, blog posts and whatnot, and it doesn't paint the picture. It doesn't do a justice to that technology as it stands right now. I mean, look at internet right now. You can order food, order clothes, watch TV. TV is completely being disrupted by Netflix and companies like that. A lot of things are being disrupted. Search is being disrupted, of course, right? Communication is has been disrupted completely also. So when you talk about a technology like Cardano, where you apply the same principles of disruption that took place 20 years ago on news and media and communication and apply them to money, you can easily see that the applications of this fundamental technology aren't going to be just limited to money. It's going to be, as I say, sky's the limit in that respect, because I cannot even imagine what the ultimate applications are going to be. The global economy, the global community will decide that, but it will start with letting people who do not have a voice, economic voice in the global economy, into a platform that will give them that voice, that will give them a way to create value, sell that value to whoever, and conduct business without having to invest an enormous amount of money and time in order to have access to these kind of systems. So that's where I see the potential going down the road. And I'm quite excited about what's going to happen, especially when it comes to pool operators. You see, the very myopic view of looking at pool operators is to say, okay, well, these are the guys who just approve transactions and make some money, and that's it, right? But if you step back a little bit and say, okay, well, 2 years down the road when Hydra, or 3 years down the road when Hydra comes, what's going to happen then? You can see that these businesses, small businesses, could have layers of different kinds of services, revenue streams. Hydra could process 1,000 transactions per second per head, and that's a completely different business proposal right there. It's and it's just a technicality. I mean, I can already see how pool operators could use the fees to basically provide value-added services. I am going to do this. I am going to produce research. My firm is going to produce research that is very pertinent to Cardano, and disseminate that research to our stakeholders. I think as the system grows very complex, it will be very important to have that kind of intelligence to make very good decisions. I think ultimately the health of the ecosystem depends on both the pool operators to do their job and on the stakeholders to actually make rational decisions. And there will be many decisions to be made by stakeholders. Being a stakeholder is not a passive thing. You will have to make decisions on an ongoing basis, and it's going to be a very exciting way to build this protocol. So, I mean, that's in a gist what I think is going to happen to Cardano, what lies ahead for Cardano, and I'm very excited about it. And last but not least, if you like what we are doing, if you think that you would be interested in following us, we are on Twitter, we are on Telegram, and we are on Reddit. And our handles are basically, the Twitter is my handle. I post a lot about Cardano. We have Telegram and we have Reddit, and you can see our handles there. With that, I would like to basically turn the floor to you and see if you guys have any questions. All right.
Okay, guys, really enjoyed that chat from Umed. I gained a lot of perspective, especially being a stake pool operator. Really awesome to just hear his experiences and what he feels like is going to be working well for him as we go forward with Shelly. So I wanted to see if we could quickly jump on the agenda here. We've got a conversation with Kevin Hammond and Duncan Coots. I want to see if we can quickly grab some of that as well. Let's see here.
To cause the change. So it turns out that you end up not even necessarily knowing a priori like what slot you're in. All sorts of problems become almost chicken and egg problems, but we've managed to unravel them and sort it all out. So what one thing it does is it gives us the ability to do these orderly protocol transitions at all, full stop. That's kind of the big thing. In a way that we believe is secure, and we can run all our simulations and be assured that it's correct. But the other thing it does is it gives us modularity. So it means that we can write, as we have done, we've written the Byron ledger as one thing in isolation, and then we've written the Shelley ledger, more or less, again, one thing in isolation. And we've written those as two separate pieces. We were able to develop those two things in parallel. While we were building the Byron ledger for the Byron reboot, we were at the same time, we published the Shelley ledger specification last year, over a year ago now, over 12 months ago. So we were building those two things in parallel. We didn't have to build one big monolithic Byron Shelley ledger. We were able to build them in a modular way, and that will carry over into the future as well. So the hard fork combinator lets us take these separately defined ledger schemes, ledger rules, and compose them into a single set of ledger rules, which can run sequentially, one set followed by the other, where we can smoothly move from the Byron into the Shelley. And then we can continue to do that into the future. So, when it comes to Gauguin smart contracts or Voltaire or whatever else is coming down the pipeline in the future, it's not just combining two things, it's combining n of them, where currently n is 2, but it's designed in such a way that we can have as many as we like. So that's what the hard fork combinator is, and tune in to EBSCO's talk tomorrow to get more details about that. Another little demo. This is a screenshot from a video that our colleague Philip put together the other day, which is just a quick demo showing running the nodes and demonstrating this hard fork business going from Byron mode into Shelley mode. So the demo he put together is simply running the nodes on his local machine. He submits an update proposal that changes the protocol version from 0 to 1, and that corresponds to when we did the change on the mainnet for the Byron reboot to move from Ouroboros Classic to Ouroboros BFT. That was a version number change in the protocol from 0 to 1. And then he submits a second protocol update shortly afterwards. We're doing this faster than real time, of course. And that moves us from version 1 to version 2, and that invokes the Shelley hard fork. And in his demo, which is just like scrolling walls of text, which all the best demos are scrolling walls of text, you suddenly see, now we are in Shelley mode, and you see some of the effects of being in Shelley mode, which is suddenly that slots are now 1 second long, whereas previously they were 20 seconds long. But you don't produce blocks in every slot, because that's not how Preos works. In Preos we have short slots, but we only produce blocks in on average 1 in 20 slots, so we end up with the same block grid. Anyway, so if you want to see that demo, there's a video of that, which I think we put out early this week. And we will be demonstrating the same, of course, on a public testnet in the near future, which will give everybody, including stateful operators, third parties, etc., the opportunity to see in public us moving the whole system in a testnet environment from Byron mode into Shelley mode, and people to test that things work smoothly across that, and test their own systems, if their own integrations against that. And we'll do that multiple times so that people have an opportunity to test these things. All right, let's move on to talk more about the ledger as well, and Ouroboros implementation. So, as kind of mentioned earlier, Shelley uses Ouroboros Preos. So let me just briefly say what are the major advances that we have in Ouroboros Preos. So Ouroboros is these days a whole family, a whole zoo of different Ouroboros variants. And if you go and look it up, you'll see there's Ouroboros, what we now retroactively call Ouroboros Classic, and then there's Preos, there's Genesis, there's Crypsinos, there's ones about time, there's all kinds, there's loads of them. But the Preos is one of the major steps. It's not like just a little feature on the side, it's a substantial revision of Ouroboros itself. And it brings with it, I think, primarily two major advances that people will notice. And these are both really security advantages. So the first one is, as Kevin mentioned earlier, that the slot leader schedule is private. So what does that really mean? So let's compare it with something with Ouroboros Classic, right, where we have a public slot leader schedule, or indeed Ouroboros BFT. So with a public slot leader schedule, that means that everybody in the system knows whose turn it's going to be in every single slot in the entire epoch. So by the time of the beginning of the epoch, everybody can simply calculate whose turn is it going to be in every single slot, and that's just known. Whereas in Preos, that is not known. It's not known publicly. So if I'm a slot leader, if I'm a stake pool operator, I can calculate, or the node can calculate on my behalf, in which slots I'm going to be slot leader, but nobody else knows that, and I can't predict, when other people are going to be slot leader, which of course has a side effect that it's possible for there to be multiple slot leaders at the same time, and the system takes that into account and resolves that kind of thing. So what's the point in that? What's the advantage of that? Why is that a security feature? The private slot leader schedule means that as an attacker, you don't know who to attack, and why is that an advantage? If you've got many like 150, or as Kevin was saying, scaling eventually up to perhaps 500 major stake pool operators, if you don't know which one of them is going to be producing the block next, it's harder to do attacks like a targeted DDoS attack. If you're trying to disrupt the system, one relatively low-tech way is to kind of just do a network level, low-level DDoS targeting just that next slot leader. You target just that one because it's going to be you saturate their network connection for the next 20 seconds when it's going to be then to produce the next block, and then you go on to target the next one, and then the next one, and the next one. So you keep repointing your DDoS attack engine. But if you have to simultaneously attack 500 stake pools, and it's not just one machine, it's all of their relays, because each stake pool runs multiple relays, and generally the stake pool node itself is not actually on the public network, so it's only the only bits that you see are the other stake pools relays, and there can be many of those. That's a substantially larger attack. Then you really have to DDoS the entire network at once, and that's much bigger and much harder for a network that is itself globally distributed. That's a much harder DDoS attack, much more expensive thing to pull off. So that's one major security advantage, the private slot leader schedule. And the other one is the key evolving signatures, KES. And this gives us what is called forward security. So what is that about? That is saying that suppose someone is able to hack into the machine that is hosting a stake pool operator. That means that they will find on that machine the signing, the operational keys. Right, we operate a hot-cold scheme, but it does mean that the hotkey that is being used to sign blocks, or hotkeys, there's more than one, that's being used to sign blocks at that time would be compromised if someone is able to hack into one of those nodes. So KES is about mitigating what happens in the situation where someone is able to hack into one of those nodes. And what does it do? It says that, yes, okay, you managed to compromise the keys that are being used to sign right now, but the forward security property means that you cannot use the keys that you have compromised for right now. You can't use those keys to sign blocks in the past. You can't forge a false history. So the keys that you find now are only valid for a current period of time, and that would be up to about 24 to 36 hours up maximum before now. And before that time, you can't forge you can't produce false signatures. So you can't hack into a node and then use that to bootstrap an attack where you try to construct a false history. And that in itself is another major advance. Because one of the big critiques, sort of theoretical critiques that people have made about proof-of-stake systems is say, what happens when 5 years later, you come along and you somehow manage to recover a key, or you bribe someone to give them their key that they don't care about anymore 5 years later, and now you can reconstruct a false history years and years later. And that's a reasonable concern that people talk about in the papers. You can go read the details about it. But this is one way of mitigating that kind of thing, is that there's quite a short limit on how far into the past you can forge blocks. So it really severely curtails the ability to create these false histories. Okay, that's enough about Preos. Let's talk about the ledger specification, or the ledger implementation. So we, as Kevin was saying earlier, we did this in a much more formal way than was done for the for the original Byron implementation. And I think it's a reasonable claim to say it's really much more formal than pretty much anyone in the whole space is doing. And that formality brings us higher quality. So what is this? So, I mean, both Philip and I have given talks about this before, so if you're particularly interested in this, see Philip's talk or see some of our previous talks. Let me just touch on it briefly. What we've done is we've used mathematics, the language of set theory, to describe very precisely, mathematically, what the ledger rules actually are. What are the rules of accounting? How do stake pools work? How does delegation work? How does the rewards calculations work? All the rules that have to be executed by all the nodes, we have to write them down and specify them in a very precise mathematical way. So figure 36 here, it's a snippet out of much bigger document. You see on the left, the formal spec, which we published last spring for everyone to see. And we've made a few tweaks and improvements to it since then, but it's substantially the same as what we published well over a year ago. So that's the spec. That's the intention, and we review that amongst ourselves. We review it with researchers. We review it with Charles. We review it with other people, and we publish it. We have published it for everybody else to see and to get that kind of peer review and feedback on. It's not formal peer review in the sense of being submitted to a journal, because that's not the kind of thing that they do. But it is peer review in a much broader sense of asking our peers, putting it out there in public and asking for that kind of review and feedback and scrutiny. So then we go from formal specification to an executable specification and, as we'll see, implementation. Now, it's no accident the random snippet of code we have here corresponds to the random snippet of mathematics that we had on the previous slide. Because what we do is we take that mathematical specification and we basically transcribe it straight into Haskell in such a way that you can match them up side by side and just go through and audit that they are the same. So that's our going from the world of set theory and mathematics into the world of executable running code that you can use at least as a test oracle, or in fact what we have done for Shelley is we have used that executable specification as our real implementation as a way of quite considerably saving on development time. So if you attended any of the talks that Philip or I have given about this in the past, you'll have heard us talking about how we use testing to compare an executable specification with a real implementation. And that is what we did for the Byron ledger implementation. But for the Shelley implementation, because we didn't have a kind of legacy baggage to deal with, we were able to design the Shelley ledger rules from scratch in a way that we're happy with. We were able to do all that in such a way that we can use the executable specification directly as an entirely adequate real implementation. We just have to be a little bit more careful about making sure we get the right asymptotic complexity and the right data structures and whatnot. But we're still able to maintain this very close one-to-one correspondence with the formal specification and the executable specification, and have that be something that we can really run. In addition to that executable specification, we also do some formal proofs, so what are we looking for? We're interested in how are we assuring ourselves that this is correct. So first of all, you've got to say, well, what does it mean to be correct? There's kind of two aspects to being correct. One is kind of sanity properties, where if it violated that sanity property, it's plainly wrong. You've plainly made a mistake in your design. And then you've got another kind of property, which is just like, is this what I want? Is this design, is this choice of how rewards are going to be handed out what I want? So it's less a question of like, is it right or wrong? There could be many right answers, but is it the right answer that you want? Is it the design that you want? So we separate those out and we say, okay, so for the questions of is it what I want, you have to do that simply by talking about it, reviewing it, reading it, reviewing it with stakeholders, reviewing it with the researchers, reviewing it with Charles and other people, and saying, here are the rules, we are presenting them, publicly, published them, and we obviously review them internally first. And is this what we really want? Is this what we want Shelley to be? So that's the basic process there, is just review, understand it, read the mathematics, read the corresponding text, and think about it. Is this actually what we want? And you can also do experiments and say, here's the effect if you do that. But it basically comes down to that. And then the other aspect is, as I said, this kind of if it violates this property, it's plainly wrong, kind of thing. So what kind of properties are we talking about? The most obvious, most general one is that like money should not be created or destroyed. It's a fairly straightforward property that any accountant's ledger, no matter how complicated, ought to obey. And indeed, that's a property that we can write down, and we can test it, or we can prove it. And we have done a combination of both. So the property is the same either way, whether you test it or whether you prove it. So with formal proof, what we've done is we have taken certain key properties, right? We've not done this for everything because formal proof is more expensive, and it's more time consuming. But for certain key properties within the ledger rules, we have formalized those ledger rules. We've taken that mathematics and we've turned it into formal machine-checked language in a theorem prover. The particular theorem prover we use is called Isabelle. And then we have done machine-checked formal proofs that certain properties hold. We don't do that for everything, as I said. It is more expensive, and we do it after testing, because you catch most bugs, in fact, by testing, which I'll come on to in a second. But then when you think you've done enough testing, you're fairly confident everything's right, then you can get that last extra bit of assurance by, for certain properties, certain key things, pulling out the theorem prover and trying to prove it and have the computer check it for you. And that's really that's the gold standard of proof. And we've done that for a few select things. And that did actually turn out to be useful. We did actually find some subtle things where it was unclear, or it could be improved, or actual bugs, which we caught by that method. So let's talk about testing, because that's actually what finds the majority of issues, and correspondingly, when those tests pass, assure us that we're probably safe from certain classes of flaw. So we use a testing methodology called quick check, which is based on this notion of properties. So what sort of properties are we checking? Well, it's exactly the ones that I mentioned a second ago. It's these like balance preservation properties. But this time, we don't do it by proof, we do it by testing. So how does that work? What we do is that the quick check methodology says, okay, you have these mathematical properties, you translate those mathematical properties into executable code. So the balance properties, you add up all of the pots of money in the system, add up the reserves, the UTXO circulation, the deposit pot, the fee pot, blah, 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 add them all up, and they should always sum to exactly what the initial circulation, or the initial total value of the system was, and that should never change across the whole execution of the system at every step of the way. And that's relatively easy to write down in code, to translate that mathematical property into a testable property in code. But you still need to test that against something. And so what we do, the quick check methodology here, is to systematically but randomly generate inputs. So they don't have to be realistic inputs, because they're supposed to explore kind of all the dark corners of the input space, even the unlikely ones, especially the unlikely ones, because that's otherwise normally where you would be most likely to make mistakes. So it's random generation in this case of valid or invalid ledgers, and checking that these properties are true for all these ledgers. Some properties, of course, only make sense for valid ledgers, but some properties we're looking at, you want to be able to test them with deliberately slightly invalid ledgers to check that they are indeed detected as being invalid and rejected. And one of the really nice things about this is when it does find a flaw, it will very often be able to find the smallest or a very small example of that flaw. And that is excellent for then tracking down the problem and fixing it. So what's really good about this is that when it's done, it can generate thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of examples and check that the properties hold. And that gives you some assurance, quite really good assurance, not as good as formal proof, but really very good assurance that you've covered the whole space and that the properties are indeed true. So one example, this is a bit of code which is writing down a property, the no double spending property, which you can write down in a mathematical way and then translate it, as we have on the slide here, into some code that expresses that property as well. So this doesn't cover the generation part of it. This is the property that the randomly generated inputs would be expected to satisfy. Okay, let's talk about networking. So Shelley, and in particular, really it's Preos, has some quite difficult to satisfy networking properties. The security and the timeliness are intimately tied up together in Ouroboros. If you can't deliver blocks from one slot leader to another within the required times, the system will not work. Overall, I mean, it can tolerate a little bit, but it can't tolerate failing to meet those deadlines all the time or frequently. It has those deadlines. And the real world with networking is, on the internet, the public internet is complicated and difficult, and we have to try and achieve these high levels of reliability and predictability, and do so on the public internet. And it has to be a worldwide distributed network, of course. We want to achieve that democratic and fully distributed worldwide. We don't want it to be concentrated in one part of the world. And it needs to work with standard internet protocols. It has to get through firewalls and all the rest of it. We can't do anything too exotic. And it needs to run on ordinary people's machines. We don't want people to be having to fiddle with their firewalls. That's not the sort of thing Daedalus users want. So this is a hard problem, and if you want to hear more about this, Neil and I will be giving a talk about this tomorrow. Neil is a colleague of ours who works for a consultancy that what they do professionally is they tend to work with big telecoms companies, ISPs, mobile phone operators, looking at how they operate their networks to achieve higher degrees of performance and reliability, and in making economical use of resources. So yeah, he and I have got an interesting talk on this topic tomorrow. I think I won't go into detail about that aspect because I think we better cover that in our talk tomorrow. So I will hand back to Kevin.
Thank you, Duncan. Very fascinating. So I'm going to wrap up by telling you a bit about where we are, what the state of play is, what some of the future directions are, and then we'll open up to questions. So I'm pleased to say that we have already got to a stage where we have over 250 pools running on the testnet, on the Shelley testnet. So already we've achieved many times more decentralization than Bitcoin, for example. And you can see this in this diagram here. This is taken from the pooltool.io website. And what it shows is the interconnection between all the stake pools that are on the Haskell testnet at the moment. You can see all the connections, you can see the distribution, and you can see the interconnections. What about the future? Well, lots of exciting things that we need to do. What comes next? The first thing is we need to investigate the peer-to-peer topology to make it easier for pools to find each other. There are various extensions that our colleagues are going to tell you about to do with dealing with multi-asset tokens, smart contracts, but also new protocols, new voting mechanisms, hardware signing, etc., etc. And Shelley makes all of these possible. So it's an incredibly important technology for the Cardano ecosystem. So to conclude, many important new features in Shelley, principally delegation, distributed block production. The new implementation is certified correct, it's modular and extensible, it's designed for robust and scalable worldwide performance, and it's a major step to full decentralization of the Cardano ecosystem. We are going now from the federated Byron era through the hard fork to the distributed Shelley era. So thank you. Let's open up to questions.
So, okay, let me take one that I like the look of. So one of the questions here is, I'll read it out. I've heard that stake pools in Germany were getting the most rewards for some reason. Could you please explain why? Yes. So that was indeed the case on the incentivized testnet. There was this effect that we all noticed of everybody moves their server to Frankfurt. I mean, it just happened to be randomly to be Frankfurt. Why was that happening? It was because there was an incentive to be nearer to each other. It was a centralization tendency, so that you had a greater chance of winning, your slot battles if you were nearby to the other slot leaders, and so that is not a good thing, right? From our point of view, right? We do not want that kind of centralization pressure to push all the professional stake pools to end up, in one data center or one city or even in one continent. So we have actually looked at that in detail, and we have taken measures compared to the incentivized testnet to mitigate against that incentive. Now there's multiple reasons why the incentive would be less strong on the mainnet anyway, due to the performance numbers and how the network works. And as I say, we'll cover some aspect of that in the talk that Neil and I have tomorrow. We'll look at the timing and Preos calibration. But the other major reason, the other thing that we've done, the other mitigation that we've implemented, is to add more deterministic chain selection. So that says that even if someone didn't. So here's the situation you've got to imagine. Two slot leaders produce blocks in either the same slot or adjacent slots, and they're kind of racing to get to everybody, and whoever gets there first wins. Right? That's kind of the problem. That there's this then race, and you being a few milliseconds faster, and then everyone kind of moves to Frankfurt. A few milliseconds faster, and you win. So if instead we say, well, it's deterministic who's going to win between those, then there's no need to race. Right? If we just say, and this is what we do, we say whoever has the lowest VRF output, and that's not something that you can forge. VRF is part of the Preos slot leader mechanism, and the cryptography there means that you cannot forge that. So that means that we can use whoever produces the smallest VRF, they win, and it doesn't matter whether you got there first or you got there second, and that means that will very substantially reduce the effect of this kind of everybody moves to Frankfurt effect. And if that turns out not be enough, we will take further measures. So we are dead set on making sure that this system is properly globally distributed. Kevin, would you like to pick the next one?
Thanks, Duncan. So, question from Sean is about decentralization being 1,000 times that of Bitcoin, and how many node operators do we need to achieve that? So the answer is you need quite a lot. We would expect operators to, on average, to be running less than 2 or 3 pools each. So if you have 1,000 times the decentralization blockchain, you would have about 2,000 to 3,000 pool operators. And that in itself will prevent a single source of power, because each of these pool operators will have some proportion of the stake. So the system as a whole is naturally going to be highly decentralized. Exchanges, for example, they will have some influence, but they won't outnumber the pool operators. This is going to be a very, very decentralized system, and quite democratic, we believe.
It's worth noting that you don't need to be a lot more decentralized to be more decentralized than Bitcoin, because Bitcoin has basically only got 5 players, the 5 big mining pools. So yeah, okay, 1,000, that's a big factor, and as Kevin was saying earlier, we'll start off with 150 and then aim to scale up to 500. So saying 1,000 times more decentralized than Bitcoin is a pretty big ambition there. But I mean, it's certainly far more I mean, if we end up with, I mean, even starting at 150 stake pools, I mean, that's already 30 times more distributed than Bitcoin, which is big. And there's diminishing returns to that, right? And the difference between 5 and 10, and 5 and 500 is very substantial. But going 500 to 1,000, it's less. There's diminishing returns as you get more and more and more. Let me pick one other while I'm jabbering on. Will exchange staking be part of the network? From the start, do you see it causing an issue with voting? So the way the rules are set up, we can't prevent exchanges from staking. They're able to exercise their rights as the stakeholders, just as everybody else is. And what effect is that likely to have? So exchanges are likely to take one of two strategies. They're likely to either delegate to third-party pools that are run by other third parties, or they're likely to run their own pools, so that the money that they hold on behalf of other people is staked to not really public pools, but it's private ones that they run themselves. And we don't anticipate that being a substantial disruption to the stake pool market, but the proof will be in how it really plays out. But we've had quite a few discussions amongst ourselves and with stake pool operators and with focus groups, and thought about it a fair bit, and we think we think that should work out. As for voting, so remember, of course, that Shelley will not have decentralized governance yet, right? That's for Voltaire, and the design of Voltaire is still in development, but people are very much aware of the issue of exchanges and voting. I can't comment on exactly what solution people will come up with, but people are very aware that is an interesting issue, let's say. Kevin, do you want to next one, or are we at time?
We're at time, but I think we can carry on with questions if people are happy to stay. I've got quite a few questions here, so we good.
Okay, guys, so I want to quickly go ahead and jump in here. So it looks like that was pretty much the end of the session with Duncan and Kevin. So really great information there, talking about what is next in terms of Shelley. So very cool to hear their perspectives. Now we've got a couple more speakers who are able to share some information for us today. So we are wrapping it up for this first day of the Cardano Virtual Summit. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed this live stream so far. Essentially, we've got a few different options here. We can take a look at why functional programming is invaluable for blockchain. Let's see here. We've got another one related to the science of blockchain. I did want to go ahead and briefly head over to the Daedalus and Shelley user experience. I feel that that's going to be pretty relevant for people who are interested in staking when we are on mainnet. And then lastly, we can do another chat from another stake pool operator. So it looks like we've got Ada North Pole Pool. So he is on as well. So we've got a few interesting speakers here for our last panel of the summit. Let's see if we can go ahead and get started here. Guys, as far as chat, I'm doing my best to be engaged with chat while we're listening to these speakers. So if you do have any questions as we're going through these videos, be sure to let me know. I'm going to be doing my best also to see about doing a recap for those of you who are just joining us, or maybe you've had to step away for just a moment. I'm just going to briefly share some thoughts with you at the end of the live stream before I let you guys go, and we will be back at it again tomorrow. Okay, so guys, we're taking a look. We're with Darko Mijic, and he is talking about Daedalus.
To complete the transfer, I will verify the source and the destination wallet and click continue, and complete the transfer by entering my spending password. Daedalus will create one or more transactions to move all of the funds from my Byron Legacy wallet to the destination Shelley wallet. The transfer completed, and I'm taken to the destination Shelly wallet where I can see my balance and the transaction which moved the funds. I can also see that my Byron Legacy wallet contains 0 ADA here in the list of wallets. Now let's go through the rest of the tabs in the delegation user interface. Let's continue with Stake Pools tab. Here we have a list of all available stake pools. Currently there are 38 stake pools on the Shelly testnet which have completed all of the registration steps, including registering their metadata. As you can see, we have a lot of stake pools listed on one screen here without scrolling. 36 with my screen size. This is intentional. We want to make sure that we are not displaying only a couple of stake pools on the first page, because those stake pools would get almost all of the attention. For this reason, we don't get to show a lot of details about stake pools before we open this window with details. The only information visible at all time is the rank, the ticker symbol, and the saturation indicator. The ticker symbol is short, up to 5 characters long identifier of the stake pool. Stake pools are ordered by their ranking. The rank is displayed with a big number and it is color coded. Stake pools with better ranking are green, and this gradually fades to orange for stake pools with lower ranking. This is not financial advice, but the ranking is based on the clever utility function and the game theory research which calculates which are the pools which will give us the best return of investment if we delegate to them. Assuming they will be online and produce blocks when Cardano protocol elects them to do so, and providing that they will control enough stake to get elected to produce blocks. If you have participated in the incentivized testnet, this user interface looks familiar, but the user experience is very different since the ITN did not have this utility function fully implemented. The ranking system makes choosing a stake pool easy since we only need to look at the ranking. As users delegate to stake pools based on the ranking, the top pools will control enough stake to reach the saturation point, so they will be elected to produce enough blocks. The desired number of pools in the Cardano network is controlled by the K parameter. The value K is currently 250 on the Cardano testnet. This means that when the system reaches equilibrium, there will be approximately 250 stake pools which will produce the majority of the blocks. It is possible to change the K parameter on the Cardano network, and this is something the ADA stakeholders will be deciding on in the future. Bigger K value makes the Cardano network more decentralized, but since operating stake pools costs time and resources, the bigger K value also increases the overall cost of the Cardano system. It is important to note that the ranking is dynamic and changes as the system captures more data. For example, stake pools which are not performing well and are not online to produce blocks will drop in ranking. Also, stake pools which are oversaturated will have the rewards capped, so their ranking will also be affected by that. This is a simplified explanation, and much more details and content on this topic will be provided in the following weeks and in other presentations during this virtual summit. Also, notice the slider on top of the screen. The ranking is also affected by the amount of stake you are planning to delegate. I can choose the amount of stake by selecting one of my wallets in this drop-down menu, selecting the combined amount of ADA in all of my wallets, or simply by dragging the slider. The slider goes from the minimum amount required to delegate, which is 10 ADA, to the maximum amount, which is the saturation point for stake pools considering the circulating supply of ADA and the K parameter. Since we have around 11 billion ADA currently on the Cardano testnet and K is 250 stake pools, the saturation point for one stake pool is around 44 million ADA. To delegate my wallet, I can pick one of the stake pools based on ranking, or I can search for a specific one. I will find the IOHK2 pool and delegate my wallet to that pool. In the stake pool details, I will click the Delegate to this pool button to initiate the delegation wizard. I can see the 3 steps of the delegation process: wallet selection, stake pool selection, and confirmation. I will continue and select my wallet. In the stake pool selection step, IOHK2 is already pre-selected, since I have initiated the delegation wizard from the details window of that pool. I can change the selection if I want to. Clicking continue takes me to the last step. To confirm my delegation, I need to post my delegation preferences on the Cardano blockchain. This is a transaction, so it requires paying fees. I will enter my spending password to confirm my delegation choice. Let's jump to the Delegation Center tab, where we can confirm the delegation choice I've just made. My Shelly wallet is currently undelegated. It will be delegated from the epoch 15. Let's explain this. On top of the delegation center screen, I can see the details of the current epoch on the Shelly testnet and the countdown until the start of the next epoch. Epochs on the Cardano mainnet last 5 days, but here on the Shelly testnet, epochs are only 6 hours long to make testing quicker. The important thing to note here is that changes to delegation preferences take effect after both the current and the next Cardano epochs have completed. This means that the delegation choice I've just made for the Shelly wallet will take effect in about 9 hours. 3 remaining hours in the current epoch, plus the 6 hours needed for the next epoch to complete. From that point forward, I will start earning rewards from delegating my stake. I have restored one additional wallet named Shelly Wallet 2. This wallet was already delegated 2 epochs ago, so it is already earning rewards in the current epoch. This is indicated by the ADA symbol here in my delegation preferences. I also have one pending delegation preferences for the ADA FR stake pool, which will take effect from epoch 14. We can have up to 2 pending delegation preferences, given that there is a latency of the current plus the next Cardano epoch when changing delegation preferences. I will redelegate the Shelly Wallet 2 to demonstrate this. The delegation wizard can be opened from the delegation center too, by clicking on the redelegate button. I will click continue, and I can see that this time around the wallet is already pre-selected, since I have initiated the delegation wizard for a specific wallet. I will choose a stake pool and complete the change to my delegation preferences by entering my spending password. Now, if we take a look at the delegation preferences for the Shelly Wallet 2, we can see that I'm currently earning rewards from the RHK1 pool. I will be earning rewards from the ADA FR pool from the epoch 14 and from the SWIM4 pool from the epoch 15. Another epoch has completed, and for my Shelly Wallet 2, the first epoch in which I was earning rewards from delegating my stake is done. Let's check the rewards tab to check the rewards I have earned. The rewards screen contains the list of wallets and earned rewards. This is just the first version of the screen, which will later on be expanded to include more details and list earnings for each wallet per epoch. We can see that Shelly Wallet 2 earned its first rewards, and I need to wait for another epoch to complete for the other wallet to earn its first rewards. The Export CSV button initiates a download of a spreadsheet with rewards data from the screen. Thank you for watching the first part of this presentation. Next, Michael will introduce Vacuum Labs and the work they are doing with hardware wallet support for Cardano.
Hello everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this conference. My name is Michal Petro, and I am the lead of our crypto practice and a project manager in Vacuum Labs. First, I would like to introduce our company, what we do, and how we are involved in the Cardano ecosystem. Next, I will tell you something about hardware wallets and how they are going to support staking and other functions on Shelly. So, Vacuum Labs provides teams of flexible software engineers and designers with years of experience building fintech, online marketplaces, blockchain, and other digital products. We are helping our clients to develop their ideas, help them to deliver working MVPs, and support them on their way to full production and beyond. Every step of the way, our experts collaborate with the clients so that they can move fast, learn, and iterate as they build world-class products together. The company is headquartered in Bratislava, Slovakia. We have delivery offices in Central Europe, and over the past few years, we provided software development as a service to over 60 clients around the globe. Since 2020, the company has grown to over 200 engineers spread across 7 offices. Our full-stack engineering teams and product designers have a strong focus on fintech, blockchain and crypto, and challenger banking. We also work with other industries, but especially in these industries, knowing the context ensures much faster delivery and more precise solutions. On this slide, you can see the fintech functions and features that we implemented in the past with our clients. In fintech industry, it is very common to connect with third-party service providers, so we have a lot of integration experience. By the way, this trend is now visible also in the crypto world, in the DeFi, decentralized finance industry, where you can see a lot of networking activities and effects and integrations. We strongly prefer to work with modern technologies and modern stacks, but we say that we are language agnostic because our engineers are able to pick up new programming languages really quick. We have a strong focus on scalability and security of our solutions, and we deliver them across all possible platforms. Our clients range from startups, corporate banks that are hungry to innovate. From the look on the selection of our clients on this slide, you can see that we are really strongly focused on the fintech. There's a lot of banks, there are some fintech startups, few crypto companies. We are also very active in the Cardano ecosystem. We are a development partner for Cardano Foundation, IOHK, and Emurgo. We developed the Trezor and Ledger hardware wallet integration for Cardano, and we also participated on development of cool products such as Seiza Explorer or Euro Mobile Wallet. Apart from Cardano, we have hands-on experience also with development on other blockchains such as Ethereum, Bitcoin, Stellar, the latest is Corda. Adelaide Wallet was our first development experience with Cardano and also with blockchain. It is our own product. When we decided that we want to do crypto back in January 2018, we decided to develop on a blockchain that shows the greatest promise, and therefore we decided for Cardano. Adelaide Wallet was launched in May 2018. In the time of the inception, it was the only alternative to Daedalus. It was the first lightweight wallet for Cardano, and it was inspired by MyEther wallet. It is usable on smartphones, and the code is open sourced. So Adelaide backend and some other Adelaide components are being used by multiple third-party wallets or services. So first, I will make a short introduction to how the hardware wallets work and why it is good to own one in case you own cryptocurrencies. For Cardano, we have integrations with Trezor and Ledger hardware wallets, which are the biggest hardware wallets manufacturers. Ledger is France-based and Trezor is Czech-based. Trezor founders are the first guys who introduced the concept of hardware wallets in 2013. On the picture you can see the second generation Trezor called Trezor Model T and a third generation Ledger called Ledger Nano X. The Ledger Nano X features also a Bluetooth connection, so it is really fancy. Hardware wallets are the best way to protect the private keys for your cryptocurrency wallets because they provide very high degree of security and they are pretty much easy to use. During the setup of the device, you create a recovery seed that you should write down somewhere and store safely, so in case of a device or software malfunction, you can restore your wallet. This single seed is used to generate private keys to all crypto wallets for different cryptocurrencies. The safety of hardware wallets comes from the fact that the private keys never leave the device. The software wallets sends the inputs for the transaction to the device. The device will build the transaction and sign it, and sends the signed transaction back to the software wallet which then broadcasts this transaction into the network through the node. That way you can safely send funds, also if the software wallet or computer are compromised or malicious. In order to reconstruct the hardware wallet balances and addresses on the client wallet, the client software wallet, public key has to be exported to the computer, but this is pretty much a safe operation and there can be only some privacy concerns. Malicious software wallet won't be able to do anything else than to know your addresses and therefore also your balances. Malicious software wallet could possibly present their own addresses as user address when you are interacting with a hardware wallet device, but with the hardware wallet device you are able to confirm that the address shown in software wallet really belongs to your wallet. That being said, hardware wallets are pretty much cheap and I consider them to be a really good investment. We expect to support Ledger Nano S, Ledger Nano X and Trezor Model T in Shelly. Users should be able to use them with Daedalus, Yoroi and Adelaide since day one or very soon after. Apart from the standard functions to send transaction and verify address, the update will also cover stake key registration, stake key delegation and withdrawal of staking rewards. And of course support for legacy Byron addresses. Before release of these updates, our code has to be reviewed and pass security audit of Trezor and Ledger. If you are curious about the programming language that we have to use, it is MicroPython for Trezor and Pure C for the Ledger, with JavaScript integration layers for both. Both devices have a very low memory, so it is challenging, especially on Ledger, because the C language is known for very difficult memory management. Migration to the Shelly version may be a bit complex on Trezor because we won't be able to have support for both Byron and Shelly at the same time. So it is possible that we'll have the Shelly Trezor integration on the latest Trezor firmware update, while the mainnet will be still on Byron. In that case, users, if they want to use Cardano, just shouldn't update the Trezor firmware until Shelly is released on mainnet. But on the other side, in case that they update it, they can always downgrade, so it's not that big issue. With Ledger, it will be more simple as we'll have two different Cardano Ledger apps, one for Byron and one for Shelly. Users just remove the Byron version on the day of hard fork and install the Shelly version. Now I would like to showcase how the hardware wallets work. I will show you how we confirm a simple send transaction and how the staking key delegation will look like on Trezor Model T. The flow on the ledger is very similar. This section probably won't have much value for people that are familiar with how hardware wallets work, but I will make it short. So the window on the left side is a simple representation of a client wallet like Daedalus, for example. By hitting sign transaction, we send the information about the transaction that we want to sign to the device. In a normal wallet, this payload information such as amount and address is filled by the user. Here it is some preset default, just for the demonstration purposes. And simply because we don't have integration ready with any wallet yet. So we press the sign transaction button. The wallet connects to Trezor Connect, which is a gateway for communication with Trezor, and asks for permissions to communicate with the device. So now we have to allow this for this session or for good. The details of the transaction we are going to send, such as amount and address, are displayed on the device. Please note on the middle picture that you have to swipe down in order to see the rest of the address and confirmation buttons. So we confirm that yes, this is the transaction that we want to do. Once confirmed, Trezor asks for final confirmation. This summarizes the whole transaction. The reason for this is for this final confirmation is that there may be much more outputs in a single transaction than what you have seen on the previous slides. For example, you can be sending multiple amounts to multiple addresses. In that case, you would have to confirm them all in the previous steps. And here you would just see the summary of it. So after we confirm, we can see that the Trezor device exported the signed transaction to the software wallet. Wallet can now process the transaction and broadcast it to the network through some node. Delegation flow. So the delegation by itself is just a special kind of transaction that contains a so-called certificate. For a new wallet, the user has to first register his stake key to the network. This has to be done only once for the account. Here we can see that the device is displaying the action user is doing, so the stake key registration certificate and the derivation path for which this is happening. This probably won't give much information to an average user, so in case we think that the derivation path is a strange one, the device will display a warning to the user. After confirming that the user wants to register the stake key, the user will have to create and confirm the stake delegation certificate and basically confirm to whom they are going to delegate their stake. So here you can see that the device is displaying the action, well, that's the stake delegation certificate, the account path, and the pool hash. Lastly, user has to do the final confirmation where he can...
Okay, you guys, this guy is boring. Absolutely just monotone. Okay, so I want to make sure I'm respectful for you guys' time. We've been going for more than 9 hours. I want to provide as much value as possible. I've been going 9 hours and I'm still more enthusiastic than this guy. I have no idea what he's doing, but we're here at the Cardano Virtual Summit. So let's get pumped. We've got a announcement coming from Charles after all this is finished. I'm going to make sure I can keep this going so that way we can stay tuned for that. I did want to go ahead and jump into another stake pool operators video. We've got Ada North Pole that's going to be sharing some information on supporting and building the Cardano community. Let's see if we can join him for that.
How a structured debate, but I also wish, can we do better here? Can we look more research into it? Okay, so slide 6. Here I'm trying to show that the current research effort by IOHK, as they publish on the iohk.io website, it's quite lacking when it comes to social collaborative mechanisms. I tried to look at all the research articles. There was 75 when I was doing this recording. And many are about game theory, of course, because that's an important part of proof of stake. You need to have a sort of equilibrium between the different parties, how to do what's best for you, but also best for the network itself. And while you could, of course, say that's social processes, it's not social collaborative mechanisms for some result other than maintaining the network. So I discarded those. And also did not include one article about the communication across the distributed ledger, as that's more about how different cryptocurrencies, for example, would communicate across each type of database or distributed ledger. But the two treasury articles by Cardano, one that was on Ethereum Classic and one that's now for Cardano itself, they are truly very good research article for social collaborative mechanisms, as they are looking very carefully at voting in the Ethereum paper, and they also are discussing very well in their latest treasury paper how to use this mechanism as a sort of a collaborative decision-making process that's decentralized. So those are definitely included. And I think also there's another article on the collaborative mechanisms, but in total 3 articles out of 75. So as you can guess, that's not that big a proportion of the research articles. To be fair, this is natural in the light that right now it's the most important to have the technical implementation, and then you look more into the use case. But for me, it's more of a question, can we afford not to give much effort into the collaborative decision-making process? Because after the Cardano 3rd generation, there will be a 4th generation cryptocurrency, there will be a 5th generation cryptocurrency, and you need mechanisms to keep reinvigorating yourself, to keep updating both the on-chain and the off-chain community, and for that you need to have good collaborative decision-making processes. And another thing is that I think Cardano itself acknowledges, for example, Cardano Foundation has an article from August 2019 where they are already saying they are trying to fund more blockchain research. So they're trying to do more research into this field, but I think that we can definitely do even better. And we should look, perhaps in particular now, because it will be the most important for governance issues, into voting and the voting process itself. So that's going to be the next slide, the slide 7. We will look a bit more about some of the voting theory, and it's based on the Ethereum article. So let's move on to the next slide. So in this slide, we'll now look at some voting methods, and this is based on the Cardano Classic Treasury paper that discusses some broad difference between the different voting methods. In this case, 4 categories: plurality voting, majority voting, and preferential or ranked voting, and cardinal or rated voting. And each of these voting methods has its different pros and cons, and that in itself shows that you should try to pick a voting method that fits the situation you're trying to vote in, and carefully look at the different benefits and what's not the benefits of such a voting system. So let's look a bit at those voting systems. In preferential voting, you vote for one candidate only. It's a winner-takes-it-all type of system. And the problem with that is that you get something called strategic voting, meaning that you could have voters who would not vote for who they think is the best candidate in case of candidates, or let's say a project, but they will vote on the one that's more likely to succeed. And the reason it's because when there's a winner takes it all, they will try to avoid that some project that they strongly disagree with, or a candidate they strongly disagree with, wins. So they will try to look, okay, strategically I should probably not vote my favorite because he's not likely to win. There's not many other thinking he's a favorite, but this other candidate, he's much better than the third candidate, so I will vote on him instead. And that's the essence of this strategic voting strategy. And it's the same for what's called a majority voting, but here, unlike in a simple majority, you need to have more than the other candidates total in number of votes that you get. So let's say there's 3 other candidates, they have a total of 20 votes, you will need to have 21 votes or more to actually have that majority done. And it has the same problems as the plurality vote in that you have strategic voting. The third, or another historical example of this is how they vote for the Doge of Venice. So the Doge of Venice was voted for life, and interestingly enough, they tended to vote for the oldest oldest candidate, the one that would live the least longest. But anyways, in such a system, you tried your very best to make sure you got the good candidate because it was meant to be for life. And it was very elaborate. And this elaboration, it did not really mean any more security or better way of voting, but in those times, in Italy, in many cities, there was many corruption, and many were trying to have this feeling of a fair process of voting. So there's some sense of security when you feel that it's very elaborate. Oh, it must be very careful then, and because you need to have tenacity and to actually finish such a process. And it's actually consisted of 10 rounds of voting or more, and it was based on all the different oligarchs of Venice, and everyone over the age of 30 could be picked, and it was picked by some random sampling. And then from that random sampling, an electorate was taken, and that electorate would vote then on another group, and then there was more processes with more random sampling and more groups, until finally you ended up with a final group that will actually vote on the Doge of Venice. So one interesting property of this is the fact that you use random sampling. In itself, that has an interesting property in that you could get any single of the members of the oligarchs to have a say. And why is that important? Well,
all right, you guys. So thank you all so much for staying with me here. So I've got some people in the chat asking if I can go ahead and get started with a recap. I want to make sure that I'm able to facilitate any conversation that you guys want to in the chat. If you guys do have questions, I'm going to be doing my best to go through the recap while also addressing questions from the live stream. As far as what we're looking at, so today has been a very eventful day, I think. Pretty interesting to say the least. Let me know what you guys think as well. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Essentially, the day started out with a keynote from Charles, and he addressed everybody talking about where we started, what we've accomplished, and what's going to be something to look forward to as we continue to grow the Cardano project. So as far as what he talked about, I've got it written down here, 2 major partnerships that he had announced with Wave Financial and Submitter app. So with Submitter app, it's going to be related to voting and governance. Wave Financial is going to be more so of the banking side of things as far as blockchain. So those are some things from his keynote. We also did have a very interesting word from him talking about Voltaire and voting. So, and you know, guys, we'll probably have more details as time goes on, but we're going to see Shelley here in August, pretty much middle of August. The rewards for the incentivized testnet will be available on August 3rd. And as far as voting, we actually experienced an instance of this with the vote that we had to go through on the incentivized testnet. So he was talking about having a similar test environment for Voltaire. So I think that's pretty cool. You know, if we were to even see something like that, Shelley, Voltaire, and Gauguin all in 2020, man, gets me pumped. It's pretty exciting stuff. Let's see here. Taking a look at the chat. Duckpool, great stuff. No champagne for Vint. Yes. Yes. Following very shortly after that, I think one of the most notable speakers was Vint Cerf. Vint Cerf was probably one of the most anticipated speakers of this entire summit. I gotta say, you know, just coming at it from an objective perspective, I think Vint Cerf really just kind of dodged the main topic of talking about Cardano and how the technology behind blockchain is going to facilitate innovation over the next decades and beyond. But, you know, he is, just to give you guys some details, if you weren't here for that part of the live stream, Vint Cerf is an early pioneer of the internet. He actually helped to found the internet. He's actually one of the creators of the TCP IP protocol. So, you know, it was an interesting conversation. To be honest, I think that many people in the conversation felt like he wasn't really talking a whole lot about Cardano. Me personally, I also felt the same way, but nonetheless, I would recommend you guys do check him out if you haven't already. Vint Cerf is an early internet pioneer. So either way, just to have somebody like that come and speak at your event, it's pretty significant. We had quite a few things to talk about, actually. We talked about Wyoming and regulations and how they relate to blockchain and cryptocurrencies. Wyoming is definitely leading the way as it comes to regulations. And Caitlin Long is actually going through the process right now of starting a cryptocurrency bank. So they were talking about that, giving us some details regarding what that really means from a legislation standpoint. And then as far as the research and development side of things, so we got a chance to listen to Professor Aggelos Kiais, many others, including Professor Phil Wadler. We got a chance to listen to Alexander Russell. There's Tim Harrison, a whole bunch of these top guys when it comes to technology, talking about Shelley, staking, smart contracts, Goguen, Plutus, Marlowe. So really lots of in-depth information there coming from those guys. They really shed some light on the amount of work that's gone into the development to get these products to market. Let me go ahead and head over to the chat here. Let's see. Yes. Okay, Daniel. Thanks so much for that, man. So Kaizen, give us your thoughts so far on AdaPay and the Prism presentations. Yeah, that's a great one. I'm glad you mentioned that. So AdaPay, we had a event with Kadi. Kadi is going to be a company that's going to facilitate merchant transactions for Cardano. So a huge milestone as it comes to adoption for enterprise. And their solution for enterprise payments for Cardano is AdaPay. So they're going to make it almost like a point of sale solution for these businesses that want to accept Cardano as a method of payment. Really cool. I found a lot of value from that. Also the Prism presentation. Really clean user interface. There is an app that you're able to use that will actually connect to the blockchain that's going to be used for digital identities. You're going to be able to store your medical records. We're talking about voting, all kinds of stuff. Really clean user interface. I think that they really nailed it. If they can get the marketing correct to bring this product to market, I think it's going to be a game changer. Let's see here. Guys, great questions. Really appreciate everybody who is engaging in the chat. S. Walker says, also, what are your thoughts on the new website? Feel so disconnected and lacking soul. I feel nothing when I see the page. Anyone else? You know, that's thank you for sharing your perspective. I actually really enjoy it. I think it's pretty clean. As far as keeping things simple, I feel like that's what they were trying to go for with that website. They're going through an entire brand refresh to go through the process of the marketing to get the word out about Cardano. As you guys know, if you're following the channel, you know that Cardano has had a partnership with McCann to help facilitate their marketing efforts. As far as the website and how I feel about it, I think it looks fine. I think it's going to be just fine in terms of being able to spread the message and give people an understanding of what Cardano is. But yeah, thanks for sharing your thoughts on that. And let's see here. Okay, guys, for those of you who were here for a majority of the live stream, was there anything that I missed in terms of a recap? I'm trying to keep this very brief, but I do want to spend some time to answer your questions. We are actually going to be expecting an announcement from Charles here at the end of this summit. So he's going to be coming on and talking a little bit about that. So looking forward to that. I want to make sure that we have enough time to be able to jump on when he comes live. So for those of you who did get a chance to participate for the majority of this session, what were your favorite parts? What are your key takeaways from this virtual summit? Me personally, I'm really excited about Shelley. I think that, you know, that's pretty much what this event is for. It's to celebrate this significant milestone. of having Shelly live on mainnet. I'm really just excited about that. I'm excited that everybody is now going to be able to participate with staking. Very soon after that, we're going to experience smart contracts and voting and governance. It's really an exciting time. I'm just excited overall. Let's see here. Anything else from the chat? Anything else that I missed? Ethiopia. Yes, thank you, Duckpool. Ethiopia. So we actually got a chance to hear about their Africa initiative. So as far as the developments happening in Africa, they're trying to bring in infrastructure to essentially bank the unbanked. So consider the amount of people who are living in these developed smartphones. So they were talking about ways to be able to allow users to get connected to the blockchain without having any type of really over-the-top hardware. You know, if you think about even just a smartphone would be able to facilitate whatever needs you would have in terms of payments. You know, in the instance you wanted to store your identity using the blockchain, you could do that as well. And Charles actually does a great job of elaborating on this. He actually goes on to say, you know, with these developing economies, you have things like voting, you have things like land ownership, you have things like birth certificates. All these things can be authenticated using the blockchain. So yeah, talking about Ethiopia, they want to bank the unbanked. They want to have a way to bring adoption to Cardano, and you know, as far as the numbers, over 1 billion people at least, I think. So it's a huge initiative. They're really trying to take over Africa. Really cool to see how that turns out. S. Walker, when I look at Prism website, I feel something. It's slick. Nice. I'm going to have to check that one out, man. I actually haven't seen the Prism website yet. Jolly07, I feel like Atala Prism could be a game changer for governments and businesses. Absolutely. I think so too. It's going to be something that could potentially streamline all these different inner workings of businesses and corporations. Not to mention the reduction in cost, because a lot of these things that they're talking about can be very expensive when we're talking about traditional methods. You know, and as far as the turnaround times to gather some of these things, it could take potentially days to weeks. With blockchain, you have these transactions settling almost instantly. I think it's definitely a game changer. Great point there. Robert, yes, coffee traceability solution. So this was actually a segment talking about Emergo's coffee traceability solution for Blue Corinchi. They're a coffee company in, where is it, guys? Where is it? Is it in Africa? Unfortunately, I wasn't able to catch that entire event, but yes, no, it's not in Africa. Sorry, it's in Central America. So yeah, what they're trying to do is essentially have a way to verify the authenticity of these coffee beans. So, you know, we've got farmers that are working in these conditions in these developing economies. Being able to trace the authenticity of these coffee beans back to the farmer is essentially the solution that they're trying to come up with, making sure that it's all done under fair practice, making sure that these farmers are being compensated fairly for their time and their work. So yeah, really great initiative there. Indonesia, yes, potentially Indonesia. I think that might be where it is. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's Central America or Indonesia. You could be right, Robert. I'll have to double check. Daniel Ward, what are we looking forward to tomorrow? Great question. So I wanted to go ahead and briefly show you guys some things that we're looking at on this schedule. I'm not sure if it would be easier to go ahead and put this on the live stream. Actually, let me see if I can do that for you guys. Let me just get the website here. Yes, we are looking forward to $4 ADA. Absolutely. Oh, that'll be the day. It's gonna happen though. I believe it. I definitely believe it. Okay, so guys, I want to briefly talk about some things we can anticipate for tomorrow. So today was an action-packed day, quite a bit going on. We've pretty much concluded for today. Last thing for this evening is going to be a final announcement from Charles. So I want to make sure that we are able to join him for that. As far as the events that we can anticipate for tomorrow, so starting at the same time, live stream will be starting at about 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are taking a look here, the main auditorium, they're going to be hosting why IOHK has joined the Hyperledger open source community. And let's see here. Delegation and stake pools. I think that's going to be a very important one for those of you guys who are interested in knowing more about delegating and operating a stake pool. I think we might have to join them for that first thing in the morning. Delegation and stake pools, one, account management. Yeah, that's going to be very important, so that'll be an interesting one. Democratizing investment through asset tokenization. Ooh, very interesting as well. And then Cardano in Africa. So lots of important things to start the day off. After that, we've got Back to the Future, smart contracts in the extended UTXO model. We're going to have a second video for delegation and stake pools talking about incentives. That one is going to be interesting, actually. We've got Dr. Lars Brunjes and we've got Professor Agalos Kiais. So we got a bunch of top guys talking about the incentive model behind delegating and staking. That'll be interesting. And then next we've got IOHK's authentication solution. And Haskell, then and now, what is the future for functional programming languages? All right, and then decentralized software updates. Okay, so guys, there's a good mix of technical and more of the fundamental side of things. As far as the content that we're going to be expecting for tomorrow, keep in mind, myself and Big Pay are both going to be having live streams very similar to what we did today. If you guys are not able to stay for the entire live stream, that's totally fine. Really just being there for a little while is greatly appreciated. But we are going to be having the option to do replays for a lot of these videos. I believe that the Cardano Foundation is going to be helping with that. I'm not sure if it's them or if it's IOHK, but there will be replays for a lot of these sessions. So if you're not able to stay tuned for the whole thing, it's no worries. There will be replays for all this content. And then after that, we've got Physics Meets Distributed Consensus with Stephen Wolfram. Ooh, this one's going to be good. Privacy 1, Zero Knowledge and Blockchains. That'll be very interesting to know more about. Cardano is working with, I don't know if is it ZK Snarks. You know, they're trying to implement that as a privacy implementation. So that'll be very interesting. Let's see. Food traceability, beef chain. Okay, yeah, so beef chain was talked about in terms of getting the excitement going for the summit. So we'll definitely have to tune in for that. Next is going to be Cardano architecture with Duncan Coutts. Very cool. Stake pools and decentralization with Lars Brunjes. Guys, lots of smart people talking at this event. This is going to be incredible. Next after that, cryptocurrency exchanges, current and future challenges. Okay, and then we're going to see Privacy 2 talking about smart contracts. And then financial contracts on Cardano, the Actus standard in Marlowe. So Professor Simon Thomas did a segment on Marlowe today, so I guess he's going to be continuing with that segment, talking more about the Actus standard. And then we're going to have Cardano and formal methods with Dr. Philip Kant. Okay, guys, this one's going to be important as well. Cardano improvement proposals. This is going to be from Frederick Johnson of the Cardano Foundation. That's going to be big, talking about how we're going to continue to improve the Cardano protocol after the network has been decentralized. And then after that, we've got the science and evidence-based way to build blockchain systems with Professor Aggelos Kiais and Duncan Coutts. Leveraging formal methods for smart contract platform R&D. And then there is no fork, supporting an ever-evolving blockchain. Nice, nice. So another jam-packed day full with a bunch of different topics, lots of speakers. Let's see here. This is going to be fun. So around about midday, there's going to be IOHK and Cardano panel session with Cardano's Charles Hoskinson, Professor Aggelos Kiais, Aparna Jew, Dr. Romain Pilarin, and the panel will be moderated by Tamara Hassan. Very cool. So we're going to have kind of like a collaboration between those guys. That'll be very interesting to tune into. And this is pretty much around midday. So as we go towards the later part of the day, we've got cross-chain communications and interoperability. We're going to have introducing the IOHK University of Wyoming Advanced Blockchain Research Lab. Very cool. Yep. So they are doing stuff with the University of Wyoming. Lots of things happening there. And then we're looking at the Plutus platform. Okay, and then guys, last part of the day for tomorrow, it looks like we're going to be talking about principles of organic governance, defending the blockchain against all adversaries, classical and quantum. Lots of people talking about quantum resistance, so that'll be interesting to see. That's going to be with Professor Alexander Russell. Okay, and then we've got navigating blockchains with Alex Appledorn and Marlowe Playground. So Professor Simon Thomas building on his Marlowe presentation with that. Very interesting. And then last thing for the day, for tomorrow, First Shelley, Next World, literally. So closing keynote by Charles Hoskinson. So at the end of the day, Charles is going to close us out. And then we've also got a few events from Duncan Coutts talking more about performance engineering and how it relates to transactions per second. And let's see here. Oh, we've also got Mike Fullman coming on. So he is going to be talking about Pool Tool and the Cardano community, past, present, and future. Pool Tool, like Umed Saidov was talking about, if you guys were there for that section of the live stream, he is a stake pool operator, and he was mentioning Pool Tool as being an invaluable tool for all stake pool operators. I completely agree. So it'll be interesting to know what's happening with that development. So guys, that is pretty much what we're looking at for the events for tomorrow. Going back to the chat, let's see, what did I miss here? Fat put in, great job. Hey, thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Thanks for staying with me. Jolio07, do you make your bed every day or did you do it for the live stream? Yeah, I make my bed every day. It's kind of like a habit. I just make my bed. It's not really a big deal. I'm in my bedroom right now, so. This guy looks like my dad. Oh, that's weird. Duckpool, solid broadcast indeed, Pratesh. Well done. Thanks. Thank you, Duck. Really appreciate you staying with me throughout this entire live stream. Just helping facilitate the conversation, just being a part of it. Really appreciate you, man. Thanks for joining. C says, see you all tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Jay is peacing out. Jay, take care, man. Thanks so much for being here. Kaizen for ambassador. Hey, rock on, man. I appreciate that. All right, guys. Well, that is pretty much what I've got for you here. I'm going to check to see how we're doing with this live stream. And hopefully we're able to catch Charles here very soon. So I'm going to quickly go ahead and jump back over to the live stream. Hopefully we can catch a few more minutes of one of these guest speakers.
completely agnostic to what AI algorithm you're putting in there. I mean, we want that to be diverse as well as decentralized, and let it be like a sort of digital evolution where the best AIs prevail because they can make more money and accumulate more resources by providing better services. And part of being the best may be cooperating with other AIs in an optimal way. I'm pretty much out of time, but let me answer one more brief question. What role do humans play in the world of AGI? Well, right now we play the role of creating the AGI and building the blockchain-based infrastructure for the AGI, which is a hell of a lot of fun. But I mean, the goal obviously is to create AGIs that not only can go off and do their own amazing AGI things, but that also can help create, you know, a universe of ongoing health and abundance for human beings. I mean, that's what we're after, is beneficial AGI to make human life astoundingly better than it is now, as well as to create amazing new digital life forms. And I think it's quite possible, if we make the first AGIs on the planet beneficial and loving and compassionate and helpful, rather than malevolent killers or advertising agents or spies or whatever. I mean, that requires us to use AGIs for good things like teaching and counseling and medical and research. It also requires that the AI be deployed in a decentralized and democratic way so that nefarious centralized forces can't take it over. I think there's more interesting questions, but it's now 4:31. I'm over time. I should probably stop now. So thanks everyone for all your cool questions, and thanks everyone for listening. Thanks to Charles Hoskinson and Cardano for inviting me to speak here. I love Cardano project, so it's been quite an honor.
All right, you guys, so I guess that is pretty much it for the last segment. I guess what we're waiting on now is just that final talk from Charles Hoskinson. So excited to see what he has to say, and we'll be able to wrap it up for the first day of the Cardano Virtual Summit. So while we are waiting, I think we got a few more minutes here. I just wanted to go ahead and open up the chat to any type of questions that you guys might have. If you guys want to, just have a conversation about what we talked about here today, just feel free to let me know. Duckpool, so wrap it up for today, man. All right, well, take care. I will see you tomorrow, man. Really appreciate you. Looking forward to day 2. Jimmy the Hobo says, do you like long walks on the beach? Absolutely, especially with the sunset. You can't beat it. Jonathan Burnham says, besides running a stake pool, what else would you like to accomplish in this space and with Cardano? Jonathan, that's a great question, man. I really appreciate that. As far as what I'm trying to accomplish with Cardano, full transparency, it's going to be financial freedom. With building a Cardano stake pool, with building this YouTube channel, really trying to gather a community around Kaizen crypto, having that allow me to learn and grow within the space and share that knowledge with others. And as a byproduct of that, hopefully setting myself and my family up for financial freedom. That's really what my ultimate goal is. That's a great question. I really appreciate that. Guys, I've got a quick little video clip actually talking about the brand refresh here for Cardano.
shape. Blockchain as an industry is maturing, and we're headed towards a blockchain-complete era, with more businesses planning to integrate distributed ledger technology into their operations. It was vital to have a brand that was fit for purpose. Brand plays a key role in adoption and viable use cases, especially as our collective understanding of blockchain's value creation continues to change and our perception of this technology continues to evolve. The Cardano Foundation is a Swiss non-for-profit organization that oversees the Cardano protocol, safeguards its brand, and tasked with driving the adoption of blockchain, growing the Cardano community, shaping legislation and commercial standards, facilitating partnerships, and ensuring stakeholder accountability through robust governance standards.
The thing about brand is this: you can create branding, but a brand itself is ultimately created in the mind of your customers, your stakeholders, your community. And it's these people who determine what your brand actually means, what it stands for. Your job as a marketer, a communicator, is to try and capture that essence, the thing that everybody recognizes but maybe isn't quite able to articulate. I think many of us share a strong sense of what Cardano stands for, but there's never really been a formal framework to speak of, a unifying identity that we've properly captured and that we can all get behind. So this exercise has been about capturing the story so far, that essence, and getting ready to tell it to a wider audience. So this was the right time to take a fresh look and to inject some of that freshness back into the brand, that optimism we can all feel within the community, that sense of potential. It was very important that this was a shared, collaborative effort.
McCann Dublin is one of the very few in their field with a good understanding of blockchain technology, its value and its potential. A long list of accolades, their dedication and audacity to make the complex relevant for the few and the many make McCann Dublin the right fit for Project Renovare.
We very quickly realised there was a natural partnership between Cardano and McCann Dublin, and we're the right fit because we share a common principle and a common ideal, and that's creating change for good. As part of the International McCann World Group, we understand and know what it means to have brand vision at a global scale. Brand is at the heart of so much that we do at McCann Dublin, and we realised that the Cardano brand would be crucial in it being adopted by organisations who are looking to integrate the blockchain into their current processes. At McCann Dublin, we're specialists in brand design and communications, and we're delighted to have been able to help Cardano along their branding journey.
This is the process that we use in every country on earth, and it's powerful because of that in many ways. It means that we in Dublin are using the same process as our colleagues in New York, as they're using in Singapore and Australia. It gives us a common ground, a common approach, that allows us to look at that same layers of questioning, the same process and structures that you can then learn even more from. It's called the 5 C's, quite simply, and those 5 C's essentially are simply culture, category, consumer, connections, and company. What are the truths in each of those areas? So, for instance, in culture, what are the macro level forces that are shaping people's lives within this area, within this field? In category, what's the competition doing? What are the key competitors saying? What's the dynamics and the conventions in that category that we need to get to an honest appraisal of, an honest truth for? Consumer, how are consumers utilising this technology or this brand or this service? What are their attitudes and their beliefs around it? What are their things that they don't like? What are the things they do like? And what are we coming out as doing differently? In Connections Truth, really, it's all about the space between us and our customers or our audiences. How do we get to them? Where is that happening? What's the truth behind how they perceive that, and what's real and what's not? And lastly, what's the company truth? For Cardano, what is that deeper understanding about the reality behind the company origins, its vision, its mission, its values, what it stands for, what it stands against, and how do we get to an honest appraisal again of what the truth is there?
In order to solidify the Cardano brand for the future, we really needed to understand and create the vision. Cardano is coming of age, and it's important that this brand refresh helps it communicate to a broader audience over and above that of the developer community. It's always difficult for a cutting-edge technology to communicate with these because it hasn't been done before, but that's the challenge we had to overcome.
An updated identity system should be more than the sum of its parts, so we cast the net wide, seeking inspiration from artists and visionaries who have often been inspired and influenced by the technical advancements in the world around them. This is not only a natural fit for a technology that aspires to rethink and change the world, it's a match to the others who have been referenced already in the process. Byron, Shelley, Basho, and Voltaire. Naturally enough, that process led us back to Girolamo Cardano himself, a controversial provocateur in his day, a polymath whose interests and proficiencies range from being a mathematician through physician, biologist, physicist, chemist, and occasional gambler. As we intended to connect with the existing identity where there was true resonance and connection, so the core Cardano icon became a resource in which structure and imagery could grow. We drew in its construction based from hypocycloid paths and used them as a starting point for the creation of a suite of dynamic treatments. We've matched these with treatments, some new and some familiar, that allowed us to meet the needs of communication to audiences in the development community, in enterprise, and to individuals across all communities. We knew we needed a structured approach to communicate the vision of what Cardano could become.
So when it actually came to look at the identity itself, the look and the feel, if you like, of the identity, one of the truths that came from our work was how well established the current mark was, how well loved it was, how much it appeared on everything from t-shirts to websites, and it was already established. That's an example of where, as an agency, we have to respect that. We have to see that that is the truth that needs built upon, not challenged or changed just for the sake of it. And we felt that was a very important part of building this going forward, to evolve the brand, not to revolutionize the brand.
So the way that I use branding in the work is to have that document, to have that basic set of rules that will act as a starting point to create something else. It's always good to have a solid guideline to give me like the kickstart to do my job. In this time we're working on the Rio application of a website, but it could be for everything. So like I'm gonna use the brand guidelines, and we're supposed to use brand guidelines to understand the brand, to see what they're thinking of, to build any kind of creative work with. So I'm not talking about only website, but like website, TV ads, print ads, any kind of like internal comms, events, online events, summits, and etc. It's that amalgamation of everything that it's about the brand in a single piece, in a single document, that will fuel the creative that comes after that.
We conducted extensive interviews with the community to gain a deep understanding of the context and the imperatives for this work. We knew we needed the output to reflect the Cardano that the community knows and loves, while signaling an exciting and razor-sharp vision for its future.
So really from our side, we've done the whole build of the site, but also kind of worked in collaboration with McCann using in-house IOHK designers and writers, which really brings a kind of a deep knowledge of the project to the process. In terms of what the collaborating McCann team brought, it was really a fresh perspective, an ability to challenge existing assumptions without kind of being wed to a long-held point of view that those of us who work internally in the company might hold.
A good collaboration is one where either side gives each other the freedom to explore creatively while bouncing ideas off of one another. The product of this is something entirely new, built on unexpected combinations of creative vision. The animated header section is a good example of this. I took the shape studies provided by McCann and tried to recreate the energy of these through movement, using motion blur and an outward explosive trajectory.
So on the visual side of branding, and especially for the new Cardano website, we felt the need to really open up design, to appeal to a much wider audience, to create this look that feels fresh, it's optimistic and trusting. We have a new colour palette that respects all the great legacy work that's come before, but also brings in new, warmer tones to support the appeal across that new, wider audience. A major factor for us was not to lose that creative playfulness, our beautiful data visualizations, and our belief in producing outstanding design within our space. To do this right, it was key to work with an external agency like McCann. Having the relationship that we've formed, their passion, their creativity, their ability to listen, along with their openness to discuss our own ideas and bring them to the table. Well, it all felt extremely natural and just an extension of our own creative family. As designers, our heads, ideas and dreams are often stuck in the future. We're always looking forward. And that's how we really needed to approach the creative process for Cardano. We wanted to deliver great now, a single source of truth for the community, but above all else, a platform created to be adaptable, a design language that's flexible, it has room to expand. That's going to be the exciting part, to watch it go out into the world, live, be organic, and above all else, just to see how that visual personality evolves over time.
At the same time, we then started to realize our work for the identity of the Cardano Foundation. We needed to express the connection to Cardano, and also its independence and deep responsibility to the community. The outputs again used the starting points in the hypercycloid forms with a refined, targeted palette, and some other complementary elements, including a system to localize the foundation plan to all the languages of the world where needed.
This is definitely not the end of our relationship with Cardano. In fact, it's only just the beginning. We're so excited to be working alongside the brand. As the first blockchain platform to evolve from a scientific philosophy and a research-first approach, Cardano is actively creating change in their field. We know that cryptocurrency is both unstoppable and here to stay, and so we're delighted to be a strategic partner on this journey with Cardano.
A brand is a living thing. We're just laying out the foundations here, setting a few ground rules, but it's very much the first step, and Cardano is going to continue to grow and develop over time, just as it brings in new audiences and establishes fresh meaning for them. But we hope we've given it a good start.
A brand that every individual and our community can relate to, a message that will resonate with each person, and a vision that all can believe in are a success. Future-proof brand principles that can withstand the test of time and help us achieve our goal of adoption are a success. This process serves both the few and the many. It serves each and every Cardano community member. It serves government officials as well as businesses. It serves industries and budding entrepreneurs. It serves the humanity.
All right, guys. So wrapping up here very soon. I did check Twitter just to verify that Charles will be speaking at the end of the summit. So I think we're still a go for that. What I'm going to do is go ahead and hop over to the main auditorium. Let's hope that he is going to be coming on very shortly. For those of you guys who have stayed until the end, huge shout out to you. Thank you all so much for the support today. This was actually the first live stream on the channel, so really had a fun time. It was quite an experience to be able to go through all this. But yeah, we're going to be doing this again tomorrow, same time. I will see you all here. In the instance that we don't see Charles within the next couple minutes, I'm going to go ahead and say farewell. I'm going to go ahead and sign off for today. But yeah, any other questions before we potentially wrap up this live stream? Mr. Adasla, went great, Kaizen, great job. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. I noticed that you were staying pretty engaged in the chat as well, so really appreciate your input. It was really, really a fun experience. Okay, so guys, I did see on Twitter that Charles was going to be coming on for a surprise announcement. It pretty much just said, and this is actually from IOHK, So we'll see. I'll give it a couple more minutes. But if not, then hopefully we do have the option to do a replay. And hopefully we can catch the few points that Charles had to make about the first day of the virtual summit. Let's see here. Lee Kirby's Comics saying, can you quickly outline any announcements that one would have missed if they missed the conference? So the entire summit, just to sum it up for you guys, they talked about some of the developments that have been taking place over the past few months to a few years. I guess the biggest type of partnership announcement that they made was when Charles started off the summit with his keynote. He talked about Wave Financial, which is a partnership to bring financial solutions to businesses and institutions. And then there was also a Submitter app partnership. So they were going to be doing something related to governance with the Submitter app. So that was pretty much the biggest in terms of partnerships. I didn't really catch anything else after that. Let's see here. Where can I listen if you sign off? Jimmy the Hobo. Jimmy, I think that the best place to be able to find this content is going to be using the link if you were able to register for the summit. In the instance that you were not able to register for the summit, I think that the best thing for you would just be to wait for the replays after the summit has concluded. I really do appreciate you joining me for the live stream though. It was pretty awesome to have you on, so thanks so much for being part of it. African Panther, what do you think about Kadi? I think Kadi is going to be very important as it comes to facilitating merchant adoption for Cardano payments. You know, whatever they decide to bring out in terms of a actual solution for these merchants to use, it's just a matter of competing with things like Visa, MasterCard, you know, these traditional financial systems that we've already got set in place. So they're really going to have to deliver if they want any type of real traction as it comes to any type of adoption with these enterprises. Let's see here, CKJ, maybe Charles and Chico will have their wrestling challenge on stage. Yeah, what a great way to conclude the summit. I'm with you, man. That'd be fun. Energy Eve, it's been fun. It has, man. It has. Thanks so much for being part of the live stream. Lee's Crazy Comics, thank you, Kaizen. Appreciate you, Lee. Thanks so much for the question. Duckpool, did you have dinner or lunch? Well, I had a smoothie. I'm not sure if that counts. I did get some energy. How could you sign off now? Drink some coffee, man. I know it's probably one of the longest live streams that I'm ever gonna do. Just so happened to be my first one, guys. We're going past 10 hours. This is crazy. I'm definitely going to have to bid you guys adieu here very soon. Just going to finish up with these questions, and then I'm going to be signing off for the day. Hope to see you guys back again tomorrow. Don Phantom, what was in the smoothie? So I had a smoothie with pineapple. There was raspberries, blueberries, carrots, and some spinach. So I definitely got some nutrition in today. But yeah, just a quick little smoothie. Stay until Charles speaks. Yes, I know that was the intention. Charles was supposed to be speaking in the main auditorium. That's where I'm at right now, and unfortunately I don't see him. So we shall see. Jolly07 saying some crypto exchanges offering as high as 6% rewards for staking ADA on their platform. Do you feel like there's enough incentive for those to take coins off exchange to Yoroi or Daedalus? I think there's absolutely enough incentive to do that, because if you don't hold your keys, you don't technically own them. You know, you're trusting the exchange with the ownership of your funds. So take that for what you will. It's more of a best practice, not financial advice. Daniel, Charles isn't speaking until tomorrow, guys. Daniel, I appreciate you, man. I thought it was today, so thanks for that. So it's 13:15 UTC, 10 minutes before session 1 tomorrow. Okay, so looks like we're going to be getting there a little bit early just to see if we can catch him before day 2 starts for the Cardano Virtual Summit. All right, you guys. Well, I really appreciate you all staying with me here today. It's been quite an experience. Thank you guys again for all the comments. Thank you for liking the video. I really appreciate everybody in the chat. It's been a really fun experience. So guys, I'm going to be signing off for today. I hope to see you all here tomorrow, and we're going to do it all over again. Thank you so much, guys. Take care.